I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me.
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. In the previous part, Qingxiu secretly designs women's underwear and asks Lin Feifei to present it to Empress Changsu. Unaware of the real purpose, the Empress agrees to try on the light summer clothing, only to discover a bra and panties. Shocked but intrigued, she hesitantly puts on the bra, and is pleased, it actually lifts and supports her chest. Despite her embarrassment, she orders several more pieces, though she firmly rejects the panties, calling them too shameful. When asked why she did not show the new clothes to anyone, she jokingly replies that they didn't fit. Meanwhile, Qingxiu assembles an improved weaving machine that speeds up production by 5 to 6 times. All the women are stunned by his brilliance. The Empress is especially shaken. She realizes this invention could destroy the traditional textile industry. This is not just about speed, the machine could reshape the entire economy. The Empress's eyes light up. Now, she no longer wants the underwear, she wants the machine. Many elderly women in Sanha village were engaged in textile work. Yunyang bought some hemp thread from several of them. After a brief study, she was the first to try out the weaving machine. Yunyang was very skilled at weaving. After a short adjustment, she quickly mastered the machine. With her hands operating the levers and her feet stepping on the pedal, within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, she wove a piece of hemp cloth. This cloth was even finer than the hemp clothing worn by many commoners. Lin Feifei, who had long been eager to try, looked urgently and said, Madam Yunyang, may I try it too? Yunyang stood up and gave her seat to Lin Feifei, who quickly sat down and experienced it for herself. Empress Zhangsun touched the woven hemp cloth, looking shocked. This hemp cloth is much finer than what the Imperial Weaving Bureau produces, and the weaving speed is several times faster than ordinary machines. Qingxiu explained, this weaving machine is different from common ones. It can spin and weave at the same time, from silk and satin to coarse cotton and hemp cloth, everything can be processed into finished goods. Existing weaving machines require 2 types, one for spinning and one for weaving. But the machine improved by Qingxiu combines both functions, which is the key to increasing speed. Empress Zhangsun looked at him with admiration and sincerely praised, Marquis Qing, I really don't know what you can't do. I thought your tea frying, wine brewing, and brick-making skills were already impressive, but now you've even made a weaving machine. The 3 women all showed proud expressions on their faces. When someone praises their husbands, they feel even happier than being praised themselves. Qingxiu humbly said, I didn't invent it. I just made some modifications to an existing weaving machine. This is only the Huang Daopo type weaving machine, yet its efficiency has already increased by several times. If the spinning jenny were developed, efficiency could improve by at least 30 times. However, Qingxiu didn't plan to work on the spinning jenny yet. For the current times, such a machine would be too advanced. If it were truly developed, many people who rely on weaving for a living would lose their jobs. Although Empress Zhangsun wanted to replicate this machine, she eventually gave up the idea. She took the initiative to say, I'm feeling a bit tired, I will return to the palace to rest. Lizhu, Lizzie, you two stay here. Come back before dark. The 2 princesses said goodbye to Empress Zhangsun. She also greeted Qingxiu's family of 4 before leaving Sanha village. After trying the machine, Lin Feifei came forward with red eyes and bit her lip, bowing to Qingxiu. Thank you, Mr. Qing. With this machine, taking back everything the Lin family lost to the Lu family is just a matter of time. Thank you again. Qingxiu waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. I didn't do this to help you. I just want to make money. You can go to Carpenter Zhang's and Blacksmith Wang's homes and get the blueprint for the machine, make copies, and then mass produce it. I'll talk to the village chief and have him arrange a workshop for you. As for the manpower, you'll have to find it yourself. Your family is in business, so I'm sure you don't need me to guide you on that. Just pay me, and I won't interfere in anything else. Hearing this, Lin Feifei felt even more grateful. He must be saying this to avoid making me feel indebted. Gratefully, she said, such a great favor doesn't need thanks. I, a humble woman, will never forget your kindness. Rest assured, I will use your machine to generate endless wealth for you. Words are empty. I'll wait to see how you create wealth for me. With that, Qingxiu went to the kitchen and soon cooked a big pot of spicy crayfish. Because there were girls eating, he didn't use too much chili, just mildly spicy. Even so, the mild spice made Princess Xiangqing and Princess Changle pant and sweat profusely. Their lips turned red from eating, making Qingxiu realize he had underestimated Princess Changle's spice tolerance. Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and Zhang Sun Pingting also gathered around the table, eating with great enjoyment. As for Lin Feifei, she had no mind for crayfish. Her eyes were on the weaving machine. After thanking Qingxiu, she went to the blacksmith and carpenter's place. She was likely now choosing a workshop location with Li Taicheng. The tiger cub, Arya, brought back from the Qinling Mountains by Qingxiu, had grown especially fat due to good living conditions. Usually, Xuanzi and Erguzi fed it. Only at night would it return to Qingxiu. Because Arya first opened its eyes and saw Qingxiu, it probably mistook him for its mother. Even after a month of feeding by Xuanzi and Erguzi, the cub still saw Qingxiu as its closest person. Now, Arya was lying under the table, chewing on crayfish shells, its mouth covered in drool from the spice. Arya rarely appeared in public, so even the villagers didn't know of its existence. When Princess Xiangqing and Princess Changle first saw the silly-looking little tiger, they immediately loved it and kept playing with it. Back at the palace, Empress Zhangsun went directly to find Li Er. Li Er looked surprised to see her arrive alone. "You came alone? Where are Li Zhu and Lizzie?" She smiled gently and walked up. "I left them at Marquis Qing's home. I came back early to tell your majesty some good news." "Oh?" Li Er smiled. "What good news? Tell me quickly." Empress Zhangsun couldn't hide her excitement. "Today when I visited Marquis Qing's home, I saw he made a weaving machine. The cloth it produces is finer than what the Imperial Weaving Bureau can make, and the speed is over 10 times faster." "What?" Li Er stood up in shock. "A weaving machine made by Marquis Qing that's over 10 times faster? Did I hear that right?" "Yes, your majesty. You heard correctly. The efficiency is more than 10 times higher, and the quality is also much improved." "Heavens, this is great news." Li Er began pacing excitedly, mumbling to himself. "Every time we reward people or send cloth to the Turks, it costs us a lot. The root cause is the manpower and resources required." "Your majesty is right," Empress Zhangsun said joyfully. "With such a high-efficiency machine, we only need to invest 30% of the cost to meet our needs and even make a profit." Li Er clapped and laughed. "Marquis Qing truly deserves to be called the disciple of an immortal. Even a complex machine like a weaving device he can create. Guanyin maid, our royal family owes him too much. I don't even know how to reward him anymore." He suddenly seemed troubled. Empress Zhangsun smiled bitterly. "Your majesty, I think the same. We've been asking too much of Marquis Qing. Too many times, and he might feel discontent. That's why I didn't ask him about the machine. I came to the palace first to discuss with your majesty how to best handle this." Li Er paused, then nodded seriously. "Guanyin maid, you are right. We have taken too much. If we keep exploiting him, even a clay man has a temper. Over time, Marquis Qing might become unhappy. So what does your majesty plan to do?" Empress Zhangsun quietly looked at Li Er. He pondered. "Rewarding too often will attract criticism from officials. The machine isn't going anywhere, so let's wait a month or two. Then we can ask him if the Weaving Bureau can use it. At that time, we'll give him a title promotion and maybe even grant him Xiangqing." Empress Zhangsun nodded in agreement. The next morning early, Qingxiu first inspected the training camp, and Lu Yunyan, Shan Xiaoro, and Xiao Shuixian, along with more than 900 people, also completed the morning military training. Seeing Qingxiu arrive, the three of them stepped forward and saluted. "We greet Mr. Qing," they said in unison. Qingxiu asked, "How is the progress of the training?" Lu Yunyan nodded and said, "Village chiefly selected these young men and women. They endure hardship well, and their martial talent is also good. In this month they have improved rapidly. Within 3 years, they will not lose in skill to Xiaoro." Qingxiu responded. Seeing her fragrant sweat pouring, her wet clothing tightly clinging to her lovely body, anyone not blind would consider it a great pleasure just to glance. Qingxiu felt stirred in his heart, expression calm, and said, "Leave the training to the two of them. Today you come with me to Chang'an." Lu Yunyan's face changed slightly with unease. She clenched the sleeve of her fist twice, gave a few words of instruction to Shan Xiaoro and Xiao Shuixian, then followed Qingxiu away from the training camp. Coming near the carriage, Lu Yunyan's fair cheeks reddened as she said, "Mr. Qing, could you allow me to go back and bathe and change clothes?" Because she had trained with over 900 people, she had sweated all over. Though not to the point of odor, knowing what would happen next, she did not want to present herself with sweat smell. Actually, there was no sweat smell on Lu Yunyan. Rather, she had a unique faint maiden fragrance. Qingxiu shook his head and said, "Bathing and changing clothes isn't necessary. You go back and pack a few sets of clothes to change into and come. When we get to Chang'an you can bathe and change. When Lu Yunyan heard this, she blushed even deeper and her heart accelerated. She thought in her heart, it seems Mr. Qing intends to have me stay in Chang'an for a time. She felt a mixture of emotions. She went back to her lodging, packed several sets of clean clothes, and boarded the carriage. Qingxiu took Lu Yunyan to a civilian house where Li Yuqing had stayed. After entering the courtyard he said, "Let's wash here for now. You will live here for a while. You may come and go freely here." Lu Yunyan held a bundle of clothes, nodded charmingly, and entered the house. Then she took a bucket of water, and after returning to the room, locked the door from inside. A moment later, the sound of water splashing came from inside. One put someone there guarded to prevent them from escaping and causing unnecessary trouble. But as for Lu Yunyan, Qingxiu felt more at ease. A 7-day fatal pill could completely control her. Lu Yunyan washed clean, changed clothes, then hurried out, but when she sat on the bedside she looked somewhat dazed. Ah? She let out a sigh. Bitterness appeared on her face. This should be the place senior sister lived in. She glanced around the bed. Huh? What is this? Lu Yunyan picked up a black garter strap and looked at it. From the structure of this item, she could tell it was a woman's legwear. Her fair face instantly turned completely red, and she felt shocked and saddened at the same time. This must have been worn by senior sister, right? And this white one, pink one, red one, all had traces of being worn. It's really unimaginable, senior sister, a person who regards chastity more precious than life, forced to wear such licentious items to please others, how utterly despairing and pitiable that must have been. Thinking of this, Lu Yunyan's eyes instantly filled with tears. She murmured, "Senior sister, from now on your junior sister will bear the suffering for you. You must manage the mess of Miao Village, do not let junior sister sacrifice her chastity in vain." At the same time, in the distant Miao Village. Yesterday afternoon Li Yuqing had already returned to Miao Village. Early this morning she changed into Miao dress and, with old Dao Zhang, went to the Witch Ancestor Sect's teaching hall. Along the way, many people of the Witch Ancestor Sect respectfully bowed and saluted Li Yuqing. Many also wondered about the identity of old Dao Zhang beside the saintess. At the bamboo wood 2-story pavilion at the village edge, Li Yuqing quietly said, "Uncle Dao Zhang, if it is inconvenient for you to enter, please guard outside." Old Dao Zhang nodded, holding his pen straight and standing at the door. 2 Miao village women at the door also cast curious glances at old Dao Zhang, not understanding why the saintess would return to Miao village with an old man. Li Yuqing entered the bamboo house. A woman in her 60s came forward and bowed, "Greetings, saintess." Li Yuqing nodded and said, "Grandmother Yuan, has the sect leader been well these last few days?" Grandmother Yuan shook her head gloomily, "Not very well. Were it not for a determination to live forever sustaining her life, she would perhaps already. The saintess should go in and pay respects to the sect leader." Li Yuqing passed grandmother's son and entered a room. On the bamboo bed lay an old woman, emaciated, looking withered, hollow-eyed, breathing with difficulty. Seeing Li Yuqing, the old woman's hollow eyes lit up with some spirit. She raised her head with effort and asked in a hoarse voice, "Qing'er, do you have news of your junior sister?" Junior sister is in Chang'an." The withered old woman became excited. "Has she found the medicine for eternal life?" Li Yuqing shook her head, "Has not found the medicine for eternal life. But this time I went to Chang'an and met Mr. Qing. Mr. Qing said that there is no eternal life technique in this world." Mentioning Qingxiu, Li Yuqing's innocent face turned a bit rosy, revealing a delicate shy expression. The withered old woman felt a jolt in her heart and suddenly her face turned ashen. "No eternal life technique? There is no eternal life technique? I am destined to have no affinity with eternal life, no affinity." She looked at Li Yuqing and saw her shy manner, and her breathing became rapid. She weakly motioned Li Yuqing over. "Qing'er, come to your teacher." Li Yuqing stepped forward. The withered old woman sniffed with effort, then her face changed drastically. Your maiden body is broken?" Li Yuqing bit her lip and nodded. It is broken." The withered old woman trembled all over, breathing heavily and sternly said, "You sinful disciple, sinful disciple. I repeatedly warned you not to lose your maiden body. But look at you, after going out just once you, gulp." The withered old woman couldn't breathe in one last breath, and collapsed heavily, dying resentfully. A moment later, news of the old sect leader's passing spread throughout Miao village, and Li Yuqing naturally became the new sect leader. Chang'an. Lu Yunyan changed into a light purple dress. She was naturally charming, but now appeared even more alluring and beautiful. Her approximate height was 1.70 m, proportions well balanced, round hips and perky breasts, a slender waist with some fullness. Her allure surpassed even Li Yuqing's. Moreover, with the natural advantages of a young married woman, every move she made exuded mature enchantment, instantly outshining any girl. The naivete, purity, and innocence of a young girl are no match when faced with seductive sensuality. Before and after her bath, Lu Yunyan looked like a completely different person. Qingxiu somewhat regretted not entering when she bathed earlier to have a little exchange with her. But now it's too late, he could only take her onto the carriage toward Baiweiju. To keep things low-key, Qingxiu had Lu Yunyan wear a veil, and he entered Baiweiju separately from her. Even though Lu Yunyan wore a veil, her graceful figure and voluptuous, seductive form still attracted countless glances of lustful craving. "Young master, quick look, there is a beauty, a great beauty." In a corner on the first floor, a follower excitedly pointed at Lu Yunyan ascending the stairs. The youth treated as the young master looked over, eyes lecherously gleaming, smacked his lips, tisk, although wearing a veil, undeniably a great beauty. Pity, judging from her mature allure, she must be not young, probably a married woman. After that voluptuous beauty disappeared from view, the young master looked at the closed office door and said passionately, "Although that married woman is extremely enticing, I still prefer Miss Yuchan. I will certainly take her to my household as a concubine." The boy sneered in flattery, "Young master, present a jade pearl to Miss Yuchan, I'm sure she will fall into your arms. Perhaps tomorrow you will embrace the beauty." The young master heard the servant's flattering words and couldn't help but smile, a lecherous expression filling his face. Today, Li Yuchan wore a light pink strapless dress, her hair styled in a maiden's bun, her face radiating a confident smile as she stepped onto the stage. "This young woman is the chief manager of Baiweiju, Li Yuchan. I will be hosting today's auction. There are 7 items up for bidding today, including 5 top-quality water jade beads of immense value. These 5 water jade beads come in different colors, red, green, pink." Li Yuchan began a lengthy speech. Her family was one of scholars, so she used all kinds of elegant phrases to describe the water jade beads so beautifully that the audience gasped repeatedly and became very eager to obtain them. There were more attendees at today's auction than the previous one. After the last auction, Baiweiju's fame spread quickly throughout Chang'an. Those wealthy people who missed the last auction and lost out on the glazed moon pearl and divine brush were almost all present today. At this moment, the entire auction hall was lively and bustling. Among these people, Persian and Hu, Central Asian, merchants made up nearly half the crowd. Several Persians were whispering in Persian. As expected, there are glazed water jade beads today. The rumors were true. We must win at least one water jade bead today to study it and see how it differs from our own. If we can bring it back to Persia, maybe we can replicate it and produce similar quality water jade beads. I don't understand why the Tang Emperor issued such a ridiculous order, banning the sale of substandard water jade beads. Clearly it's a policy aimed at us Persian merchants. Could it be that the Tang Emperor found out we're making water jade beads from sand? Otherwise, why would he issue such a decree? Probably not. If he did know, he'd ban their sale altogether and publicly announce that water jade beads are made from sand. Not far away. Lu Xuanyi looked at Li Yuchan speaking confidently on stage, his gaze intoxicated. "Difu, do you know why I like Miss Yuchan?" The servant named Difu flattered with a smile. "Of course it's because Miss Yuchan is as beautiful as a flower, a national beauty, a woman worthy of our young master." Lu Xuanyi shook his head. "It's not just her beauty. I admire her for the confidence she radiates. As a woman, she calmly presides over such a large auction. This is what truly attracts me." Difu marveled. "Young master is indeed exceptional. Your taste is far above those other young lords." On the 3rd floor, in a room, Qingxiu was watching a corner of the hall from a god's eye view. Lu Yunyan was also very curious about the auction. She was standing behind a pillar observing. When she saw the few water jade beads appear on stage, her breathing quickened, and her face showed greedy longing. Such expression naturally did not escape Qingxiu's sharp eyes. "These water jade beads look so pretty. If I had one as a necklace, how nice would that be?" Lu Yunyan bit her lip and instinctively touched her smooth but bare neck. But thinking of her empty pockets, she grew disheartened and sighed, deciding to just watch as a bystander. Qingxiu heard her sigh and was suddenly inspired. There was no need to limit himself to water jade beads, he could try making some glazed jewelry. As long as it was finely crafted, it would surely sell well. On stage, Li Yuchan smiled. "The first water jade bead today is pink. The starting bid is 10,000 guan. Each increase must be no less than 1,000 guan. Let the bidding begin." With those words, the previous ornate introduction had done its job. Bids came fast and loud. In just a few moments, the price rose to 20,000 guan. Finally, the first pink water jade bead was sold for 30,000 guan. Then the second, third, bidders were especially frenzied. In less than the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn, all 5 water jade beads had been auctioned. The first 4 beads sold for similar prices, between 28,000 and 32,000 guan. But the final multicolored bead sold for 40,000 guan. All the Tang people present were amazed by the Persian's wealth, but in truth, that wealth had been earned by deceiving Tang people. Of the 5 water jade beads, only 1 was bought by a noble young man, the other 4 all went to Persian merchants. The total sale price for the 5 water jade beads was 171,000 guan. Li Yuchan continued to smile. The 6th auction item today is a priceless set of glazed wineware. As the wine jug and cups were brought to the stage by a beautiful woman, the crowd erupted with amazement and chatter. Heavens, this wine set is so beautiful. This is made entirely of multicolored glazed water jade, unbelievable. A treasure, truly a rare treasure in the world. I must win it. Drinking from such a refined set would be such a pleasure. Li Yuchan explained, everyone, this wine set is no ordinary item. My master bought it from a mysterious merchant at a high price, and then paid a large sum to Marquis Lan Tian Qingxian to compose 2 poems for it. Please look, on the wine jug is a poem written in Qingxian's own hand, titled Song of Liangzhou, fine grape wine in a luminous cup, about to drink when the pipa urges from horseback. Don't laugh at me drunk on the battlefield, how many ever return from war? This poem drew gasps and praise from the crowd. Li Yuchan smiled shyly, her face blushing with excitement, and continued, on the wine cups are lines also written by Marquis Qingxian himself, titled Invitation to Wine. Please enjoy, don't you see the yellow river's waters flowing from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return? Don't you see in the bright mirror high hall's morn white hair, once black at dawn, now snow at dusk? Take joy when life is good, don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Heaven gave me talents, they'll come again even if thousands of gold are gone. Roast lamb, slaughter ox, let us rejoice, drink 300 cups in one go. Saints of old were all lonely, only drinkers left their names. Call the boy to trade wine for fine spirits, and with you I'll wash away 10,000 years of sorrow. As the poem concluded, the hall fell silent, many scholars looked utterly entranced. Some were Qingxian's devoted fans. Instantly, they worshipped these 2 poems as divine work. This wine set, starting bid, 30,000 guan. Each increase must be at least 1,000 guan. Let the bidding begin. With that, Li Yuchan nervously scanned the audience. She feared the pricing was too high, but quickly relaxed as bids started rolling in. 40,000 guan. A handwritten poem by Qingxian. Such words, heaven gave me talents, I bid 50,000 guan. Bold. That invitation to wine is beyond bold. I bid 60,000 guan. 61,000 guan. 63,000 guan. 65,000 guan. It was madness, even Qingxiu was dumbfounded. The saying, wealth lies among the people, was absolutely true. In fact, not everyone was bidding just for the wineware, many were bidding for the handwritten poems, especially the one engraved on the 8 wine cups, Invitation to Wine, which sent all the scholars present into a frenzy. In the end, the wine set sold for 90,000 guan. Unexpectedly, it was won by a foreign-looking girl. She wore a veil, but from her delicate features and dark brown hair, it was clear she was neither Tang nor Persian. Her features resembled Hu, Central Asian, ancestry. Next came the second glazed bright moon pearl. After an elaborate introduction, bidding began. Though there had been another pearl previously, competition was fiercer this time. It finally sold for 250,000 guan to a Hu merchant. This auction ended successfully. Qingxiu made tens of thousands of guan in copper coins. A single auction earned more than months of running his tea and wine business. The veiled girl with blue eyes and brown hair, accompanied by several guards carrying Tang swords, left by Weiju. The exotic-faced maid asked in Turkic, Your Highness, why did you spend 90,000 Tang coins to buy a set of glazed wineware? That wineware is indeed exquisite, but it cannot be worth 90,000. With that amount of Tang currency, we could buy tens of thousands of cattle and sheep in our Turkic lands. Moreover, we didn't bring gold or silver worth 90,000 for this trip to the Tang. The blue-eyed, veiled girl chuckled lightly, although that glazed wineware isn't worth that price, it has poems personally written by Mr. Qing on it. Just for those 2 poems alone, the value of the set far exceeds 90,000 silver coins. Although we didn't bring much gold or silver this time to the Tang, for Emperor Li Shimin of Tang, it's easy to pay that sum. I can have the Tang Emperor cover the money first and later have my father reduce next year's tribute. The Turkic maid's eyes lit up and praised, Your Highness is indeed clever. Shall we go now to ask the Tang Emperor for the money? The blue-eyed girl's gaze sparkled as she shook her head. No rush. Let's first go to Sanha village and take a look. Let's see if this Marquis Lan Tian, Mr. Qing, is really as miraculous as the people of Chang'an say. The blue-eyed girl boarded a carriage and headed straight out of the city. After the auction, Qingxiu first had Lu Yunyan wait in a private room while he went to Li Yuchan's office. Before entering the office, he heard Li Yuchan's gentle voice from inside. Young Master Lu, I really can't accept this water jade bead. It's too expensive. Please take it back and give it to your wife. Young Master Lu said, my so-called wife was a marriage arranged by our fathers. Although we are husband and wife in name, our relationship has long been dead. She doesn't deserve such a fine water jade bead. As the saying goes, a precious pearl matches a beauty. This water jade bead is perfect for Miss Yuchan, so please don't refuse. Another voice chimed in, Miss Yuchan, this is the first time our young master has ever given a gift to a woman. Please don't embarrass him. You should know, our young master is the son of a duke and will inherit the title. His status is extremely noble. The implication was clear, it's your good fortune that our young master fancies you, don't be ungrateful. Li Yuchan continued, young Master Lu, I am a servant-born woman. You are a duke's son. We're not of equal status. Even if I became your concubine, it would be undeserved. Please take back the water jade bead and don't make things hard for me. Lu's tone grew displeased. I already said before, I don't mind your background. Just tell me who your owner is, I'll redeem you and make you a free woman. Li Yuchan insisted, please, young Master Lu, spare me. Don't trouble me. Lu spoke angrily, you won't even let me redeem your freedom? Is it so hard to tell me who your master is? The other person also said harshly, young master, I think she's just making excuses because she doesn't want to get involved with you. A real man doesn't lack women. With your status, countless girls would throw themselves at you. Why lower yourself for a mere servant? Shut up! Lu barked. After a pause, he cupped his hands and said, since Miss Yuchan doesn't like the water jade bead, I'll visit another day. Farewell. With that, Lu Xuanyi left the office with his servant Defu and exited Baiweiju. Xuanzi came over and said in a low voice, Lord Marquis, this Lu dares to have ideas about your woman. Should I teach him a lesson? Qingxiu smiled faintly and shook his head, no need for now. Let's first ask Yuchan about his background before deciding. Then Qingxiu entered the office. Seeing him come in, Li Yuchan stood up and smiled, Lord Marquis, today's auction brought in a total of 511,000 guan. After deducting the 68,000 guan owed to His Majesty and Lord Zhangsun, our net profit is 443,000 guan. Zhou Kaiwei and Li Yuchan both looked at him with admiration. Xuanzi also gasped, one auction made this much money? Lord Marquis, if we hold a few more, you'll be the richest man in Tang. Qingxiu laughed, becoming the richest man in Tang is easy. But it won't be so easy to keep selling water jade beads at such high prices. Why not? Not only Xuanzi but also Zhou Kaiwei and Li Yuchan looked confused. Qingxiu explained, there are only so many wealthy elites. Their fortunes are limited. Buying one or two treasures is fine, but asking them to keep buying water jade beads will bankrupt them. Future buyers won't bid so high, so the next auction will definitely fetch lower prices. They'll keep dropping. Eventually, items might not even sell. Now everyone understood. Li Yuchan suddenly said, oh, Lord Marquis, the foreign girl who bought the wineware said they didn't bring much silver. She'll gather the money and send it the morning after tomorrow. Qingxiu nodded. Have we checked her background? Li Yuchan said, yes. They're from the Turkic envoy, currently staying at the Honglu temple. Turkic envoy? Qingxiu frowned. Why would the Turkic envoy come to Tang in this sweltering weather? He thought carefully. In the historical records of Zhenguan's first year, there was no notable event. Maybe this was just a simple diplomatic mission. By the way, Qingxiu asked with interest, Yuchan, I heard you talking to someone named Young Master Lu. Who is he? Li Yuchan's expression turned slightly disgusted, and she said helplessly, Lord Marquis, he is Lu Xuanyi, the eldest son of Duke Xing, Lu Zhenghui. Since the early days of Baiweiju, he's been harassing me. Today was the fourth time. Yes, Lord Marquis. Zhou Kaiwei added, he's so shameless. Yuchan's rejected him many times, but he keeps making advances. She's been troubled for days. Qingxiu played with the teacup on the table and said with a smile, so he's the Duke Xing's son. Yuchan, Lu Xuanyi is a duke's son and future heir. If you marry him as a concubine, you'll become a noblewoman. He even said he doesn't like his main wife. Since he fancies you, he'll surely try to make you his main wife. Wouldn't you become a duchess? Don't you feel the slightest temptation? Qingxiu asked with a smile. Li Yuchan suddenly looked a bit hurt, but she quickly masked it. She bit her lip and shook her head. I'm a purchased servant of the Marquis's household. I belong to the house in life and in death. How could I climb the social ladder for the sake of future glory? Lord Marquis, please don't insult me. I'm not that kind of woman. I will never betray your kindness and cultivation. Besides, her cheeks flushed slightly and she shyly said, besides, I already have someone in my heart. I can't love anyone else. Oh? Qingxiu asked with interest. Who is it? Shall I play matchmaker for you? Li Yuchan blushed deeply, her gaze falling only on him. Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. Damn, it can't be me she likes, right? Lu Xuanyi returned to his residence furious, knocking everything off the hallway table. The maids and servants outside didn't dare make a sound. His attendant Defu also looked upset and said, Young master, that Li Yuchan truly doesn't know what's good for her. She's just a lowborn servant, yet she repeatedly embarrassed you. If you ask me, we should just take her quietly. Lu Xuanyi said seriously, what would be the point of forcing her? Even if I take her, it would be her body, not her heart. I truly like Miss Yuchan. How could I use such crude methods? Even if I had her physically, I wouldn't be happy. Defu sighed, but young master, you're not happy now either. Lu Xuanyi muttered, let me try inviting her a few more times. If that fails, we'll reconsider. Defu reminded him, young master, didn't you say you'd visit your father in Hongdu soon? The journey will take a month both ways, and with a short stay there, you won't be back for 2 months. Who can guarantee that Li Yuchan won't marry someone else in that time? If she does, your affections might be in vain. Hongdu, also known as Hangzhou, is the old name for Nanchang. Duke Xing, Lu Zhengwei, currently serves as governor there, a powerful regional official. Though the governor manages administration, real military authority lies with the local military commissioners. Lu Xuanyi frowned, angrily pounding the table. Am I really so unworthy? I offered her something as valuable as a water jade bead, yet she didn't even blink. What does she like, then? Defu's eyes lit up with a scheming glint. Young master, I have a plan that might work for both sides. Oh? Lu Xuanyi perked up. Tell me. Defu chuckled, why not depart for Hangzhou tomorrow, as planned? I'll secretly arrange for a few capable men to bring Li Yuchan outside the city. You can take her along with you quietly. Over a few months of travel and time together, even if she doesn't feel anything now, feelings might grow. Eventually, she'll be yours willingly. Lu Xuanyi's eyes lit up, and he slapped Defu's shoulder, laughing. You're clever. Let's go with your plan. We leave for Hangzhou tomorrow. You handle everything about Li Yuchan. Defu patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, young master. I'll make sure she joins you. Lu Xuanyi cautioned, let's not be rash. There are rumors that Bai Weiju is favored by His Majesty, though investigations say it's not directly related to the emperor. Still, whoever is behind it must be influential. If Li Yuchan is their trusted manager, we should be cautious. If we cause a stir, and the city is sealed before dawn, we'll be exposed. Defu, take her quietly outside the city first. We'll join her on the way to Hangzhou. Defu nodded. I'll get the right men immediately. As Defu left, Lu Xuanyi recalled Li Yuchan's graceful figure and stunning beauty, his mood heating with anticipation. Meanwhile, at Bai Weiju, Qingxiu went up to the 3rd floor with a small coin pouch and entered his private room. Lu Yunyan, who had been sitting, stood up and greeted him, Mr. Qing. Qingxiu tossed the pouch to her and said casually, for you. For me? Lu Yunyan looked surprised and confused. She opened it curiously, and when she saw what was inside, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her breath quickened, and her cheeks flushed with emotion. She pulled out one of the colorful glazed beads with trembling fingers. Mr. Qing, are all these water jade beads for me? There were 6 beads in the pouch, red, green, pink, yellow, translucent, and multicolored. Qingxiu said calmly, I heard you talking to yourself during the auction, saying you'd like one. I didn't know your favorite color, so I got you one of each. Lu Yunyan was stunned. She held them in both hands and said quietly, Mr. Qing, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Qingxiu didn't take them back. He smiled and said, you're thinking you can't repay such a valuable gift, right? Lu Yunyan hesitated, then nodded slightly. Yes, something like that. Qingxiu chuckled, no worries. You can repay it with your loyalty someday. Lu Yunyan blushed deeply and stepped back, clearly flustered. Qingxiu added, I see. You'd rather not owe such things. Fine, I'll take the beads back. Really? Lu Yunyan almost cried with relief. But Qingxiu continued, then how about promising yourself to me instead? Lu Yunyan froze, secretly annoyed, so he wouldn't let her off anyway? Qingxiu said coldly, don't act like you resent me. This was your decision. If you hadn't offered yourself in exchange for your senior sister's freedom, I wouldn't have let her go. Lu Yunyan bit her lip, speechless. She finally lowered her head and whispered, then. I'll repay the debt with myself. Seeing her accept the beads, Qingxiu was delighted, so predictable. He told Xuanzi to inform the household he wouldn't be home that night and to bring some chilled beer. He and Lu Yunyan stayed in Baiweiju until evening, packing some food before leaving. Back at the house in Zhao village, Qingxiu lit some wormwood leaves to ward off mosquitoes. It was summer, after all. He even considered developing mosquito repellent. Lu Yunyan stood by the bed, clearly nervous. Though mature, she knew little about intimacy. In the flickering light, her features looked even more alluring. Seeing her freeze, Qingxiu said irritably, "What are you standing there for? Help me undress." "Oh, yes." She blushed, trembling as she removed her outer garments. At the end, only her undergarments remained, delicate silk with embroidered patterns. Lu Yunyan and Li Yuqing are completely different styles. Li Yuqing belongs to that mature, commanding woman style. Her dignified and conservative aura naturally stirs people's desire to conquer. After multiple encounters, a sensual woman style unlocks, unleashing wild depths that make one unable to stop. But Lu Yunyan is different. She has a naturally enchanting beauty. A glance or a smile effortlessly ignites endless charm. At this point she isn't unlocked yet, so her inner world is unknown. After Qingxiu deeply grew attached to her, Lu Yunyan lightly furrowed her brow. Her tone, gradually softening, reached a better mood. Her heart was already like a different person compared to before unlocking. At first, she felt anxious, unwilling, helpless, even some despair and sadness at losing herself. But as things progressed, Lu Yunyan, with deeply planted emotional roots, experienced the joy of becoming a wife for the first time. She couldn't help but think, no wonder men marry, and no wonder women wed. So intimacy isn't as painful as the master said, it actually makes one feel happy. The master is truly a big liar. I want to leave the sect and join Qingxiu's school. After their intimate time, Lu Yunyan felt as tired as if she had worked in the fields for half a day, but mentally she was very happy. She paused and, blushing, quietly asked, "Are you the same with senior sister?" "Of course. Your senior sister is much more skilled than you. Some actions don't even need my instruction. The moment I move, she knows whether to kneel or lie down." Lu Yunyan found this incredible, secretly cursing senior sister for being so promiscuous. "Qingxiu, after tonight? I won't be pregnant, right?" Lu Yunyan asked very anxiously. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He shook his head, "No, because all the children died on your face." Just now, she had used her face to kill countless. Lu Yunyan looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qingxiu whispered a few words near her ear. Lu Yunyan's face instantly turned red, with an expression of sudden comprehension. She understood. Qingxiu, trying not to laugh, explained some knowledge about this topic. Hearing it, Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. She thought, there are so many secrets in the human body. They chatted a while. Qingxiu's major ability cooldown had ended. He picked up a pair of black silk suspenders, threw them over and said, "Put them on." Lu Yunyan modestly requested guidance twice, then somewhat shyly changed them on. Her seductive temperament became even more moving, and she looked more sexy. "Qingxiu, please cherish me." "I will." This time, Qingxiu truly was much gentler. Until late at night, the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Lu Yunyan was exceedingly tired. The two embraced and slept. Although it was hot, many ice blocks had been placed here in advance, and the nighttime temperature was even a bit cold. During sleep, Lu Yunyan kept snuggling into Qingxiu's arms, like a swallow returning to its nest. Not clear if she was like a swallow, but Lu Yunyan was absolutely at the level of a dairy cow. Because Lu Yunyan slept restlessly, Qingxiu woke up several times during the night. Waking again late, he was about to go back to sleep, but a group of hurried people intruded into his God's view. That instantly erased his sleepiness. He sat up to carefully observe the group. There were 8 of them, all dressed in black, masked. One large-haired man carried a person on his shoulders. Looking closely at the outline, it was a woman. But she was carried shoulder-high, face toward the ground, so her face couldn't be seen. Qingxiu's mouth curved in a snort. He murmured, "To run into a kidnapping? Interesting." The distance was too far for Qingxiu to hear what they said. He only saw them bring the captured woman inside a room, then crawl into another room and disappear. Qingxiu put on clothes and went out. Arriving at the door, he quietly called, "Xuanzi." The next moment, a figure appeared before his eyes. "Lord Ho, why did you get up in the middle of the night?" The person was Xuanzi. He, Erguzi, and Taiju take turns 12-hour shifts, then they get 2 days off. Besides guarding the door, they have no other work. Qingxiu faintly smiled. Count from here, the 21st household on the right. Send a sharp brother to monitor, report any wind or grass movement to me. Remember, it must be hidden. Don't let them discover. Being a witness to this kidnapping affair, Qingxiu was greatly interested. At a key moment, he might serve as a witness. Such a chance to build his reputation as a righteous person must not be missed. When he returned to the house, Lu Yunyan had already awakened. She sat up with confusion and doubt. Why would someone get up at night for no reason? If wanting to pee, they could use the night pot in the room. Though Yuhua in her heart, Lu Yunyan didn't ask much. She always remembered she was a servant. Like senior sister, she had only become this person's plaything. Once they were done playing, they could discard her at any time. But when Qingxiu returned and saw Lu Yunyan without a stitch on, he felt an urge again. Lu Yunyan helplessly held her heart-like head, somewhat regretting why she hadn't pretended to sleep. She had woken up unintentionally and paid a whip for it. Because she didn't sleep well, Qingxiu slept especially heavily. It was the outside noise that woke him. Soon, urgent voices came from the yard. Lord Ho, wake up quickly. Something happened in Chang'an. Qingxiu flipped over and quickly dressed, rushing out. Lu Yunyan did the same, quickly dressing. But on the way, she frowned occasionally and walked oddly, which made her slow down. Seeing Qingxiu come out, Xuanzi anxiously approached and said, Lord Ho, something happened at Baiwei residence. Last night 8 masked people sneaked into Baiwei residence, into Miss Yuchan's quarters, and abducted her. Qingxiu's face darkened. He asked, something happened last night, and they only report now? Lord Ho! Outside, Zhou Kaiwei, with dark circles and red eyes, rushed over sobbing, please save Yuchan. Last night she was abducted. Because of curfew, the servant I sent to Sanha village to report was captured by the patrol camp of Yongzhou Prefecture. At sunrise, I waited at the city gate for curfew to lift, but ran into your guard. Xuanzi explained, I sent Chunqing into town to fetch breakfast. He met Miss Kaiwei, learned the truth, and brought Miss Kaiwei here. Suddenly Qingxiu's expression turned solemn. He looked at the direction of the house that 8 masked people entered last night, his expression becoming strange. A cold smile appeared on his face. To the sobbing Zhou Kaiwei, he said, don't worry. Yuchan is fine. Give me 1 stick of incense time, I'll bring her back intact to you. Then Qingxiu lifted his blind cane and said to Xuanzi and others, you fools, prepare to fight. Xuanzi's eyes widened, unable to hold back. Lord Ho, you mean, the place you asked me to send someone to monitor last night? Qingxiu laughed, these kidnappers are quite professional. These kidnappers are no ordinary pros, they even brought the hostage to her family. Could there be more professional kidnappers? After learning that last night the Lord Ho had people watching that household villa, the guards all grinned wildly, arrogantly so. Qingxiu asked in confusion, what's so funny? Xuanzi laughed heartily and said, Lord Ho, these kidnappers are stupidly adorable, they kidnapped our person, and even delivered her into our hands. Such foolish kidnappers, I think we'll be laughing about them all year. Qingxiu shook his head and said, they are not stupid. They are very clever. The mastermind behind the scenes clearly planned to kidnap Yuchan and hide her within Chang'an City. Once the city was sealed and a search began, finding her would have been only a matter of time. But instead they chose to place Yuchan outside the city. They must have planned before acting. But they just happened to run into our blind cat catching a dead rat. Xuanzi froze, then nodded solemnly, Lord Ho speaks truly. I had thought the problem too simply. If we weren't by Zhao family village, Miss Yuchan would not have been found so easily. Afterwards, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Move! Qingxiu led a dozen guards to encircle from 3 sides. These kidnappers still had some vigilance, they posted 2 men outside as night watch. But in Qingxiu's God's view, the 2 lookouts were practically useless. They were easily found and their throats slashed. Arriving at the courtyard gate, Qingxiu pointed at the roof and whispered to Lu Yunyan, go up there and wait. Don't let anyone enter the main hall. Lu Yunyan quietly nodded, circled the compound wall, and lightly climbed onto the roof. Once everyone was ready, Qingxiu knocked on the courtyard gate. The person hiding in the side room was awakened by the knock. How strange. Who would knock outside? Wasn't Lu Zhong and Wang Cheng guarding? Could something have happened? That shouldn't be. We were so quiet all night with no movement. Early in the morning there shouldn't be anyone. Still, better to be careful. Come on, go see. That person quickly dressed and went out. The leader signaled cautiously, 4 men hid under the courtyard walls on either side of the gate, slowly drawing their tang knives. He and another approached the door and peered through the crack at the outside. Once they saw who stood outside, the lead man frowned and murmured, strange, it's a blind man. A blind man, one behind, asked in confusion, "Where are Lu Zhong and Wang Chang?" The lead shook his head, didn't see them. They exchanged a glance, nodded, then drew swords before opening the gate. Outside stood Qingxiu wearing a blindfold. The leader growled, "Blind man, whom are you looking for?" Qingxiu said in puzzlement, Isn't this old Zhang's house? Your accent seems foreign. Who are you? Why are you at old Zhang's? The lead cursed, "What old Zhang? There's no old Zhang here you're looking for. Get lost." With that, he tried to close the gate. At that moment, Qingxiu's rod blade was drawn, he lightly swept a slash. The leader's sturdy body shuddered, he clasped his neck in disbelief, fear filling his eyes, and collapsed stiffly. The men behind saw this and were struck with terror. They shouted, "Enemies! Weapons out!" Qingxiu stepped swiftly into the courtyard, his rod blade like a spirit snake wove among them, each slash flashing blood. In the blink of an eye, for lay in pools of blood. Xuanzi and the household guards watched in stunned silence, their eyes filled with awe and worship for their Lord Ho. A blind person, yet his martial skill is so terrifying, what need for bodyguards? Even the close protection guards were merely symbolic. The last man had the blade at his throat. He was already cold sweating, legs weak. With a thud, he knelt, voice trembling, "Big brother, don't kill me." "Name?" Qingxiu asked coldly. The trembling youth answered, My name is Ma Futong." Qingxiu tilted his head and said, "Speak. Tell me everything you know about this matter." Ma Futong stammered, "I am a household guard at the Xinghua mansion of Lu Yanli. Last night we were ordered by steward Zhang Difu to go to Baiwei residence, kidnap Chief Li Yuchan and bring her here. That is all I know. I know nothing else. I have elders above and children below. Please, big brother, show mercy and spare my life." Qingxiu sheathed the blade and asked, "Spare you I can, but you must serve as a witness." Ma Futong kowtowed repeatedly, "Thank you, big brother, for not killing me. I am willing to be a witness and identify Zhang Difu." Qingxiu continued, "Did Zhang Difu say when he'd come meet you?" Ma Futong hurriedly said, "Yes, he said to watch over Miss Yuchan. Today early he would come take her away. I heard my young master plans to take Miss Yuchan to Hangzhou." Qingxiu's face darkened. If he hadn't encountered this tonight, Lu Xuani might have succeeded. The road to Hangzhou is far. A round trip would take a month at least. By then, Lu Xuani and Li Yuchan would already be too late to reverse. Lu Xuani's scheme was well calculated. Qingxiu turned and instructed, "Xuanzi, watch him well." Xuanzi immediately told others to bind Ma Futong. Qingxiu entered the main hall. A musty smell filled the space. Inside was only a pile of straw. No furniture, no tables, chairs, benches, or beds. Li Yuchan's hands and feet were bound, a piece of burlap was stuffed in her mouth. She was lying in the straw nest, blinded by sudden bright light. Her face was full of panic, her hair disheveled. When her eyes adjusted, Li Yuchan looked toward the door. Upon seeing the person, her eyes reddened and tears burst uncontrollably. Sobbing, Qingxiu approached and used his rod blade to cut the ropes binding her hands and feet. Li Yuchan pulled out the burlap from her mouth. Without being told, she sprang up and collapsed into Qingxiu's arms, sobbing. "Lord Ho, I thought I would never see you again." Her pure fragrance filled his nose, and Qingxiu felt a surge of spirit. He patted her back and said, "It's okay. You are safe?" Li Yuchan released herself, her face faintly red but not overly shy. She wiped tears and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Ho, for rescuing me. How did you find this place?" Qingxiu did not answer directly but spoke plainly, "It was Lu Xuani who arranged people to kidnap you. If I hadn't come, he might have taken you to Hangzhou today." "What?" Li Yuchan's face turned pale and she looked distressed. "Fortunately Lord Ho appeared in time. Otherwise I would never see you again." Qingxiu said coldly, "He dared harm my people, he may not live long." "Your people?" Li Yuchan immediately blushed deeply, her heart racing. "If Lord Ho says that, does that mean?" Qingxiu then said, "Lu Xuani does not put me in his eyes. He took this opportunity to make a big deal. But your current status is slave class, so it's inappropriate to make a big fuss. How about this?" Qingxiu paused and said, "From now on, you call me husband, and temporarily be my concubine. With that status, even if I kill Lu Xuani, there will be no trouble." Li Yuchan became shy, covering her face with her hand, flashing shy eyes, and trembling said, "Who, husband?" Qingxiu asked with surprise, "Playing act? It's not real. Why are you shy?" Outside the Chang'an city gate, Lu Xuani sat in the carriage with a delighted face. He did not expect this trip out of the city to go so smoothly. The sealing of the city he imagined did not happen, it was clear all the way out. Zhang Difu, sitting across from him, smiled and said, "Young master, I told you your worry was completely unnecessary. If the people behind Baiwei residence were big shots, they would have already asked His Majesty to seal the city and search everywhere." Exiting the city so smoothly shows that Liu Chan was just a tool for others to make money. If she were truly favored, how could she be left alone? Lu Xuanyi, excited, nodded and said, "I guess I overworry. Taking Liu Chan this time, Difu, you deserve the chief credit. When I return I will reward you well." Zhang Difu showed joy and said, "Serving the young master is duty." Lu Xuanyi lifted the curtain to look outside, then urgently asked, "How long until we reach Zhang family village?" The lead guard said, "Young master, almost there. That village ahead is Zhang family village." Lu Xuanyi lowered the curtain, expression smug and proud. The horse team stopped outside the house detaining Liu Chan. Zhang Difu jumped down and went to the door. He knocked 3 times, then 2 more. But there was no response at the door. Lu Xuanyi also got down and asked, "No one answering?" Zhang Difu frowned. "Strange, why is no one responding?" He shouted inside, "Lu Zhong, Wang Wu, Ma Futong, open the door, quickly." But the courtyard was terrifyingly silent, no one responded. Puzzled, Zhang Difu pushed open the gate, and was stunned by what he saw. In the courtyard lay 7 corpses. Nearby knelt a person tied tightly. Behind the corpses sat a young man with black satin blindfold. Liu Chan was standing behind him, looking at them with hatred. Lu Xuanyi also saw the scene and his face changed. Zhang Difu cried out in alarm, "Young master, ambush! Run!" The 20 or so guards behind Lu Xuanyi responded first. They drew their tang swords and formed a protective ring around Lu Xuanyi. "Prepare to fight, protect young master. If he falters, we die 10,000 deaths." Lu Xuanyi hid behind them and glared at Qing Xiu. His face darkened as he asked, "Who are you? Did you kill these people?" Qing Xiu stood, placed his blind rod upright in front, and sneered, "Lu Xuanyi, you really have guts. You dared kidnap my people. Who exactly are you?" Lu Xuanyi asked again in a low voice. Qing Xiu pointed to his eye patch and asked, "Who do you think I am?" Lu Xuanyi thought, then his eyes widened. He exclaimed, "You are blind Marquis Qing Xiu of Lantian." Zhang Difu suddenly realized, "So you are the blind man who has recently risen in fame. You are Lantian Marquis, so what? There are only 2 of you here. If you die here, they cannot pin it on my young master." "Oh really?" Qing Xiu spoke mockingly. As his voice fell, the sound of tang swords being drawn rang out around. This sound made Lu Xuanyi's guards feel as if facing a great enemy. They looked around warily. From dead corners of nearby houses, a dozen or so of Qing Xiu's guards appeared blocking the right side exit. On the left exit was a veiled woman, empty hands. Lu Xuanyi's expression changed strangely, even mocking. "I command 30 guards, you only have 10 guards, and 1 is a woman. You expect to keep me here? Are you dreaming?" The lead of the other side said solemnly, "Young master, his guards seem all extraordinary. That woman's aura is lasting and strong. She must also be a top martial artist. Do not take lightly. I will escort you away. I will stay and handle the aftermath." Lu Xuanyi knew this guard was a veteran. Listening to him was wise. He nodded, "Abiao, you handle this. Difu and I will go." Abiao immediately waved, "Send some to protect the young master. You come with me." Abiao led 18 guards and attacked Xuanzi's guard team. Instantly outside came the clash of blades. The one blocking the left route was Lu Yunyan. Seeing both sides already in battle, she did not idle. She pressed her lips together, moved swiftly, and leapt forward. The guards protecting Lu Xuanyi were shocked. They formed a protective circle around Lu Xuanyi and Zhang Difu. Although Lu Yunyan was a woman, her skill was not weak compared to Mr. Tuesday. With slender jade hands used as weapon, one palm strike to a man's chest cracked bone audibly. The struck man coughed up blood and fell. These men were not exaggeratedly thrown away. After one strike, their chest collapsed and their insides ruptured. They died. 10 guards, in just moments 8 were killed by Lu Yunyan's palm. The remaining 2 had weak legs, were each kicked away one by her foot. Their bodies convulsed, bleeding from nose and mouth, they were dead. Lu Xuanyi and Zhang Difu were terrified and ran. But that they could escape would be strange. Lu Yunyan caught up, kicked Zhang Difu down and with one hand grabbed Lu Xuanyi's neck. With a gentle yell, "Stop all or I will strangle him." Abiao had already seen the situation behind and was despairing. Seeing Lu Xuanyi captured, Abiao cried, "All stop. Drop weapons." He dropped his weapon first. Other guards looked at each other. Some helplessly dropped weapons, a few seized chance to escape. "Bind them all." Xuanzi led people to tie up several dozen guards. Lu Yunyan with her left hand held Lu Xuanyi, with right hand held Zhang Difu and dragged them to Qingxiu like chickens, throwing them down. Qingxiu placed blade tip at Zhang Difu's neck and asked with interest, "You are Zhang Difu?" Zhang Difu's face went pale. He nodded quickly, "Yes, yes, yes, I'm Zhang Difu. Lord Ho, you are noble and generous. Don't stoop to me. Treat me like a dog and release me." A foul stench hit. Zhang Difu's lower body was soaked with excrement and urine. Qingxiu frowned, "Was this your idea?" Zhang Difu swallowed and suddenly pointed at Lu Xuanyi, "It's him, Lord Marquis. He ordered me. I told Lu Xuanyi many times that Miss Yuchan must not be touched. He wouldn't listen. He insisted I kidnap Miss Yuchan. I refused. He threatened me. It was all his order." Lu Xuanyi glared, angrily said, "Scoundrel, Zhang Difu, you disgrace and dare reverse right and wrong? After I return I first kill you, you traitorous dog." Zhang Difu scared, shrank his neck, eyes avoided his former master. "Return?" Qingxiu chuckled, "You think you can still return?" Lu Xuanyi paused, face darkened, "You plan to kill the son of a national duke over a lowly maid? What's so frightening?" Qingxiu's face carried coldness. He raised his rod blade and struck, hand up, blade down. With a psh sound, blood sprayed the ground. Zhang Difu's head rolled over to Lu Xuanyi's side. A pampered young master like Lu Xuanyi, when had he seen such a bloody scene? He turned pale as death. In contrast, after the Qinling incident, Qingxiu was already adept at killing. He was long used to such gore. This completely unannounced slash, even Lu Yunyan beside him trembled. Li Yuchan screamed in fright, covered her face, and turned away. Qingxiu said to Lu Yunyan, "You first take her back into the room." Lu Yunyan nodded, supporting Li Yuchan as they entered the main hall behind them. Zhang Difu's head rolled beside Lu Xuanyi. Lu Xuanyi's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, frantically using his hands to push that head aside. Qingxiu placed his rod blade on Lu Xuanyi's shoulder, his expression mocking, "Now, do you believe I dare kill you?" Lu Xuanyi swallowed with a thud, wiped blood from his face, revealing a pale countenance as he trembled. "Zhang Difu was just a servant. You killed him, fine. I will not stand up for him. Marquis of Lantian, my father is Duke of Xingua, a founding merit official of the Tang. If you kill me, you will have no good outcome. Even if you report to His Majesty, you cannot escape safely. Why bring trouble upon yourself? Anyway, Miss Yuchan is unharmed and you suffer no loss. Let me go and I will bring rich gifts to your mansion and apologize properly. Turning weapons into jade and silk, wouldn't that be nice?" Qingxiu shook his head, "I am not willing." Lu Xuanyi angrily asked, "Then what do you want? Do you really want to kill a son of a duke for a low-born slave girl?" Qingxiu retorted, "Who told you Li Yuchan was a low-born slave? She is my concubine. As for you, with your status as the duke's son, lust-filled, you kidnapped my concubine intending to keep her. I killed you protecting my wife, is that not reasonable?" Lu Xuanyi's face changed to extreme fear, You lie. She is slave-born. She told me so. How could she be your wife or concubine?" Qingxiu said coldly, "Whether she is or not is not your decision but mine. Reincarnate better next life." "No." Qingxiu raised his rod blade and struck. Lu Xuanyi's voice cut off. He covered his bleeding neck, sinking into terror and disbelief. He couldn't believe he would die because of such a trivial matter. He couldn't believe the other truly dared kill him. "Young master." Guard Abiao, seeing his young master killed, eyes reddened, roared to stand up, but he was tightly bound. He could not move, much less avenge. Lu Xuanyi fell in the pool of blood. His body convulsed and then went limp. Xuanzi clasped his fists and asked, "Marquis, what shall we do with Lu Xuanyi's guards?" Qingxiu considered, then said, "You tell Chunqing to report to the court immediately. Say Duke of Xingua's son Lu Xuanyi kidnapped my wife and concubine. He was caught red-handed and attempted to harm. I executed him on the spot to protect my wife. Yes, say exactly that." Xuanzi chuckled and told a tall young man, "Chunqing, report to the authorities. Do as Marquis said." "All right." Chunqing laughed and rode a fast horse racing toward Chang'an. About half an hour later, Chunqing reached the Yongzhou prefectural office and told the authorities exactly what Marquis Qingxiu had said, with added exaggeration. He claimed Lu Xuanyi was depraved, full of filthy words, that a minor marquis meant nothing. "My father is a duke, don't talk of sleeping with your wife, even if you did, you'd better be clean when lying on her bed," and so on. Such exaggeration made the prefect and the Chang'an magistrate gape, sweat running cold. The Chang'an magistrate is the administrative head of the city. The Yongzhou prefect oversees all official affairs in Chang'an, a senior third-rank official, higher than a minister of the 6 ministries. "What? Duke of Xingua's son Lu Xuanyi has been killed?" Magistrate Lu Xingmin exclaimed, cold sweat flowing. Prefect Kaiyun was also dizzy, his body collapsing in a chair. Such a major case was not handled by small officials like them. Prefect Kaiyun, about 50, still vigorous, Lu Xingmin over 60, nearing retirement. Kaiyun leaned in his chair, wiping sweat. He looked at Chunqing and stammered, young brother, did Marquis of Lantian send you to report? Yes, sir. Chunqing urged, office of the prefect, my lord was too shaken to come in person, so he had me report. Those who kidnapped my young mistress are all under control. Please send prefectural guards quickly to arrest them. Kaiyun swallowed and forced a bitter smile. Young brother, this is a major matter. The case involves a duke and a marquis. I cannot handle it alone. I need to report upward. Better yet, let Chang'an magistrate take prefectural troops to learn details. I must go in person to the palace. Chunqing stood and clasped fists, then I rely on prefect and magistrate. Soon, the Chang'an magistrate, with hundreds of prefectural soldiers under the sun, followed Chunqing out to Zhang family village 5 li outside the city. Prefect Kaiyun hurried to the imperial palace at fastest speed. Meanwhile, at the Taiji Hall, martial and civil officials lined both sides of the throne. Their eyes fell on a foreign princess at the center. Many gazed with astonishment. The princess, Ashinayu, had blue eyes, brown hair, skin white as snow, brows like crescent moon, eyes deep like a lake. Her fine nose and glossy lips matched her exotic, bold costume, her bare arms and midriff highly seductive. Li Er looked at Ashinayu and smiled. Princess Ashinayu came thousands of miles to Chang'an. I wonder what you came for. Princess Yu bowed lightly with one hand before her and smiled. I, Ashinayu, brought the sincerest greetings from Ashina Jieli, wishing the Tang great prosperity. Li Er narrowed his eyes and smiled approvingly. The Tang's prosperity will be as you wish. After bowing, Ashinayu said, Ashina Jieli sent me on an embassy for one matter only. I heard that the Grand Princess of Xiangqing in Tang has reached marriageable age but remains unmarried. Ashinayu was sent to request marriage to the Tang princess. Will His Majesty marry the Grand Princess of Xiangqing to my brother, Turkic Prince Dai Luoshir, making her queen, to stabilize friendship between Tang and the Turks? Li Er's gaze turned serious, his expression displeased and sharp. Officials in the hall started discussing. Many civil officials spoke to advise. Your Majesty, this is a good matter. If marriage ties with the Turks, border peace can last decades without raids. Minister Li is right. Using the Xiangqing princess as bond to deter Turkish raids, this marriage could ensure decades of border stability. Some military generals, hearing this, became stirred. Nonsense! Tang princess is noble, how could she be sent to barbaric Turkic land to suffer? Your Majesty, Ashina Jieli is wild of ambition. He invaded before. Each year Tang will pay tribute to preserve border peace, but is the border truly peaceful? Turkish raids still happen. If the princess marries into Turkey, it might not curb raids. It could enable Jieli to act even more boldly. Ashinayu remained calm, smiling faintly. Please Emperor of Tang agree to the alliance. The two nations will be friends for 100 years. Li Er squinted. The Xiangqing princess already has a match and will marry soon. I cannot send her to the Turks. The older princesses are even younger, impossible to send them afar. I fear Princess Yu will be disappointed. Ashinayu smiled modestly and nodded. If so, let us drop the matter. But if I cannot marry a Tang princess, I hope His Majesty will choose a good Tang groom for me, Princess Ashinayu. At these words, the entire Taiji Hall erupted. What is this? A Turkic princess coming from afar to offer benefits to Tang men, amazing. The Turkic princess came thousands of li to offer benefits. She truly gave the civil and military officials a shock. Did I hear correctly? The Turkic princess came thousands of li to visit the great Tang, just to marry herself away. The Turkic princess is so beautiful. Couldn't she find a good husband among the Turks? It can be like this? If we refuse to marry the princess to the Turks, the princess wants to marry into Tang. Perhaps Princess Yu likes Tang customs and wants to come here to be our daughter-in-law. This Princess Yu is beautiful and graceful. Who could be lucky enough to marry her and take her as a wife of the Turkic queen? The Emperor Li Er on the throne opened his mouth in disbelief. He fetched his ears and asked in confusion, wait, could the princess repeat what she just said? Maybe I heard wrong. Princess Yu smiled lightly. Your Majesty did not hear wrong. My father Ashina Jieli means this. If the Tang Emperor does not allow the princess to marry into the Turks, then I ask your Majesty to choose a suitable Tang husband for Princess Yu. Li Er's mouth twitched, unable to hide his astonishment. Princess Yu really wants to marry a man from Tang to become his wife? Princess Yu shook her head and smiled. Your Majesty misunderstands. My father Ashina Jelly means to let a Tang man go marry into the Turks as son-in-law, and that Tang man, I already have a good candidate in mind. Once she said this, the hall erupted in discussion. So she wants a Tang gentleman to become a son-in-law to the Turks? This is unheard of. There have been many marriage alliances in history, but never a case where someone from Tang marries into another country as son-in-law. This is so interesting. Could Princess Yu really want one of our imperial princes to marry into Turkey? Nonsense. Our princes are still very young, too young for marriage. Then she must have chosen someone from a marquis household. Could it be the young lord of Hejian princely family? That's possible. Young Lord Li Chongyi of Hejian is handsome. He'd be a fine match for the Turkic princess. Hejian prince has only one son. He would never let his only son go off to the Turks. Li Er cleared his throat and asked strangely, if you already have a candidate, who is that person? Princess Ashina Yu showed no embarrassment. All along she stayed calm, with no shy emotion. She smiled and said, that person is the Marquis of Lantian of Great Tang. I ask your majesty to allow Marquis of Lantian to marry into the Turks as son-in-law. In doing so, stabilize the relation between the two nations. If permitted, Turkish cavalry will never again raid Tang borders. Civil and military officials froze, including Emperor Li Er, speechless. Holy heavens, no way, it's the Marquis of Lantian? This is absurd. The Turkic princess came all this way to seek our Marquis of Lantian? Why didn't I think of him? Though he is blind, no denying he is handsome and elegant. He's a rare beauty in human form, far more handsome than the young lord of Hejian family. Lord Changsun, someone is trying to take your son-in-law. You better watch him. Heh, if the Marquis of Lantian truly agrees to marry into the Turks, your daughter would remain a widow. What widowhood? Why can't the Marquis of Lantian personally go marry into Turkey? Chancellor Changsun Wujuan frowned and commanded, all of you, shut up. What are you gossiping about? Don't you realize the Turkic princess is not proposing because she likes Marquis of Lantian? They have never met. Don't you find that suspicious? And I thought so too. This is truly odd. More than odd, it's written right on her face. She must desire the Marquis's talent. Indeed, since Marquis of Lantian came into office, Tang has seen new vigor. It's like a makeover. The treasury filled, even the military strength rose a level. Changsun Wujuan stepped forward, stared at Princess Yu, and said coldly, Princess, you may not know, Marquis of Lantian is already my son-in-law. He cannot marry into Turks as your husband. Abandon that idea. Princess Yu smiled calmly, and asked, may I know your name? I am Changsun Wujuan. Princess Yu smiled and bowed, I see, that is the right Chancellor of Great Tang. Please remain calm. Let me finish, then you may decide. Changsun Wujuan said solemnly, no matter how wonderful your words today, this cannot happen. Princess Ashina Yu turned to Li Er and said, I still ask Emperor of Tang to permit Marquis of Lantian to marry into Turks as son-in-law. Li Er sneered, Princess Ashina Yu, Marquis of Lantian is my great Tang minister. How could he marry into Turks as your husband? If you like Marquis of Lantian so much, come marry in Chang'an. Handle the wedding, 3 proposals, 6 entreaties, I'll fully support it. How about that? Princess Yu shook her head, I and Marquis have never met. This decision is made by my father, Ashina Jieli. I cannot decide. But my father said, if your majesty does not agree, he will bring 200,000 herdsmen to the Weishui River to pasture horses. That's a threat, naked threat. Li Er's eyes blazed, turning red. His fists clenched and he grit his teeth, are you threatening me? Military old generals, anger rose like fire, faces flushed bright red. This reminded them of last year's shame at White Horse. Outrageous. This is Chang'an, Taiji Hall, not your place as a foreign princess to go wild. You foul woman, dare act this way here? Believe it or not, I chop you down. Me? Don't stop me. I'll chop this whore. Old Wei Qi, don't be impulsive. Impulse is devil. Princess Ashina Yu did not show any panic, even when facing the scene. She lightly laughed, Your Majesty misinterprets. My father only means to pasture at the Weishui River, not start a war. Ashina Yu will stay in Great Tang 1 month. Your Majesty has 1 month to consider. Li Er wore a smile but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He asked softly, I'd like to know, why did Princess Yu choose Marquis of Lantian? Could it be because she does not like my princes? Princess Ashina Yu gave a bell-like laugh, covering her mouth while laughing, Your Majesty's sons are at most 9 years old, far below marriage age. I cannot wait for your prince to grow up. Though Marquis of Lantian cannot see, his talent is outstanding. I have heard of him even here in Turks. To be honest, in our wild land, except for herding there is no other livelihood. I heard that Marquis of Lantian, within just a few months, made all people rich and well clothed. He even helped fill Tang's treasury. Such talent is exactly what Turks need. I earnestly ask Emperor of Tang to show mercy on Turkic people's hardship, and allow Marquis of Lantian to marry into Turks as son-in-law, raising our Turkic people's life quality. She bowed deeply with sincerity. Li Er felt anger rising. Turkic people's hardship, does that not allow Tang people to rest in peace too? Li Er snorted coldly, you say the Turks lack talent. Does Great Tang lack talent? A person like the Marquis of Lantian is exactly the talent Tang needs. He will never marry into Turks, give up that notion. Princess Ashina Yu was stunned and could not respond. Does the emperor not worry that my father will bring 200,000 herdsmen to the Weishui River to pasture horses? Li Er sneered, let him come then. The Weishui has rich grass, perfect for horse pasturing. You've reminded me, I'll send 200,000 troops to Weishui to pasture horses, too. Let's see whose horses are fatter. Princess Yu giggled, Your Majesty must not act rashly. As I know, Tang has only 400,000 troops, 100,000 stationed in Liaodong to prevent Goguryeo invasion, 100,000 in the right flank to resist Tibetans, Chang, Luran invasions. 50,000 defend Tuyuhun, 50,000 guard Lingnan against rebellion by Lingnan King Feng-ang, another 50,000 deployed to coastal, Baiyue, Nanjiao regions. Chang'an has only 50,000 troops remaining. How can it resist Turkic 200,000 cavalry? All civil and military officials heard this and showed shock. In early Tang, Tang's military was not large. Under Emperor Li Er's Zhenguan era, at peak the Zhichong forces were only 600,000. To reach that, at least 10 years more were needed. This Turkic princess understands Tang's military numbers. If she studies us, learning about our troop strength isn't hard. Your Majesty. General Yu Qigong's eyes reddened, this is utter humiliation. Foreign barbarians come threaten the court, how long will your Majesty endure? Li Jing's face darkened. He raised the court mace and solemnly said, Your Majesty, I request battle. Fight. Your Majesty, a foreign people act so disrespectfully, there's no reason to swallow it. I propose voir. I agree. Fight. Fight. Retired generals were all stirred. Though civil officials often criticized, when national matters arise, they too would set aside petty grievances. Many civil officials stood to propose war. Princess Yu's expression showed slight panic, her eyes darted to officials. Li Er coldly smiled, Princess Yu, see? None of my officials are cowards or fearful. Do you still think Turkic 200,000 cavalry can be unstoppable? Bring someone, deliver my decree. Li Er waved his hand and declared, from the Liaodong 10,000 troops, recall 30,000 to aid Chang'an. From Lingnan 50,000, pull 2,000 back. From right flank 10,000, recall 3,000 to guard the capital. From coastal, Baiyue, Nanjiao regions recall 20,000 to return immediately to Chang'an for defense. Hearing this, many civil officials looked shocked, many military officers looked solemn. It's not that they liked war, but foreigners threaten the home, they must not endure. Li Er stared at Princess Yu and said coldly, I casually mobilized 100,000 troops to aid Chang'an. Though I'm 10,000 short, who wins is not yet known. Since your father presses forcefully, I will endure until the end. Fear finally appeared in Princess Yu's eyes. She collected herself and smiled softly, Your Majesty need not do this. My father only came to pasture horses, not start war. Why mobilize troops? Li Er said coldly, if it's horse pasturing or war, you know best now. Princess Yu forced a smile, I return to the Turks in 1 month. Your Majesty has 1 month to consider. No matter success or failure, it won't affect Tang-Turk friendship. Li Er shook his head and firmly said, I don't need to consider. I can give you a clear answer now, Marquis Qingxiu is Tang's Marquis of Lantian. Even if your Turks invade with whole nation, even if Tang treasury is exhausted, I will endure. Marquis of Lantian will never marry into Turks. Princess Yu's expression grew more panicked, this was not the outcome she wanted. An imperial censor stepped forward from civil officials, Your Majesty, I propose allowing Marquis of Lantian to marry into Turks. Li Er squinted at this censor, almost daring death, Lu Shoulin, do you know what you say? Indeed this censor was Chief Censor Lu Shoulin. Even Princess Yu watched him with interest. Lu Shoulin's face hardened, Your Majesty, my suggestion for 3 reasons. First, Your Majesty sends troops back to Chang'an, weakening border defenses. If an enemy invades now, how to respond? Do not forget last year's Piaoqiao Treaty. With our current troop strength, we are no match for Turkic cavalry. Sending troops to support Chang'an is self-deceit. Second, if war begins, countless lives lost, people suffer. Letting one person join Turks avoids war between nations. Third, Marquis of Lantian is confident and talented, many officials believe so. If he joins Turks, Anqi and Shuafeng regions may avoid cavalry raids. Another censor spoke. Censor Lu's words hit the mark. Your Majesty should not preserve one man and let Tang suffer countless war casualties. That would lose people's hearts. Another added. Censor Zheng says well. Your Majesty said not long ago, water can bear a boat or overturn it. The people are like water. If you lose their hearts. This censor watched Li Er's expression and hesitated to speak further. Princess Yu's smile remained, she inwardly thanked them. Hearing Tang censor speak so, if truly like they said, Marquis Qingxiu might indeed have chanced to marry into Turks. Because of that, Princess Yu's heart stirred. Good ally Tang, go for it. Over 10 more censors spoke similarly to Lu Shoulin. Only Wei Jing stood silent, no opinion, no comment. You're talking nonsense. At that moment, a roar rose from military ranks. Angry and hair bristling, Cheng Yaojin stepped out of the crowd, grabbed Lu Shoulin's collar, and shouted, "What twisted bullshit you're spouting? Everyone knows censors from those big families hate Marquis of Lantian. You use this moment to settle private grudges. If you dare mislead the crowd again, believe I'll toss you out." Lu Shoulin, collar held, looked upward and retorted coldly, "Duke of Lu, do not slander me. Is what I say not true?" Cheng Yaojin pressed his face close, his bulging eyes stared at Lu Shoulin, and deep voice said, "So what if true? Answer me, 6 months ago the treasury held only hundreds of thousands of strings of silver. Now we have millions. Whose merit is that?" Lu Shoulin's pupils shrank. He lowly replied, "Naturally, merit of your Majesty's governance." "Bullshit." Cheng Yaojin scoffed. If Marquis of Lantian had not proposed higher commerce tax and land-based head tax policy, do you think the treasury would be so wealthy? I ask again, half a year ago Chang'an's 5,000 soldiers wore flimsy armor, iron spears would pierce easily, weapons couldn't chop wood. Now each holds forged steel sword and wears forged steel armor. Whose credit is that? Lu Shoulin turned sullen but forced out, "Duke of Lu, what do you mean by these words?" Cheng Yaojin suddenly smiled, released Lu Shoulin, and bowed to Li Er, "Your Majesty, I accuse censor Lu Shoulin of colluding with foreigners and treason." Lu Shoulin was completely shocked, and so were more than 10 other censors. Lu Shoulin's face turned the color of raw liver. His eyes reddened as he yelled, "Cheng Yaojin, do not slander me. Although I Lu Shoulin come from the Fanyang Lu clan and seek fame for my family, I am by no means a traitor colluding with enemies." Cheng Yaojin coldly said, "The Marquis of Lantian has filled the Tang treasury many times over, increased Tang's military strength, and is now cultivating seeds that free Tang from famine for generations. Such a person is a national blessing. And you, just for your Fanyang Lu clan vanity, are willing to push the Marquis into marriage with Turks. Is that not betrayal collusion? Your Majesty," Cheng Yaojin loudly declared, "Lu Shoulin colluded with enemies and betrayed the country. By law he should be executed along with his entire clan." At these words, Taku Hall filled with gasps. Damn, this old marshal is ruthless. A big charge like this on Lu Shoulin's head, let's see how he escapes it. Ha, good job, Marshal. I support you. I agree, Lu Shoulin colluded with enemies, should be executed with clan. Me too. Unfair. Your Majesty, Censor Lu is innocent. Cheng Yaojin slanders and disrupts court order, he should lose title, be dismissed, and expelled from Chang'an. Censor Lu's loyalty to the court can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Please look deeply, do not trust slander from a villain. Lu Shoulin's face turned pale. Shaking, he pointed at Cheng Yaojin and trembled, You, don't slander me. Your Majesty, I am innocent." Li Er's heart leapt with joy, yet his face remained angry. "You Lu Shoulin, you dare collude with enemies? Deserve death. Bring him out and behead him." Li Er turned and said excitedly, "Wangda, post a notice across the land, the Fanyang Lu clan's Lu Shoulin colluded with enemies and betrayed the country. By law his entire clan must be exterminated. Immediately send soldiers to arrest all of the Fanyang Lu clan and bring them to Chang'an. Go quickly." Even Wangda was stunned. What's going on? Li Er seized rare opportunity to destroy a clan, how could he let it slip? Lu Shoulin instantly paled. He shrieked, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. You must not believe Cheng Yaojin's one-sided words. If I truly colluded, Princess Ashina would surely have given me benefits. I received none. How could I collude?" Another censor cried, "Your Majesty, if you sentence Censor Lu without evidence, that kills the honor of righteous scholars." Censor Jing said, "Your Majesty should first verify facts before judgment. So ready to convict, ridiculous?" Wei Zheng frowned. Your Majesty, this is a court meeting. Making rash verdicts undermines decorum. Li Er sneered. Who says I'm being rash? Lu Shoulin colluded. By law he must be executed with clan. Want proof? His allegations against Marquis show guilt. Wei Zheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. Was the emperor serious? Lu Shoulin saw he was about to be dragged away for execution. Pale, he sobbed loudly. Your Majesty, I am wronged. If I colluded, the Turkic princess surely would have rewarded me. I got nothing. How could I betray? Princess Ashina's expression brightened. She half smiled. Tang law is childish, judging guilt before facts. Accusing censor of collusion, yet whom did he collude with? Li Er glared. Tang court affairs are not for a Turkic princess to overstep. Princess Ashina bowed. I only wonder. Your Majesty may not wrong me. After my arrival in Chang'an, that is the first time I saw Censor Lu. I had no chance to communicate. If your Majesty so hastily condemns me as bribing Tang officials, how is that fair? Li Er paused, thinking, clever Turkic princess. Lu Shoulin broke free from 2 imperial guards and crawled to kneel loudly in hall. I did not collude with that Turkic princess. I had no chance to go there. No letters exchanged. If the emperor wants to punish me, you must produce real proof. Don't judge from Cheng Yaojin's false accusation. Li Er motioned to imperial guards to leave. They wisely withdrew. Wei Zheng sighed. Your Majesty, I know you're thinking. But everything needs real proof. I am not trying to stop your Majesty from judging Censor Lu. I just don't want this to bring controversy. Li Er glared. Shut up if you talk too much. Wei Zheng hesitated, then stepped aside quietly. He looked to Lu Shoulin, tone softened. Whether Censor Lu colluded, after I find evidence I'll judge. For now, return to censor office. Do not mention Marquis marrying into Turks again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Shoulin felt relieved and staggered back to civil officials, drained of spirit. Taku Hall became silent. Then a courier burst in, announced, Your Majesty, Prefect Kaiyun of Yongzhou requests urgent audience. There is a matter of extreme urgency. Li Er frowned. What matter is that urgent? Summon Prefect Kaiyun. Prefect Kaiyun requests audience. With Wang De's sharp announcement across hall, Prefect Kaiyun rushed into Taiji Hall. After solemn greeting he said, Your Majesty, it is no small matter. Marquis of Lantian has killed Duke of Xinggua's son Lu Xuanyi. What? Li Er's eyes widened. Suddenly he jumped from the dragon throne, dizzy. Courtiers gasped. No way? Marquis of Lantian killed the duke's son? What grudge made him attack? No way? Marquis of Lantian wouldn't kill without cause. Even if there's cause, killing the duke's son. This will shock the world. Lu Shoulin, previously listless, revived instantly and looked energetic. Other censors lit up too. They saw a new perfect reason to impeach. But remembering Lu Shoulin's scare, censors did not rush, decided to wait and verify. They cupped their ears silently awaiting next. Princess Ashina's heart fluttered. She knew Tang ranks, Duke is highest meritorious rank, above Marquis. A Marquis who kills a Duke's son, even Emperor may not shield him. This might be a chance to win over Marquis of Lantian. Prince Linger supported the dragon desk and asked in a deep voice, Kai Wenyong, Marquis Qingxiu would not kill without reason. Lu Xuanyi and he had no prior relation. Is there another reason? Kai Wenyong wiped sweat from his brow and said with concern, Your Majesty, based on the oral account from Marquis Qing's guards, the reason is Lu Xuanyi acted on lust. He kidnapped Qing Marquis' concubine, placing her in Zhang family village 5 li outside the city. By coincidence, Marquis Qing spent the night in Zhang family village. Early in the morning, both sides met unexpectedly. After a dispute, Marquis Qing killed Lu Xuanyi. That is roughly the situation. Prince Linger's mouth twitched. He grew furious. Is Lu Xuanyi an idiot? Does no one in Chang'an know Marquis Qingxiu is obsessed with protecting his wife? Last time his wife was taken, all involved were killed gruesomely. But Lu Xuanyi still went to provoke the tiger. Who gave him such courage to challenge Marquis Qingxiu's wrath? He could have kidnapped anyone's concubine but insisted on taking Qingxiu's. He's asking to die. He trailed off without saying, deserved it, due to decorum. Kai Wenyong said, Your Majesty, I've only heard Marquis Qing's guards one-sided side. I have already sent the Chang'an magistrate to Zhang family village to investigate. Should we investigate the crime scene or summon both him and Marquis Qingxiu here to Taiji Hall? The censors now understood the situation and were eager to speak. One censor surnamed Wang said, Your Majesty, Lu Xuanyi is still the Duke of Xinggua's son. When the Duke's position passes to him, his status will be high. Even if Lu Xuanyi was wrong, Marquis Qingxiu still should not have killed him, especially since he was the Duke's son. Our law does not allow execution for kidnapping. Clearly, Marquis Qingxiu abused your majesty's favor to kill the duke's son. According to Tang law, this crime merits public execution or exile to Lingnan. Please your majesty punish him accordingly. Another censor stepped forward and said, Censor Wang is right, I agree. I agree. We agree. Prince Linger slammed the desk and roared, Why are there troublemakers everywhere? Can you not behave? Wei Zheng raised his eyelid, frowned, and said, Your Majesty, be careful. As emperor, your words and conduct should be strict. How can you speak crudely about censors? If censors are all troublemakers, what does that make those here in Taiji Hall? Wei Zheng's words angered many. They glared angrily, some lips twitched in horror. We all turn into shit? Wei Zheng, if you're not speaking, no one calls you mute. Shut your mouth. You're full of stink. He called us that first, didn't he? A troublemaker? So we're all shit? Ha! Prince Linger's face turned red, he had insulted himself without meaning to. He looked at the censors who had petitioned and said with a frown, I understand your point, upholding Tang law. I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. He turned to Dai Zhou and said, Minister of Justice Dai Zhou, I command you to go immediately to Zhang family village, uncover the truth, and bring all involved to Taiji Hall. I will personally preside over this case. Your servant obeys. Dai Zhou quickly exited Taiji Hall, brought people from the Ministry of Justice, and rushed to Zhang family village. Prince Linger then looked at Princess Ashina Yu and said, Princess Yu, your mission in Chang'an is known to me. I can tell you clearly, allowing Marquis Qingxiu to marry into Turks is impossible. You should give up that thought. This is the situation. I ask the Turkic princess return to the Honglu Temple relay station. Without imperial decree, you may not enter the palace. Princess Ashina Yu did not leave. Instead, she smiled and said, Your Majesty, although I stated my purpose, I would also like to hear Marquis Qingxiu's opinion. You cannot conclude without asking him. Li Er said in a deep voice, Marquis Qingxiu is a minister of Great Tang. I have authority to decide his fate. Even if he wants to marry into the Turks to be your husband, I will absolutely not agree. What else do you say? Princess Ashina bowed, no matter how, I would like to meet Marquis Qingxiu and express my intent personally. Li Er frowned, waved his hand, as you wish. Thank you, Your Majesty. Princess Ashina bowed again with a gentle smile, then withdrew to a corner to wait patiently. She waited for a full hour. After an hour, Qingxiu entered Taiji Hall behind Minister Dai Zhou from the Ministry of Justice. This was his first time entering the palace since arriving in Great Tang. The officials were mostly unfamiliar faces to him. Qingxiu approached the center of the hall, bowed with fist clasp, and said, Minister Qingxiu of Lantian pays respects to Your Majesty. Princess Ashina stood in the corner, looking at the young man wearing a black satin blindfold. His face was resolute, handsome, graceful. She felt joy, so handsome a Tang man. He truly lived up to his name. When she had earlier proposed marriage to Marquis Qingxiu, she felt nervous. But now seeing him in person, exactly as rumored, handsome and talented, Princess Ashina felt especially happy. Li Er spoke softly, Marquis Qingxiu, you must know why I summoned you here? I know, it's regarding the Duke's son Lu Xuanyi. Li Er scanned around and continued, to prevent the censor office from accusing me of favoritism, the entire account of events shall be narrated by Minister Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou, recount the facts and outcome fully. Do not omit anything. Yes. Dai Zhou bowed and spoke clearly. Duke of Xinggua's son Lu Xuanyi first saw Marquis' concubine at Baiwei residence and felt lust. He repeatedly harassed but failed. Yesterday he conspired, at night secretly entered Baiwei residence, kidnapped the concubine, and placed her at Zhang family village outside the city. This was witnessed by the residence owner and several waitstaff, they serve as witnesses. Lu Xuanyi claimed to go to Hangzhou under pretext of visiting Duke Lu Ji, planning to take the concubine there. But when fetching her at Zhang family village, he coincidentally encountered Marquis Qingxiu. Tensions rose and confrontation erupted. Lu Xuanyi and his servant Zhang Difu acted arrogantly and provoked Marquis Qing's side. A clash broke out. Lu Xuanyi's side had 38 people, Marquis Qing's side had 14. Among them, 11 guards of Duke House died, including Lu Xuanyi and Zhang Difu. Several guards fled. 10 were captured by Marquis Qing's side and are held outside Taiji Hall. Marquis Qing's guards had 3 killed. All involved are detained outside the hall. As Yongzhou prefect said, Lu Xuanyi's men serve as witnesses. Your Majesty, please judge. Dai Zhou finished and stepped aside. Everyone present was moved. Lu Xuanyi's side lost over 10 lives, Marquis Qing's lost only 3? What a victory in martial skill. Actually, among that 11 deaths, 7 by Marquis Qing himself, 10 by Lu Yunyan's palm strikes, only 5 were killed by Xuanzi's guard squad, who lost 3 lives doing so. But it all sounded impressive. After hearing Daizhou, Li Er felt relief. He looked at the censors who had petitioned earlier and smiled lightly. Gentlemen censors, both sides clashed in dispute. Lu Xuani's death occurred in chaos and is forgivable. This matter began with Lu Xuani. What harm in Marquis Qing demanding his concubine back? Clearly Lu Xuani, feeling cornered, tried to kill Marquis Qing and silence witnesses, unexpectedly suffering a fatal backlash. Tell me, any further argument? Li Er's gaze was sharp. The censors of the censor office, none spoke. They all bowed heads silently. Li Er was very satisfied with this result. To avoid later confusion about the truth, Li Er commanded that all of Lu Xuani's captured guards be brought into Taiji Hall to recount the events. Their testimonies differed greatly from what Daizhou had learned. Only then did Li Er feel reassured. He told Daizhou, all guards from the Duke of Xingua's household involved in this case are to be detained in the Ministry of Justice prison. When Duke of Xingua returns to Chang'an and reviews the truth, then we will punish them according to their crimes. Yes, Your Majesty. Daizhou left Taiji Hall and transported all of the Duke's household guards to the prison. Li Er looked at Marquis Qingxiu and asked with concern, Marquis Qing, your concubine Yunyang was not harmed, right? Was she frightened? Qingxiu paused and shook his head, Your Majesty, Lu Xuani did not kidnap Yunyang. Li Er's brow furrowed and he became angry, this Lu Xuani, he kidnapped Pingting? He glanced at Chancellor Changsun and said with some puzzlement, Lu Xuani and Pingting both lived in Chang'an. He should have known Pingting's identity. Why still commit such a foolish act? Changsun Wujuan looked at Qingxiu with confusion as well. Qingxiu's mouth curved, Your Majesty, it was neither Yunyang nor Pingting. Li Er's eyes widened, stunned, you only have those 2 concubines. If not Yunyang and not Pingting, then who? Qingxiu replied very seriously, not Yunyang, and definitely not Pingting. It was Li Yuchan, the head steward at Baiwei residence. Li Er's face went dark, his lips twitching. Changsun gave a dismissive look and stepped aside to distance himself, just so long as it wasn't his daughter's affair. Seconds later Li Er nearly spat blood. He glared incredulously, wasn't she a slave girl you bought from the tea shop? When did she become your concubine? Qingxiu turned toward the villa calmly and said, she wasn't yesterday. But today she is. Everyone among civil and military officials gaped. Such a bold move? Think about it carefully. Once they grasped the implication, they realized, if Marquis Qingxiu killed the Duke's son over a mere hired slave, his crime would be immense, even opening his mouth a fault. But if he did it to protect his concubine, then it's different entirely. Officials' lips twitched. This man really knows how to play to protect himself. Li Er pondered and his expression turned dark. He smiled bitterly, Marquis Qingxiu's pace of adding concubines is legendary. You married Su Xiaochun less than half a year ago. Then Yunyang. A month and a half ago Pingting. And now, another concubine. In under 6 months, you've acquired wives at an average rate of 1 per month and a half. Not even harvest work is that productive. At this rate, in 2 years you'd have a dozen concubines. Marquis Qing truly sets an example for us all. He spoke through clenched teeth. Qingxiu calmly replied, Your Majesty, love between men and women is natural. Tang law does not forbid me from taking concubines, does it? Li Er's face twitched, he forced a conciliatory nod, indeed, it's not forbidden. As a marquis, 3 or 4 wives is allowable. Very well, we won't discuss this further. There is one matter on my mind. Please clarify, Marquis. Please ask. Li Er said with curiosity, if you were staying in Sanha village, why go to Zhang family village? You just happened to meet Lu Xuani there, really a coincidence? Qingxiu smiled, because I have a friend in Zhang family village. I lodged there last night. Li Er was puzzled, you have a friend in Zhang family village? I wasn't aware. Qingxiu hesitated, can explain that privately? Li Er considered and nodded, fine, this is personal. I shouldn't pry too much. Your privacy is respected. If you decline to explain, so be it. Qingxiu bowed, thank you, Your Majesty. If there is nothing else, may I leave? Li Er shook his head, Marquis Qing, you cannot leave yet. Great Tang is about to go to war with the Turks. This may be a major battle, Chang'an's garrison is only 50,000. It cannot face Turkic 200,000 cavalry. I want you to research, within a month, a weapon specifically effective against cavalry. If you succeed, I will reward you heavily. If you cannot produce it, at least present me a useful weapon. He smiled involuntarily, if you carry out this task, you will be richly rewarded. Li Er had already decided, Whatever new weapon Qing Xiu offered would be credited to him in court, securing him favor, and allow Qi the princess to be betrothed to him. Even if it's a strangely shaped vegetable knife, it will do. Li Er flushed all in for marrying off his daughter. Qing Xiu looked startled. Great Tang is going to war with Turks? When? Why was I not told? Before Li Er could answer, Marquis Cheng Yaojin from the military ranks chuckled. You don't know? Recently the Turkic princess came to Chang'an. Today in court she requested that Marquis Qing Xiu marry into the Turks as her son-in-law. You've got fortune. Qing Xiu gaped, expression disbelieving and sour. The Turkic princess requests the emperor to let him marry into Turks as husband? Qing Xiu's lips twitched, his expression darkened. He shouted angrily, outrageous. The Turks truly crossed the line. I, proud son of Tang, I live Tang, I die Tang. How could I marry myself into Turks as their barbarian husband? People around viewed Qing Xiu with admiration and thumbs up, praising his integrity and patriotism. Then Qing Xiu shifted tone, if so many want to marry me, then line up. For a moment, disdain, disgust, sighs and murmurs filled the hall. Regarding Qing Xiu's shamelessness, Li Er frowned with disgust and said, the Turkic princess came to Tang as an envoy, originally to propose marriage to my princess of Xiangqing and strengthen friendly relations between the two nations. Her mentioning your marriage was only a side remark. Qing Xiu lifted an eyebrow and responded uprightly, the Tang princess is worth 10,000 gold, but how could she marry a mere Turkic barbarian? Upon hearing that, Princess Ashina Yu's expression turned extremely displeased. She stepped from the corner and argued, in Tang people's eyes, Turks are barbarians. But in our Turkic eyes, aren't you Tang people also barbarians? She had hoped to plead further, but Qing Xiu's use of barbarian struck her most sensitive nerve and made her deeply uncomfortable. Tang people barbarians? Qing Xiu sneered, our Tang has had a 1,000-year legacy, the land vast, cultured, a civilized nation. And yet you Turkic dare shamelessly label Tang people barbarians? That is the greatest joke in the world, utterly ridiculous. This Turkic princess, let me ask you, have Tang people ever called others two-legged sheep? Did Tang people raid border tribes on their own? Did Tang people seize women to serve as food for their army? In your Turkic cavalry, how many did not taste Tang blood? How many never took part in raiding Tang's border families? You still claim Tang are barbarians? Who truly are the barbarians? His passionate speech stirred cries of approval from officials. Princess Ashina's face became pale. She bit her lip tightly and could not retort. Was she really going to counter that her army had to seize Tang women for provisions? That Turks loot because they are poor? What Marquis Qing Xiu said was indisputable fact, no angle to argue. Li Er, moved, said, Princess Ashina, answer Marquis Qing's questions. Princess Ashina clamped her teeth firmly. She had fully abandoned her hope of having him marry into Turks. She could sense his ingrained hatred of barbarians, it could not be undone. She looked at Li Er and suppressed her discomfort. Princess Ashina Yu's mission to Tang was to propose marriage between royal houses to stabilize relations and prevent war. Since your majesty opposes it, I will return and report truthfully to my father. But do not forget the earlier Piaoqiao alliance treaty. Tang promised tribute to Turks without reduction. I take my leave. She bowed and turned away firmly. Humph. Qing Xiu snorted coldly, Your Majesty, the humiliation at White Horse was due to weakness and necessity. Now circumstances have changed, Turks may no longer be your match. I have one thing to say, Your Majesty, Tang is a grand orthodox kingdom of Han culture with proud integrity. To build everlasting foundations, we must not submit, not pay tribute, not marry in alliance, not cede land, not offer tribute. The emperor guards the nation's gates, a king dies at his post. His words stunned the hall into dead silence, only officials' heavy breaths could be heard. All officials were shaken, and even Marquis Qing Xiu's conviction resonated with all. Not submitting, not marrying alliance, not paying tribute, bodily strength unbending. The emperor guards the gates, a king dies at his post, what heroic resolve. Li Er's eyes gleamed. He murmured, the emperor guards the gate, if the nation falls, he dies unwilling to surrender, a true king who dies at his post. Bravo! Changsun Wujuan shouted, striking his palms sharply. Bravo, all civil and military officials echoed. Though a few scoffed or turned aside in distaste. Outside, Princess Ashina's face was pale. She stared at Qing Xiu's black-clad back. She knew that once a people's bloodlust ignites, they cannot be subdued. She longed for her people to have such a figure, not some charlatan invoking a highland god for strength. If only Turks had someone strong and persuasive, then Turks might not remain divided among tribes. If not for her father Ashina Jieli uniting them with force, Turks might still be scattered and preying upon rich grasslands. Fragmentation is the inherent flaw of pastoral dynasties. Dejectedly, Princess Ashina returned to the Honglu Temple relay station. Her personal maid asked, "Princess, did you gain anything from meeting the Tang Emperor? Why such worry?" Princess Ashina shook her head. "Li Er is far more resolute than I imagined. I secretly proposed awarding Marquis Qingxiu to Turks, but he did not agree. I even lied, that if he refused, my father would lead 200,000 troops to attack Chang'an." The maid gasped, "What did the emperor say?" Princess Ashina answered bitterly, "Li Er said if Turks want war, he'll face it to the end. He even mobilized border troops to Chang'an to prepare. This is not a joke." The maid was incredulous. A sovereign would risk war over one man? This is too childish. Princess Ashina shook her head. "It's not childish. Yesterday I saw Sanha village. It is abnormally prosperous. If all of Tang is such, our Turks are in danger. And, she said with worry, I met Marquis Qingxiu in court today. He seems to harbor deep hatred toward non-Tang people. That hatred is etched in his bones. In under half a year he developed his fief into a prosperous place. Over time, Tang will prosper. Thus Li Er will not allow him to marry into Turks. He himself never would. If allowed to grow under his leadership, Tang will surpass the former Han. If he becomes like Hua Tsubing, driving horses across desert to feed at Lake Hami, our Turkic future is bleak." Princess Ashina's worry grew. The maid frowned. "What shall we do?" Princess Ashina bit her teeth. "Since Li Er refuses, we must start with Marquis Qing himself. If he can become a Turkic subject and help Turks prosper, then no matter the cost, it will be worth it." The maid hesitated. "But princess, you said he hates foreign tribes, he sees you as foreign." Princess Ashina smiled bitterly. "We must try. I sense that if he continues unopposed, in 3 years Tang cavalry will crush Turkic cavalry. Turks may be wiped out under his hand." The maid cried in alarm. "Then why not return to Turks and have your father demand the emperor hand him over?" Princess Ashina shook her head firmly. "Absolutely not. War is not trivial, it costs many lives. If we can win by wisdom, we must avoid war. No girl wishes for war. The Turkic princess is no exception." Quoting the iron-blooded maxim of the later Ming dynasty, "The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the nation, the monarch dies for the country," to stir emotions in the Tang dynasty, Qingxiu spoke without blushing or panting, truly showing a new level of thick-skinned audacity. The generals were all fired up, clapping and cheering. Ling Er was first emotionally stirred, but after calming down, he sighed and said, "Lord Qing, though your words are well said, it's not easy to achieve all that you've mentioned. For example, although the national treasury of Great Tang is starting to fill up, in other areas the national strength still appears weak. You must understand, the Great Tang doesn't only have the Turks as enemies. There are also Goguryeo in Liaodong, Tubo, the Chang people, and the Lao people, Laos, in the west. Of course, I also want to build the Tang dynasty into the strong nation you speak of, no taxes paid, no land ceded, no marriage alliances, no indemnities, no submission, the emperor guarding the gates and the monarch dying for the nation, but our current strength does not allow for it." Ling Er's words caused many of the civil and military officials to sigh deeply. What he said struck at the core of the matter. Qingxiu replied, "I understand His Majesty's concerns. First, there is a lack of military equipment. Second, the troops are limited. Third, the grain production is insufficient to support a long-term large-scale war." Ling Er nodded. "These are indeed my worries." He looked helplessly at the group of military officers, saying, "Lord Qing should know, the old generals from the Tian's mansion back then, they were even more eager than I am to crush the Turks, but they could only think about it. Actually doing it is extremely difficult." Qingxiu gave a calm smile and asked, "Your Majesty, now that the treasury is full, and with a steady stream of silver flowing in, why not begin recruiting soldiers and expanding the army?" Ling Er smiled bitterly. "Lord Qing may not know, having never been to war, and likely unfamiliar with military matters. From recruitment to becoming a qualified soldier, it takes at least a year to reach standard combat readiness. Otherwise, sending them to the battlefield would just be sending them to die. Right now the treasury has money, and I can form an army of 100,000 at any time, but it will still take a year to be battle-ready. This doesn't solve the immediate crisis. The current situation can't even wait 6 months, let alone a year." Qingxiu was intrigued and asked, "May I ask, what are the criteria Your Majesty uses to assess whether a soldier has reached combat readiness?" Ling Er looked puzzled, not understanding why he asked. Duke Wei, Ling Jing, replied, "First is horsemanship and archery, which cannot be mastered without at least half a year of rigorous training. Then physical strength, followed by the speed of forming military formations and coordination in battle. A year is already the fastest. Slower cases take more than a year and a half. So long? Qingxiu was a bit surprised. Ling Jing continued, Lord Qing, it is no exaggeration to say it takes 10 years to train elite soldiers. Qingxiu cupped his hands and asked, Duke Wei, could you tell me about the current types, numbers, and equipment of the Tang army, as well as the role of temporary recruits? Ling Jing looked at Ling Er, as if seeking permission. Seeing Ling Er nod, Ling Jing smiled slightly and explained, there are many types of troops in the Tang army, but the most important is the phubbing system. They belong to various commandant's offices, collectively known as the Left and Right Guards, Valiant Guards, Martial Guards, Powerful Guards, Vanguard Guards, and Golden Guard, totaling 12 guards with 400,000 soldiers stationed across the Tang realm to guard the borders. Among them, 120,000 are cavalry, equipped with bows and crossbows. 20,000 elite are armed with lances and sabers for slashing cavalry. Qingxiu nodded slightly. He remembered from historical records that during the peak of the Zhengguan era, there were 100,000 cavalry. 120,000 cavalry now is already quite a lot. The phubbing Ling Jing referred to were not minor troops in government offices but regular troops under the commandant's offices, which would later be reorganized into the Zhichong offices 10 years later. In the mid-Zhengguan era, there were over 600 Zhichong offices, each with 800 to 1,200 troops, meaning Tang's forces would grow to over 600,000. This was just the phubbing. Including other types, it approached 1 million, a true million-strong army. However, Li Jing paused, there are two other types of troops. One is the Xuanjia army personally commanded by His Majesty, totaling 3,600 men, the other is the Imperial Guard stationed in the capital, totaling 30,000. At this point, Qingxiu had gained a decent understanding of the types and distribution of Tang troops. Li Jing continued, the Tang generally does not recruit temporarily. So-called temporary recruitment is an emergency measure when the nation is in dire peril. The recruitment standards are lowered, and after just a few days of formation training, the recruits are sent to the battlefield. Casualty rates are highest among such troops. After Li Jing finished, Li Er curiously asked, Lord Qing, why are you asking all this? Qingxiu replied solemnly, Your Majesty, from what I heard in court today, the Turkic princess came with impure motives, an arrogant attitude, and even threatened that if the Tang did not meet the Turkic demands, they would send troops to invade Chang'an. This set my heart ablaze with anger. I am also a Tang person, also filled with patriotic feeling. I understand the consequences of the lips perishing and the teeth feeling the cold. What I don't want to see is the barbaric Turks defecating and urinating on our Tang people's heads. This is an utter humiliation. Today, the Turkic princess's intentions were clear. If Li Er had shown a bit more weakness, and if the national strength were weaker, he might really have sent himself off to the Turks as a son-in-law under pressure from his ministers. Since ancient times, power comes from the barrel of a gun. The one with the harder fist is the one who's right. Qingxiu understood this better than anyone. To truly eliminate such threats, the only way is to make the Tang stronger on its existing foundation. Indeed, Li Er said angrily, it is a great humiliation. The worst part is that with Tang's current strength, we are no match for the Turks. The Chang'an garrison has only 60,000 troops, 50,000 infantry, only 10,000 cavalry. How can we resist the Turkic 200,000 cavalry? Even if we recalled all cavalry from the fortresses and passes across the Tang, we'd only have 120,000. The gap is too big. If the Turks invade, we can barely hold our ground. Suddenly, Li Er was stunned and asked incredulously, Lord Qing, with all these questions, do you have a way to boost our army's strength? Qingxiu smiled faintly and nodded, I do have a method of training soldiers. In 100 days, I can train troops to meet the combat standard, greatly shortening the training time. Li Er jumped up from the dragon throne, excitedly asking, is that true? Li Jing was completely unconvinced and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. Your Majesty. He saluted gravely, to have soldiers proficient in horsemanship and archery, battle formations, and combat skills in such a short time is impossible. Even at the fastest, it takes at least half a year. Qingxiu smiled ambiguously, Duke Wei doesn't believe it. Li Jing frowned, how can one believe what is impossible? I believe you. Li Er declared, not caring whether Li Jing believed or not. His eyes burned with intensity, fully convinced. Li Jing was stunned at first, then said dejectedly, I've been in the army for over 30 years, trained more than 1 million soldiers. If there really was a way to speed up training, I would have discovered it long ago. You say training in 100 days is possible, what kind of method is it? Other generals who understood military training also showed disbelief. Only one person on site believed Qingxiu, Li Er. Faced with Li Jing's questioning, Qingxiu smiled and said, training soldiers in 100 days, of course, that can only be evaluated after the 100 days are over. Even if I tell Duke Wei the method now, can Duke Wei immediately judge if it works? This, Li Jing was speechless, appearing somewhat awkward. Li Er then asked urgently, Lord Qing, does your method of training soldiers in 100 days have any requirements on the number of people? Qingxiu shook his head and said, no requirements. 100 or 1,000 can be trained, and even 80 or 100,000 can also be trained. Your Majesty, since I dare to say this, I have complete confidence in it. Now the national treasury is full. Commercial taxes bring in 3 to 4 million strings of silver money per month. Recruiting 100,000 soldiers can be fully supported. Your Majesty might as well start recruiting now to prepare for the future war with the Turks. Tang dynasty soldiers' pay is 800 won of money and 100 pounds of millet per month. Recruiting 100,000 soldiers would cost 1 million strings of silver each month. But up to now, after more than 2 months of collecting commercial taxes, it has already brought Li Er over 8 million strings of silver in revenue. You should know, before this, the treasury only barely had 1 million strings. At this rate, the treasury will only grow richer, even to the point of being inexhaustible. Li Er's eyes lit up, clapping and laughing. What Lord Qing says is very true. Since collecting commercial taxes, the treasury has increased more than tenfold. Leaving this money idle is a real waste. I will now issue an imperial edict to recruit soldiers from across the nation. Saying that, Li Er began writing the decree at the imperial desk. Surprisingly, not a single civil or military official objected. In actual history, why did Li Er wait until the 4th year after the shame of Yen Men before going to war with the Turks? The reason is simple: no money. Now it's different. There's money, and troops can be recruited. This war will surely come earlier. But at this moment, Qingxiu felt somewhat uneasy. He realized that his arrival had changed the situation of the Tang dynasty. If war breaks out with the Turks earlier, whether it will be a success or disaster is uncertain. Very quickly, Li Er finished writing the decree and handed it to Wang De behind him. After Wang De read it, he was stunned for a moment, then solemnly began to read aloud. Imperial Decree. First, the Central Secretariat is to issue orders to recruit 100,000 soldiers from all over the Tang Empire, to be completed within 1 month. Second, Lord of Lan Tian is appointed as the general drill instructor in charge of the training of these 100,000 new soldiers. Qingxiu was suddenly dumbfounded. At first, he stared blankly for a moment, then shook his head vigorously and said, Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. I only provided you with a method to train soldiers in 100 days. Do you really need to drag your humble servant to do the hard labor? Li Er chuckled. What hard labor? This is an official position of 6th rank, already quite high. Qingxiu protested, Your Majesty, I'm at least a 3rd rank marquis of 10,000 households. You give me this tiny 6th rank position, and it's not only small but also exhausting. I refuse. Qingxiu shook his head continuously, nearly ready to defy the imperial decree. Li Er was not angry at all. Instead, he was delighted and said, So, you just think the rank is too low? In that case, I'll make you a 1st-rank top official, and while I'm at it, assign you a few more positions. No problem at all. Qingxiu broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he had an idea, lifted his hand and groped forward, stumbling as if he would fall at any moment. Your Majesty, I'm blind. I really can't see. Just walking is difficult. You want me to train soldiers? I'd surely train them into cripples. They'd need walls to walk. Ouch! After saying that, Qingxiu tripped and fell to the ground. This scene left the civil and military officials stunned. Li Er's face turned dark, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Qingxiu said fearfully, I can't see. I fell. Who will help me up? Pfft! Several generals burst into laughter. A few were trying so hard to hold back they turned red in the face, their shoulders shaking. The civil officials looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Who dared to laugh? Couldn't they see Li Er's face had turned blue? Indeed, Li Er's expression had already turned iron blue. Only with Chang Yaojin's good-natured help did Qingxiu stand up, then cupped his hands and said, Thank you, elder sister, for helping me up. Otherwise, I couldn't even walk properly. Elder sister? Chang Yaojin's face froze, then turned liver-colored in an instant. Pfft, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Yu Qigong laughed like thunder, his voice echoing through the Taiji hall. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Hey-hey-hey. Ga-ga-ga. Kalalalala. Even Qingxiu was confused. Why were there even bearded people laughing? The Taiji hall erupted into raucous laughter, completely uncontrollable. Li Er's face was black as coal, angrily pounding the desk and shouting, Silence. All of you shut up. Stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. But the laughter never stopped. Lier was desperate. He could only wait for them to finish. After about half a cup of tea's time, the laughter finally subsided. Lier finally got the officials to stop laughing. Cheng Yaojin had become the biggest joke. He grabbed Qingxiu's shoulder and growled through clenched teeth, "Lord Qing, look clearly. I'm not an elder sister, I'm Cheng Yaojin." "What?" Qingxiu said in shock, "Your Uncle Cheng?" "Sorry, Uncle Cheng. This young nephew is blind and didn't recognize you." Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched. He grunted and stepped back into the military group. "That's enough," Lier shouted. Pointing at Qingxiu, he trembled and said, "Lord Qing, stop pretending. I know whether you're blind or not. You may seem blind, but you're not blind at all." Qingxiu put on a pitiful face and said, "Your Majesty, I really am blind. Look, I even wear an eye patch. If I could see, I'd be seeing ghosts. As your Majesty, you wouldn't make things hard for a blind man, right? How can a blind man like me possibly serve as chief drill instructor for 100,000 troops? Isn't that a joke? How about this, I'll give you the training method, and you find someone else." Then he muttered under his breath, "What kind of person asks a blind guy to train troops? Not afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" What did you say?" Lier's eyes bulged. Qingxiu immediately smiled. "I said, Your Majesty is wise and virtuous, with sharp eyes and a clear heart. You surely wouldn't let a blind man be chief instructor, right?" Lier's face was iron blue. "Lord Qing, you're going to be the instructor whether you want to or not." Qingxiu looked troubled. "Your Majesty, this is sheer force, very hard to accept. I said I'm blind. I'm not fit for the job. Please pick someone else. At most, when I give you the 100-day training method, I'll also give you a formation to counter Turkic cavalry." Lier immediately lit up with joy, but quickly put on a stern face. Qingxiu continued, "To be honest, I also have a weapon that can counter cavalry. It's very simple to make and doesn't cost any money." Lier was thrilled again. Qingxiu kept pouting to himself, "What a face! A weapon that can counter cavalry and doesn't cost much?" These words left everyone a bit baffled, each wondering in their hearts what kind of weapon that could be. Ling Jing's expression changed as he asked doubtfully, "A weapon that can counter cavalry and doesn't cost much? Lord Qing isn't talking about horse traps, right? Other than horse traps, I really can't think of anything else that costs so little and can deal with cavalry." Qingxiu shook his head and smiled, "It's not horse traps." Ling suddenly widened his eyes and asked, "Could it be caltrops?" Qingxiu shook his head, "Your Majesty, it's definitely not caltrops either. Making caltrops is almost as difficult as making tang swords. To produce enough caltrops to injure tens of thousands of cavalry would require thousands of craftsmen working for at least half a year. Although caltrops are reusable, the cost far outweighs the benefit." Ling said with great interest, "It's not horse traps, and not caltrops. Then what is it?" Qingxiu thought for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, give me 5 days. I will deliver this weapon into your hands within 5 days." Ling clapped and laughed, "Very well. If you really can make such a weapon, that'll be a great merit." Qingxiu quickly shook his head, No, I'm not hoping for any merit. I just want to step back from court affairs. I ask your Majesty not to assign this blind man any more tasks. I'm blind and can't handle any duties." Ling face turned dark at once. He said unhappily, "Lord Qing, you're truly lazy." Qingxiu chuckled and cupped his hands toward Ling "If there's nothing else, may I go home now?" Ling rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Just as Qingxiu was about to step out of the Taiji hall, Ling voice suddenly came from behind, "Lord Qing, be sure to pass your method of training soldiers in 100 days to Duke Wei Lingjing as soon as possible. Also, when you demonstrate the anti-cavalry formation, you must inform me, I want to see it for myself." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qingxiu turned and bowed, then left the Taiji hall without hesitation. Xuanzi and a dozen household guards, along with Lu Yunyan and Ling Yuchan, were waiting outside the hall. They were also involved in the Lu Xuanyi case and needed to cooperate with the investigation in the palace. But things went so smoothly that their appearance wasn't needed. Ling Yuchan quickly stepped forward and asked, "My lord, His Majesty didn't give you a hard time, did he?" She looked uneasy, her heart full of guilt. If the Marquis had been punished because of a maid of slave origin like herself, she would never forgive herself. Qingxiu calmly said, "It was a small matter, nothing serious. I've been cleared of charges. We can go home now." The group left the palace together. When they reached Chengtian Gate, Su Xiaochun, Yun Yang, and Zhangsun Pingting, having heard about what happened, had already arrived early to wait. The 3 women stood in the shade, craning their necks in anticipation, finally seeing their husband coming out. Seeing him return, the 3 women clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhangsun Pingting patted her increasingly full chest and smiled sweetly, I told you, nothing would happen to husband. Who said nothing happened? Su Xiaochun glanced helplessly at Ling Yuchan, then whispered to the others, I'm afraid everyone in the court now knows that the chief manager of Bai Weiju is our husband's concubine. Yunyang supported her and smiled faintly, there's nothing we can do. If the lord had beaten a duke's son to death over a maid of slave origin bought from a tooth shop, it would have been a real disaster both publicly and privately. Exactly. Zhang Sun Pingting nodded, Sister Xiaochun, Yunyang is right. There was no choice. If we hadn't said Miss Yuchan was our husband's concubine, the censorate wouldn't have dropped the case so easily. Sure. Su Xiaochun hushed them and said quietly, husband is coming. Let's drop this for now. The other two women nodded gently. Qingxiu approached and frowned, it's so hot today. Why didn't you stay home where it's cool? Why did you all come here? Su Xiaochun pouted, if we weren't worried about you, who would have run all this way under the blazing sun? Qingxiu smiled lightly. Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes, you're all sweaty. There's ice in the carriage. Get in and cool off. After saluting the three women, Ling Yuchan said apologetically, ladies, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, the Marquis wouldn't have been accused of killing a duke's son. Zhang Sun Pingting comforted her, Miss Yuchan, this isn't your fault. You're part of the household now. If our own people are bullied and our husband doesn't stand up for them, people would think he's weak and start taking advantage. Ling Yuchan gratefully said, thank you, madam. Su Xiaochun said in annoyance, stop calling her, madam, soon you'll have to call Sister Pingting that. This isn't the time to talk. Get in the carriage, cool down, and when we get home, we'll pick an auspicious day for husband to take you in. Ah, Ling Yuchan blushed and glanced at Qingxiu, then stammered, but the Marquis said making me his concubine was only a temporary solution. Now that the matter is settled, perhaps, it doesn't count anymore. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, this girl really is adorably silly. So clever running Bai Weiju, yet so low in emotional intelligence when it comes to feelings. What smart person would ask such a question at this moment? Better to just bow her head, act shy, and silently accept it. Still, low EQ has its benefits, just like her chest, it's easy to manage. Su Xiaochun and Zhang Sun Pingting looked at Qingxiu with baffled expressions. Qingxiu pretended not to understand, did I? When did I say it was temporary? Yuchan, don't twist the facts. But, Ling Yuchan looked troubled, Yuchan clearly heard the Marquis. Behind her, Lu Yunyan suddenly covered her face with a helpless expression. She gently tugged on Ling Yuchan's sleeve as a reminder. Ling Yuchan turned back in confusion, Miss Lu, why are you pulling on my sleeve? Lu Yunyan's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile, your dress looked wrinkled. I was helping you smooth it out. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. He waved his hand, enough. Whatever it is, let's talk at home. Yuchan, you ride with Miss Lu. He said this, then ducked into the carriage, instantly cooled and comfortable. Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and Zhang Sun Pingting also entered the same carriage with him. After Ling Yuchan and Lu Yunyan got into another carriage, Lu Yunyan couldn't help but smile bitterly, Miss Yuchan, you're really a lovable fool. Ling Yuchan frowned, why do you say that, Miss Lu? Lu Yunyan countered, tell me honestly, do you want to marry Qingxiu? Ling Yuchan blushed and nodded shyly, Qingxiu is kind, tender to women, humorous, and talented. All the waitresses at Bai Weiju want to marry him. Some even dream about it at night. Of course I want to. Lu Yunyan smiled gently, then why did you ask that just now? Now his three wives probably know that you're just a temporary concubine. Maybe they'll keep you as manager at Bai Weiju. If you hadn't asked, they wouldn't have known. They'd be preparing for your marriage. Aren't you just too silly? What? Ling Yuchan trembled, her face froze, and she suddenly looked disappointed. I messed it up? Lu Yunyan chuckled and shook her head, don't overthink. Just say less. You being his concubine is a done deal. Just wait to be welcomed in. Ling Yuchan stayed silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Sister Lu, when will you marry Qingxiu? Don't do it after me, or you'll have to call me sister. After returning to Sanha village, Su Xiaochun and Yunyang got busy preparing a room for Ling Yuchan, deciding to let her stay at home for a while. After choosing an auspicious date and entering the household, she would return to Bai Weiju as the head manager. As for Lu Yunyan, Qingxiu sent her back to her residence in Sanha village and gave her 3 days off to rest. After all, it was the pain of losing her virginity. Without proper rest and jumping straight into heavy labor, it would be too easy to turn dark. Once turned dark, it's impossible to return to being fair. Qingxiu locked himself in his room for more than half an hour. When he came out, he had 2 sheets of paper in his hand. He handed one sheet to Xuanzi and instructed, find everything written on this list, the more the better. Keep it secret. Memorize what's on the paper, then burn it. Seeing the Marquis so serious, Xuanzi was startled and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Lord Marquis. I'll memorize it right away and burn the paper. Go. After sending off Xuanzi, Qingxiu went to Wang Tiniu's smithy. Wang Tiniu was Taiju's older brother. Taiju was loyal, honest, and simple. You could tell by how he gave away that large glowing fluorite to Qingxiu without asking for money, only wanting wine as a reward. That showed just how honest he was. Blacksmith Wang was similar to Taiju, honest and simple. Otherwise, Qingxiu wouldn't have built a private smithy just for him. Now, Tiniu's smithy business was booming. People from neighboring villages came to him for farming tools and utensils. Fearing that what he planned to make would be too confidential, Qingxiu had Tiniu dismiss his apprentices. Then he went to the broker's shop to buy a batch of strong, handy servants. Due to the big difference in social class, servants were considered the private property of nobles. Owners could beat or kill them without being held responsible. So for a servant to survive, loyalty was the basic requirement. Because the conditions of being a servant in Qingxiu's household were too good, all the slaves bought by him and Su Xiaochun from the broker shop didn't even want to run away. Even if pushed to leave, they wouldn't go. Some villagers who couldn't survive in other places even volunteered to serve in his household, willingly signing indenture contracts. When Wang the blacksmith saw Qingxiu, he immediately put down his tools, wiped his hands with the towel around his neck, and smiled. This smithy is hot as hell. Why did the Lord Marquis come at this time? Qingxiu smiled and handed over a drawing. Tiniu, look at this, how long will it take to make? Tiniu carefully examined the blueprint. After a while, he looked surprised and said, a seamless cylindrical iron tube of this size? That might be difficult. Qingxiu replied, just tell me whether it can be done. Tiniu nodded repeatedly, yes, it can be done. But it'll take at least 10 days. Qingxiu shook his head, there's no 10-day time. I can't wait even 5 days. I need it in 3 days, no later than 4. Tiniu's expression stiffened. Though it was difficult, he gritted his teeth and nodded, all right, come pick it up in 3 days, Lord Marquis. Only then did Qingxiu leave, satisfied. He hadn't walked far before a figure rushed past him without even saying hello. Qingxiu frowned, Lin Feifei, you're getting too bold, didn't even greet this Marquis. Without turning her head, Lin Feifei shouted, sorry, Lord Marquis, I'm really too busy. She ran off quickly. Ever since Qingxiu built a prototype of the spinning machine, Lin Feifei hadn't had a single free day. She was either customizing machine parts or recruiting honest village women as textile workers, or she was on the road. Her first textile workshop was about to open. 3 days passed quickly. Early that morning, Qingxiu followed Xuanzi to a previously unused workshop. Inside, sacks were piled everywhere, easily dozens of tons. Qingxiu gasped, how did you find so much? Xuanzi said, Lord Marquis, most of this is saltpeter and charcoal, those two are easy. But sulfur was hard to find. I had to mobilize many people to inquire around just to get 1,000 pounds of sulfur. Qingxiu said excitedly, 1,000 pounds is already plenty. Quickly find a few trustworthy brothers and bring them here. Xuanzi immediately rushed off to gather people. Qingxiu muttered, with 1,000 pounds of sulfur, I can probably make 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of gunpowder. That's right, the weapon he wanted to use against cavalry was explosives. Forget cavalry, gunpowder is the best choice even against celestial soldiers. Horse traps? Don't they need lots of manpower to dig and set up? And horse traps are easy to spot. Once discovered, they're useless and must be refilled. As for caltrops? Even worse. Ancient smelting tech can't mass-produce caltrops quickly. Making even simple iron wire is difficult now, let alone iron wire caltrops. The fastest way to deal with cavalry and cause large-scale casualties is gunpowder and cannon. Load it with steel balls and fire, guaranteed area-wide destruction. After Xuanzi brought trusted household guards to the workshop, Qingxiu assigned them tasks. Boiling and purifying saltpeter, grinding charcoal and sulfur. The solution left after boiling saltpeter is also useful, it can be used to refine salt and make brine. The classic formula of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal is just the base. There are several steps required. You can't just mix them randomly and call it gunpowder. Saltpeter is extremely yin, sulfur extremely yang. With charcoal ash as a balance, they must be finely ground with water, otherwise, one spark could spell disaster. Once the ground mix is dried in the sun, the gunpowder is ready. There's an old saying, smooth powder and explosive powder. Smooth powder is for firearms, it doesn't burst barrels. The ratio is 9 parts saltpeter to 1 part sulfur. Explosive powder has high power, used for blasting. The ratio is 7 parts saltpeter to 3 parts sulfur. Qingxiu stayed in the workshop all day. By sunset, he emerged holding a paper packet and a long rope twisted from paper. Xuanzi and the others, waiting outside, gathered around immediately. Lord Marquis, what great invention is this time? Xuanzi asked curiously. Did it work? Since Qingxiu had him gather those materials a few days ago, he'd been itching with curiosity. Qingxiu smiled mysteriously. It should work. Xuanzi, prepare a carriage, we're going somewhere remote to test it. If the explosion was too loud, it might scare villagers. So Qingxiu decided to choose a more distant spot. The gunpowder Qingxiu prepared was not the usual 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, but 1 part saltpeter, 3 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. He had increased the sulfur by 1 portion, which made the gunpowder more powerful. First, he found a bamboo tube as thick as an arm, sealed at one end, and drilled a round hole at the other. He inserted a fuse made by twisting xian paper, packed in the gunpowder with a wooden stick, and then set off with Xuanzi and a few household guards. The group arrived near the Ba River. Qingxiu dug a half-meter deep pit and buried the bamboo tube filled with explosives. The guards watching from the side started chattering. Lord Marquis, what amazing thing have you made? What's this black stuff packed in the bamboo tube? Strange, why does it have a tail? Qingxiu smiled faintly and took out a fire striker, warning, this thing has incredible power. Once ignited, it will sound like thunder and can flip a carriage. Everyone, stand far away, don't get hit. Xuanzi's expression changed. He solemnly led the guards back 50 meters. Actually, the invention of gunpowder was close at hand. It was invented by Sun Simiao, who, at over 90 years old, had experimented with sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal while studying medicinal effects. He accidentally ignited it and nearly blew himself apart. Originally, gunpowder's predecessor was used for healing, but eventually it evolved into a weapon of destruction. One wonders, if Sun Simiao knew his invention would one day become a weapon capable of destroying the world, how would he feel? At present, Sun Simiao was only in his 80s, still over 10 years away from inventing gunpowder. As for firecrackers, even more so. Li Tian, who would later invent them, was only 50 now, still over 20 years from creating fireworks. Once Xuanzi and the guards were far enough, Qingxiu lit the fuse carefully with the fire striker, then turned and ran back toward the guards at full speed. Seeing their lord run so frantically, Xuanzi and the others became visibly tense. They had never seen Lord Marquis so panicked. That meant this bamboo tube had tremendous power. After Qingxiu returned, about 10 seconds later, a muffled thunder-like sound came from the spot where the black powder bamboo tube was placed. A burst of flames shot into the sky, smoke curled, and rocks flew everywhere. The scene was spectacular. Boom! The loud explosion made several guards shudder, their faces pale. This was the Tang dynasty. It was the first time gunpowder had been ignited. Anyone hearing such a sound for the first time, even if prepared, would be startled. The guards were all wide-eyed, stunned, and terrified. Xuanzi gulped, stared at Qingxiu in awe and fear, and said, Lord Marquis, you're incredible. Just a small bamboo tube can cause such a huge explosion. The power of this thing is outrageous. Let's go take a look. The guards followed Qingxiu to the blast site. When they saw the explosion site, everyone gasped. My goodness, this power is terrifying. What happened here? Thunder God, Lord Marquis is Thunder God reincarnated? One guard asked with innocent admiration. Qingxiu's face darkened. He flicked the guard on the forehead and said, What Thunder God reincarnated, this is the power of knowledge. Still, he was quite satisfied with the power of the Tang dynasty's first bomb. At the explosion site, there was a smoking pit nearly 1 meter deep and about 3 meters wide. The area was scorched, and the smell of burnt gunpowder was pungent. Xuanzi exclaimed, This power is terrifying. If thrown into a crowd, wouldn't it kill everyone in range? Qingxiu shook his head, the bamboo casing limits the power. If we replace it with iron, the power might increase by 50%. But for now, this should be enough. Let's go back. Not long after Qingxiu and the guards left, many people came running after hearing the explosion. The sight quickly drew hundreds of onlookers. When they returned to the workshop, they saw Wang Tiniu waiting at the gunpowder shop door with panda eyes. Behind him was a cart covered with a black cloth. When he saw Qingxiu, the tired Wang Tiniu greeted him with a grin and saluted, Lord Marquis, I didn't fail you. I made what you asked for. Qingxiu patted his shoulder, You've worked hard. Go to the brewery and collect 100 pounds of Xinhua village wine, then to the tea shop for 10 pounds of top-grade flower tea. Go home and rest. Hee, thank you, Lord Marquis. Wang Tiniu ran to the brewery full of energy. The other guards looked at him with envy. Elsewhere, gold and jewels might bring gratitude. But in Sanha village, giving those would make you seem tacky. The best rewards were wine and tea. Seeing their envious looks, Qingxiu chuckled, there's nothing to envy. That wine and tea were earned by Tinio's hard work. One guard muttered jealously, now I want to learn smithing from Tinio. Xuanzi kicked him and said, is the Lord Marquis treating you badly? Short on wine? Tea? Mandan, remember what you looked like when you first came, skinny like a monkey. Now look at you, fat as a pig. Mandan blushed. Xuanzi kicked him again, just do your duty well. Has the Lord ever treated you unfairly? You bunch of ungrateful mutts, humph. The other 5 guards looked innocent, staring at each other. Qingxiu waved his hand, all right, enough. Xuanzi, go to the forge and bring some iron scraps, solid ones, no bigger than a thumb. Got it. Hey, fat Mandan, come with me. Xuanzi dragged the short, chubby Mandan away. Qingxiu lifted the black cloth on the cart. Under it was a nearly 2-meter-long iron tube as thick as a man. The inside was hollow. The tube walls were 0.8 of a cun thick, and the inner diameter was about 30 centimeters. Thanks to coal and the bellows, smelting technology had greatly improved. Of course, with current tech, it was impossible to make a seamless cannon barrel. So Wang Tinyu used forge welding. The principle is simple, heat 2 pieces of iron, overlay them, add borax, and hammer them until they fuse. Of course, this can't compare to modern welding, but for now, it was good enough. Stuff this thing with gunpowder, cover it with iron sand, light the fuse, and with jet propulsion, fire into a dense cavalry formation. Wouldn't it kill them all? Even if it didn't kill, they'd be badly mangled. Xuanzi collected a full iron tube of scrap iron, roughly 70 to 80 lb. These weren't forging residues but leftover fragments and trimmings from making various iron tools. Lord Marquis, here's the solid and durable iron scraps you asked for. Qingxiu gave a few instructions, and Xuanzi and the others loaded the iron scraps and gunpowder onto a cart. The group pushed the cart out of Sanha village once again. They arrived at the woods outside the village. Qingxiu began loading gunpowder into the cannon barrel. He didn't use much this time, around 5 pounds. He packed it tightly with a stick, then poured in the iron scraps. Having seen the power of the black powder in the last experiment, Xuanzi and Mandan were all extremely cautious, standing aside silently. After loading, Qingxiu ordered the household guards to tie the barrel tightly to the cart with hemp rope. They also placed a few stones under the cannon, which was aimed at a dense patch of leaves. All right, step back 10 paces. Everyone took 10 steps back in unison. Qingxiu lit the fuse with a fire striker and retreated more than 10 meters, plugging his ears with 2 fingers. The others were stunned, then followed suit. Soon, about 10 seconds later, the fuse burned out. Boom! A loud explosion followed. The recoil pushed the cart back 2 or 3 meters. The iron scraps shot out from the cannon, slamming into leaves and tree trunks with a rustling noise, mixed with the sound of branches breaking. A large number of finger-thick branches fell to the ground. The 7 guards stood dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Whoa! Xuanzi gasped. Lord Marquis, if this hits a person, wouldn't it turn them into a beehive? Good heavens, that power is insane. Lord Marquis is amazing, to have created such a deadly weapon. Who would dare mess with him now? Qingxiu ignored them and walked into the woods to inspect. Most of the branches on the ground were finger-thick. Even the tree trunks were embedded with iron scraps. Some sharp pieces had even pierced deep inside the wood. Horrifying. This power is absolutely terrifying, Lord Marquis. Xuanzi asked, does this thing have a name? Qingxiu blurted out, this is called a huopao, fire cannon. Mandan, excited, said, if our household guards were all equipped with fire cannons, why would we ever need blades? Just fire one shot at the bad guys, they'd be shredded instantly. Qingxiu said seriously, don't even think about it. The guards can't be equipped with this. If it leaks, and these things spread everywhere, you'd have to worry about getting blown up just walking down the road. All right, pull this thing back and have someone guard it. I'm taking it to the palace tomorrow. On the way home, Qingxiu did a rough calculation. The distance from the barrel to the tree trunk was about 20 meters. The iron scrap spread only covered around 10 meters. If the barrel was made trumpet-shaped, then at 20 meters, the spread could be 40 to 50 meters. But in that case, the power might decrease. Qingxiu decided to test it. So after returning home, he drew up a new blueprint and gave it to Wang Tinyu, giving him 7 days to complete it. Back from Wang Tinyu's place, Liu Chan came up and said, Lord Marquis, Bai Weiju sent a message. Kai Wei asked whether to hold another auction for the luminous wine set, since the Turkic woman who bid on it never paid or picked it up. Qingxiu frowned, didn't pay but bid? What nonsense. Then, Liu Chan asked softly, how should I handle it, Lord Marquis? Qingxiu, no fool, instantly understood. The woman was the Turkic princess, Ashina Yu. He smiled playfully. Yu-chan, tell Kaiwei not to worry about this. You don't need to handle it either. I'll take care of it. All right, Lord Marquis. I'll send word to Kaiwei in Chang'an tomorrow. It was already dusk, and the sky was getting dark. If it were autumn or winter, there would be curfew now. Traveling to Chang'an would likely result in being shut out. Dinner was sumptuous, crayfish with barbecue, and chilled beer. Even gods wouldn't trade lives for this. After a few beers, emboldened by alcohol, Qingxiu had Yunyang on his left and Zhang Sun Pingting on his right. One voluptuous, the other youthful. Combined with 4 different styles of silk stockings and Yunyang's oral skills, no god would trade places. I can't anymore, spare me. These words all came from Zhang Sun Pingting. As for Yunyang, she could battle Qingxiu to the end without losing. Though she'd be sent flying a few times during the action, it didn't affect the outcome. It wasn't until late at night that the bedroom drums of war fell silent. The next morning, Qingxiu loaded 2 carts of goods and headed to the palace. To avoid boredom, he brought the obedient Yunyang with him, under the pretense of needing her to help pick out shops. No choice, besides Lu Yunyan, only Yunyang truly understood his needs. Why? One phrase, a household blessed with oral talent, that's Yunyang. Still, Qingxiu had given Yunyang strict orders, make sure Zhang Sun Pingting learns those skills. As soon as they got in the carriage, Yunyang began a half-hour-long performance. Yesterday, after receiving notice, Li Er had specially convened court. All officials were present. Qingxiu entered the Taiji Hall, led by a eunuch. Your subject Qingxiu greets your majesty. Li Er waved his hand, smiling excitedly. Rise, Lord Qing. After receiving your letter last night, I hardly slept, imagining what kind of amazing anti-cavalry weapon you'd invented. I've been waiting for you eagerly. Indeed, early that morning, Li Er had already dispatched several secret guards to find out whether Qingxiu had arrived. Qingxiu smiled calmly and saluted. Fortunately, I did not disappoint. In 4 days, I completed this item. He then pulled out a bundle of Xian paper and said, this is the method for training troops in 100 days. I present it today, wishing for Tang to raise 1,000,000 strong soldiers. Wang De hurriedly accepted the paper and presented it. But Li Er didn't even look at it. He tossed it aside and stood up, urging, I've no time for training methods. I want to see this anti-cavalry weapon you made. What does it look like? Lord Qing, show us quickly. Qingxiu looked awkward. Your Majesty, the item is too large to carry. I brought it in a cart, it's outside Chengtian Gate. Li Er snapped, what are we waiting for? Bring it in, let us all see it. Qingxiu smiled and explained, Your Majesty, its power is overwhelming. I fear the Taiji Hall isn't suitable. We should go to a wooded area for a test. The officials all looked puzzled. What kind of weapon needed to be tested in a forest? Li Er immediately ordered the new weapon tested at the Imperial Gardens. Soon, despite the heat, the officials followed to the royal woods. When Qingxiu uncovered the black cloth on the cart to reveal a round iron barrel, everyone was dumbfounded. That thick iron tube could actually be a weapon? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the over 200 lbs cannon barrel. Li Er and the officials all gathered around the cart to inspect the cannon barrel. All the civil and military officials wore expressions of disbelief. This can be called a weapon? I've lived so long and never seen a weapon like this. Ahem, Lord Qing's weapon is truly beyond words. A censor sneered, what a joke. Lord Qing intends to use this to deal with cavalry? How is it used? Is Lord Qing planning to carry this thing into battle to kill enemies? Ha ha ha, that's just too funny. Tell me, who could lift this thing to fight cavalry? I doubt you could even catch up with them. Yu Qigong looked at a black man of similar build and said, Li Ji, come try out Lord Qing's new weapon. Although I could lift it myself, it's rather heavy. Qingxiu also gave Li Ji a look. Like Yu Qigong, this man had dark skin, stood 8 feet tall, had an 8-foot waist, and no visible neck. He looked exactly like a black bear. Hearing this, Li Ji smirked and joined Yu Qigong in lifting the cannon. Then Li Ji said with a puzzled look, this thing weighs at least 200 pounds. Swinging it as a weapon would be exhausting. And the iron rod is too short, likely to be shot by archers before even getting close to the cavalry. Their act of lifting the cannon was indeed unflattering, causing Qingxiu's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Who uses a cannon like that? Li Er's face darkened. Lord Qing, is this the weapon you claimed could deal with cavalry? This is absurd. Qingxiu replied helplessly, something this heavy obviously isn't meant to be swung in battle. Li Ji was stunned. In a muffled voice, he asked, not for swinging in battle? Then how is it used? He and Yu Qigong put down the cannon and made a parabolic throwing gesture, asking naively, is it used as a projectile? Ha 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 ha. The officials burst into loud laughter. Such a huge projectile, you'd have to be Li Ji to come up with that idea. Chang Yaoji nudged Qingxiu with his elbow and asked curiously, so how is this huge projectile used? Li Er took a deep breath and said, Lord Qing, please demonstrate for everyone how this weapon is used. Qingxiu took down 2 wooden buckets from the cart, one filled with black gunpowder, the other with iron scraps. Everyone was immediately drawn to them, curiously standing by to watch. Qingxiu instructed Xuanzi and the other household guards to fix the cannon onto the cart. Once secured, Xuanzi, Mandan, and the others looked at the officials with disdain. What a bunch of ignorant fools, saying something this big was a projectile was laughable. As Qingxiu poured in the gunpowder, he explained, this item itself isn't powerful. It's this black powder. Once mixed with powder and iron scraps, the device becomes a true weapon. After the fuse, gunpowder, and iron scraps were all set up, Qingxiu smiled faintly and said, Gentlemen, please step back 10 paces. I shall now demonstrate how this weapon is used. Everyone was confused but stepped back. Only Xuanzi and the household guards covered their ears with their hands. Qingxiu took out the fire striker, lit the fuse, then quickly retreated to a distance and waited silently. Everyone curiously looked around. After a few seconds, a deafening explosion echoed through the entire imperial garden. Boom! The cannon blasted out a burst of flame and thick smoke, expelling all the iron scraps completely. The dense forest also reacted, branches and leaves fell like rain. All the civil and military officials, without exception, shuddered in fear. Their faces showed shock, and a few officials even fell to the ground on their butts, mouths agape in astonishment. Facing the crowd, Qingxiu smiled and asked, Gentlemen, what do you think of this item? Everyone began swallowing hard. Li Er looked shocked, his voice trembling as he struggled to speak, this. Lord Qing, this weapon, such a tremendous force, it's just like thunder. Qingxiu walked over excitedly to inspect the sight, then said to Li Er, this weapon's kill range is 50 paces. Within 50 paces, both man and horse die. Beyond 50 paces, either dead or wounded. Seeing Qingxiu running to the test site, the crowd rushed forward to examine the scene. After looking over the mess, the sound of gasping filled the air. Chang Yaojin touched a shard of iron embedded in the tree trunk, his face full of shock. Your Majesty, the iron scraps are completely embedded in the tree. If this hits a human body, within 50 paces they'd be turned into a beehive. Yu Qigong gasped, the Turk's armor is mostly leather. If these shards can embed into tree trunks, then penetrating Turkish leather armor would be as easy as pie. Facing the officials, Qingxiu smiled faintly and asked, who was mocking this thing just now? Dare to stand in front of it and experience its power firsthand? The few officials who had scoffed earlier all shut up, shrinking their necks and stepping back, afraid they'd be used for testing. Li Er's eyes lit up, trembling with excitement. Lord Qing, does this weapon have a name? This item is called Huopao, fire cannon. Paired with gunpowder and iron scraps, it can kill cavalry in large numbers within 50 paces. The kill zone can cover around 20 paces, but if the cannon is made funnel-shaped, the range might reach 50 paces. Hiss, Li Er gasped. The civil and military officials began imagining this weapon against cavalry. One cannon covers 50 paces. If 100 are used, that's a terrifying 5,000 paces of kill range. 5,000 paces can cover a battlefield for 10,000 men. 100 cannons firing together, the entire cavalry charge at the front would be shredded like beehives. What kind of scene would that be? Without losing a single soldier, this thing alone could instantly take out thousands of cavalry, truly a divine weapon. With such destructive power, Li Er deeply understood how terrifying the cannon was. Whoever possessed such a deadly weapon would control life and death on the battlefield. Not just repelling the Turks, wiping them out might be possible. Thinking this, Li Er trembled with excitement. Lord Qing, can this item be handed over to the Directorate of Works? I want to produce several hundred cannons to use in battle against the Turks. Facing Li Er's eager eyes, Qingxiu nodded, this was made for Your Majesty to begin with. How to use it is entirely Your Majesty's decision. However, if Your Majesty intends to mass-produce this item, it might be better to wait until I finish developing a version with an even wider kill range. Li Er asked, when will that be ready? Qingxiu smiled faintly, production is already underway. I will deliver it to Your Majesty within 10 days. Good, very good. Li Er was overjoyed. With such a divine weapon as the cannon, we can eliminate large numbers of cavalry without sacrificing a single soldier. It can also deter all neighboring nations. Lord Qing, you are truly the pillar of Great Tang. These words moved everyone. Even the censors from the 5 surnames and 7 clans fell silent with solemn expressions. If this man truly became the pillar of the nation, His reputation would surpass that of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Pillar of the nation? Qingxiu felt disdain. What kind of thing is that? He had no desire to be a pillar of the nation, making more money, getting a few more wives, and living happily eating until death suited him better than anything. When he heard Li Er say he was a pillar of the nation, Qingxiu hurriedly shook his head. Your Majesty, please don't exaggerate. I'm no pillar of the nation, I'm just an ordinary blind man. His words caused countless disdainful expressions. If Lord Qing is just an ordinary blind man, then aren't all of us useless? Useless? More like a sack full of wine and rice. Let me tell a joke. Lord Qing is an ordinary blind man. Lord Qing, modesty can go too far, then you become hypocritical. If even Lord Qing is ordinary, then I'd like to be ordinary too. I'd be willing to lose a leg if it meant that. Li Er sneered further. An ordinary blind man could invent a divine weapon like the cannon. Qingxiu sighed helplessly. That's only because your Majesty insisted on giving me tasks. I had no choice but to figure it out. Fire the cannon to your Majesty, and may you never assign me any tasks again. I'm blind, even walking is hard. How could I work? Li Er chuckled, unconcerned. All right, I promise I'll assign you fewer tasks. Though he said so, Li Er began plotting in his mind. If he assigned tasks to Qingxiu, he might yield divine weapons like the cannon. In the future he should give him more tasks. If even more powerful weapons were created, Tang's army would be truly invincible. Qingxiu muttered, not fewer tasks, no tasks at all. Ha! Li Er laughed and changed the topic. Lord Qing, what are the black powders used in the cannon? Qingxiu explained, the reason the cannon is so powerful is precisely because of the black powder. This substance is called gunpowder. I discovered it unintentionally. Without gunpowder, the cannon is just a lump of scrap iron. Gunpowder is not only used in cannons, it has many other clever uses, such as grenades. Officials were intrigued by such a new name as hand grenade. Li Er raised his hand to look at it and gasped. Lord Qing's meaning, is that to turn one's palm into a bolt of heaven's thunder to strike enemies? Qingxiu nearly stumbled and spilled, his mouth twitching. His palm into thunder? This is Tang dynasty, not cultivation practice. He patiently shook his head. A hand grenade is not turning your palm into thunder. I brought one to let everyone see. He walked over to his cart. He had brought 4 hand grenades for testing. Instantly officials became attentive. One cannon is amazing, but now a grenade? This grenade must be extraordinary too. As expected of the ordinary blind Lord Qing, quiet until he acts, then brilliant. When they saw Qingxiu take out a bamboo tube with a fuse attached, everyone was dumbfounded. Where's the grenade? Why a bamboo tube? It was thicker than yesterday's, and the gunpowder inside was explosive grade, 7:3 ratio, more flammable and powerful. Qingxiu handed it to Li Er and said, this is the hand grenade. Bamboo tube is the simplest material for now. If greater power is needed, iron casing could be used. Li Er examined it for a moment. Others crowded around, talking in whispers. Qingxiu continued, recently many have ill intentions toward me. I've made hand grenades for self-defense. In a moment your Majesty will see their power. Hearing that, Li Er's eyelid twitched and a faint smile appeared. Some ministers who had impeached Li Er earlier felt a chill and looked toward Qingxiu. Li Er handed the tube back and said, no need to wait, Lord Qing, show everyone the grenade's power now. Qingxiu surveyed the terrain and found the best blowing up spot. It was a willow about calf thickness near breaking at the base, with roots lifting up a clod of soil and shallow hollow beneath. Qingxiu smiled slightly, lit the fuse in his right hand with a fire striker in his left. He didn't throw it immediately. When the fuse burned 2/3, he dropped it into the uprooted roots below. Under 2 seconds later, a loud explosion rang out. The surrounding earth trembled, dust flew. The willow was blown from its roots, the trunk split in half as if cleaved by a knife. Everyone at the scene stared in shock. Only when the willow collapsed did they return to reality. Qingxiu was greatly satisfied with the power and effect. In open air, bamboo grenades don't cause massive damage, mostly dramatic noise. Actual injury is far less than expected. But in enclosed or tight spaces, the power would be incredible and frightening. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Li Er exclaimed 3 times to express his feeling. Chang Yaojin grabbed Qingxiu's shoulder, eyes eager. Nephew, can you sell me 10,000 of these? How many? Qingxiu looked horrified. 10,000? Uncle Chang, didn't you just wake up? It took me half a month to make just 3 of these. Now you ask for 10,000? Planning to blow up the Turkic royal court single-handedly? Even if he had 10,000, he wouldn't give any to Chang Yaojin. 0. The fewer people know about this, the better. If not to protect himself from being forcibly married into the Turks, he'd never hand over gunpowder. Among ministers, a few censors exchanged worried looks and whispered, "Gentlemen, this thing is dangerous. If the Lord of Lantian controls such divine weapons, he might grow arrogant. This thing is terrible for us, even if originally a private item of Lord Lantian. To guard against misuse it should be nationalized and private use banned. That would be proper impeachment, right? Inspector Wang has spoken rightly. Inspector Liu, won't you lead and submit a petition?" Liu Shoulin was stunned, his face shifting, nodding his head like a rattledrum. "I don't want to be the one to stand up. Didn't you forget, I was nearly exterminated for treason for something I never even did? Since then, I've decided never to stand out again. You all can report whoever you want, just don't drag me into it." Liu turned his head as if to say, "Who cares," leaving Inspectors Wang and Zheng at a loss. Li Er gradually regained composure from his shock, becoming unusually animated. "If these grenades are so astonishingly powerful, and if every soldier in the Tang army is equipped with 8 or 10 of them, wouldn't we be invincible on the battlefield?" Ling Jing similarly responded with excitement, "Your Majesty, if these are paired with catapults, our soldiers won't have to fight in person. We simply launch grenades into the enemy ranks, they'll collapse completely, and crucially, we suffer no losses." Click click. Ling Xiaogong clicked his tongue in admiration. Cannons to deal with cavalry, grenades to counter infantry, these two divine weapons are truly national treasures. "Your Majesty," an inspector cupped his hands respectfully, "the power of cannon and grenade is akin to thunder and lightning. Such terrifying weapons must be kept solely under your control. If too many people possess them, should an emergency arise." He did not finish, instead glancing at Li Er's reaction. Qingxiu lightly furrowed his brow and fixed his perception on that inspector. Was he planning something? Li Er frowned. "Of course, these weapons must be kept in my hands, there is no doubt. But Wang Chunan, what did you mean by that second part of your sentence?" "Wang Chunan? Wang the Virgin?" When Li Er spoke that name, Qingxiu nearly spat out his tea. The name itself was drenched in seniority. Wang Chunan replied, "I mean, if cannon and grenades fall into evil hands, such terrifying power could easily be used for murder or terrorism without trace. For example, if one were walking on the street and a grenade was thrown over, Your Majesty can imagine the scene." Cheng Yaojin's eyes bulged with anger. "What are you implying? That someone among us officials might not deserve to die by grenade?" Cheng's words provoked dissatisfaction with the inspectors, not with Cheng, but with Wang Chunan. Seeing the public outrage he had stirred, Wang Chunan hurriedly explained, "Gentlemen, please calm down. I'm not cursing officials to die, I was only reminding Your Majesty of the potential danger. If such powerful weapons leak to criminals, the consequences could be unimaginable." "What criminals, eh?" Cheng Yaojin sneered. "You prominent lineage-born inspectors are just using this opportunity to slander the Lord of Lantian. Wang Chunan, your meaning is clear." Yu Qigong also sneered. "I can't understand how scholars from famous families can think so dirty." Wang Chuanan's face turned red with anger. "You two officials must stop defaming me. I merely suggested potential hazards. How is that dirty thinking?" Cheng Yaojin scoffed, "But you said these weapons shouldn't be in criminal hands. Look, aside from Lord Qing, who here could possibly hold such divine weapons? You almost outright called him a criminal." Wang Chunan retorted angrily, "Your Majesty, I impeach Cheng Yaojin for slandering me." Li Er laughed slightly. "Wang Chunan, you raise an issue that's not without merit. Indeed, it must be considered. But Cheng Yaojin also speaks truth. Aside from Lord Qing, who else could wield these weapons? These weapons were created by Lord Qing. How could he forget their formula? It belongs to him, carrying a few for self-defense is understandable. Inspectors of the censorate should remain calm." Qingxiu didn't mind at all and even smiled. He thought, these inspectors from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, after autumn they won't leap about much. When their private classics are taken away in a few days, the 5 surnames and 7 clans will fall from admired academies to mere ordinary families, no more special privileges. Qingxiu smiled faintly and said to Cheng Yaojin, "Prince Lu Gue, why bother quarreling with someone as unimportant? It's a waste of words and only stirs up trouble." Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily and nodded, exactly as the Lord of Lantian said, "I'll not dignify his remarks further." Meanwhile, Li Er looked at Wang Chunan with pity. Inspectors from prominent clans impeach whomever they despise, relying on their clan backing. Soon, when the Wang, Lu, and Zheng families publish their rare classics, the decline of these 3 houses will begin. Inspectors from these families will no longer walk with such confidence. At that moment, Zhang Sun Wuji, standing beside Li Er, suddenly respectfully proposed, "Your Majesty, cannon and grenade are divine weapons that free Great Tang from fear of any enemy. Their impact changes our military landscape. These weapons merit great rewards. All officials sharpened their attention. The crucial moment had arrived. They all perked up. Yuchigong also smiled broadly. Your Majesty, I speak plainly. I know that with cannon and grenade, we no longer need to send soldiers to close combat. We'd shape battlefield outcomes from afar, greatly reducing casualties. Such merit certainly deserves high honors. Li Er's expression shifted, and he nodded with a smile. You speak correctly. The cannon and grenade are truly divine tools, with merits lasting millennia. From now on, our great Tang will stand undefeated. This is a greater achievement than forging fine steel, perhaps more so. He glanced at Qingxiu and said, since great awards are in order, not here in the wilderness, let us return to the Taiji Hall so I can draft an imperial decree to announce it to the world. All ministers nodded approvingly. Just as Li Er prepared to return to Taiji Hall, Qingxiu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, we need not hurry. I still have one anti-cavalry formation to test. Li Er slapped his forehead and laughed. How forgetful I am. With cannon and grenade, I nearly forgot the troop formation. Ling Jing also became suddenly enthusiastic. He cared little about promotions, but tactics and formations were his obsession. His late-produced Wei Qing military treatise was later second only to Sun Tzu's Art of War among officers. Before anyone spoke, Ling Jing approached eagerly. Lord Qing, what formation did you mention? Do you have a diagram so I may view it? Qingxiu shook his head. There's no diagram. But I brought the specialized equipment for the formation, and my household guards have trained all day. They're very familiar with it. But he paused, then said to Li Er, Your Majesty, the fewer who know about tactics and formations, the better. If I demonstrate it here and the information leaks to enemy states, once they figure out how to counter the formation, it's ruined. Li Er thought it over and agreed. They left behind a few generals, while others were sent back to Taiji Hall. After imposing martial law in the imperial gardens and sealing off the area, Li Er eagerly said, Lord Qing, the area is now under martial law. You may begin deploying your formation. Qingxiu nodded and said to Xuanzi not far away, set up the formation. Xuanzi hurriedly gathered over a dozen household guards and unloaded the shields and sharpened bamboo poles from the cart. The shields were wooden, wrapped in iron sheets, about 70 cun wide and about the height of a person. The bamboo poles were as thick as an arm, about 4 meters long, with sharp tips. Even well-versed Ling Jing was baffled by these shields. He tilted his head and asked, puzzled, Lord Qing, I have wielded a staff for over 30 years, but I've never seen shields this large before. These must weigh 40 or 50 lb, right? Chang Yaojin frowned. Such heavy shields could indeed fully protect the body from arrows, but a soldier wielding them would find movement difficult. On the battlefield he would tire quickly. And what about these bamboo sticks, what's their use? Other generals with good standing faced the emperor also looked on in doubt. Qingxiu did not rush to explain. Instead, he took a red flag embroidered with 7 or 8 stars and climbed a mound. Raising the flag, he shouted, Form up. Xuanzi and others obeyed and swiftly formed ranks. There were 10 men total, 8 shield bearers and 8 with bamboo poles. 4 shield bearers faced the 4 cardinal directions, each with a spearman behind him. Yes, Qingxiu was preparing a Macedonian phalanx-like formation, highly effective against cavalry. Formation complete. Xuanzi declared, confirming the setup to Qingxiu. Otherwise Qingxiu might have begun commands before they had even called completion, something Li Er might remove his eye patch to investigate. Upon hearing the command, Qingxiu waved the flag forward. Charge! 8 spearmen thrust their bamboo poles forward sharply. Charge, charge, charge! With the battle cry, each spearman stabbed forward. Under Qingxiu's orchestration of the flag, the phalanx changed formations: square, single-facing, circular. This display left all watching officials jaw-dropped. Ling Jing mentally simulated the feasibility of this phalanx and was thrilled. Seeing Qingxiu approach, Li Er eagerly asked, Lord Qing, what formation is this? It looks intimidating. Qingxiu explained, Your Majesty, this is called the Heavenly Gang Foursquare Formation. If the enemy encircles us, the phalanx can split into 4 square fronts. If the enemy attacks from one side, the phalanx reconfigures into a single-facing formation. My shields may look heavy, but each weighs only 30 pounds. Inside is wood, outside is an iron sheet. Considering the Turkic cavalry are light-armored, iron spikes inside the shields also serve as weapons. This formation can prevail with fewer men, especially in narrow space where its strength is greatest. Turkic cavalry excel in mounted archery and striking fast. Behind the shield bearers are spearmen, then bowmen, then reserve troops. Ling Jing gasped as he examined the spikes embedded in the shields, eyes bright. The shield design is brilliant. Each shield has dozens of dagger-like spikes. If cavalry charges collide, they are bound to get injured. He turned to Qingxiu, gaze intense. Lord Qing, your formation is truly exquisite. As long as shield bearers hold firm, spearmen and bowmen behind can deliver assured blows. But what are those reserve troops behind the bowmen? Qingxiu smiled and said to Xuanzi, demonstrate the reserve troops now. Xuanzi immediately arranged 8 household guards into paired ranks, 2 shield bearers in front, then 2 spearmen, 2 bowmen, and 2 reserve troops. One guard cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, nobles, I will serve as a dying cavalryman. He then fell in front of the shield bearers. The shield bearers raised their shields and stepped forward, then lowered the shields to swallow the fallen cavalry infielder, as if devouring him. At that moment, the reserve troops advanced and dragged away the corpse. Only then did everyone realize, the reserve troops are for clearing corpses. Qingxiu, seeing their thoughts, shook his head with a smile. Reserve troops are very important. Not only do they clear dead bodies, but they also prevent enemy soldiers from suddenly entering the formation. If the phalanx is breached, bowmen won't have time to react. Reserve troops must first intercept the intruders, buying time for bowmen to prepare. Chang Yaoji nodded, enlightened. I see now. How clever, first shields, then spears, then bows. This is a truly effective formation to counter cavalry charges. Ling Jing also nodded, indeed. Compared to horse traps or caltrops, Lord Qing's heavenly gang phalanx does not require advanced layout, only shields and weapons, plus formation flag training, before deployment. Li Er laughed heartily. Truly Lord Qing brings surprises and invaluable methods. Now that the formation has been demonstrated, let us return to Taiji Hall and ennoble Lord Qing. Qingxiu nodded slightly, others agreed, and the group soon returned to Taiji Hall. Since Li Er did not dismiss court, no officials left, they waited inside the hall. Li Er returned to his throne and first drafted an imperial edict. Then he announced, Lord of Lan Tian, step forward. Qingxiu advanced one step and cupped his hands. Your subject is here. By providing cannons and grenades of divine power, you have multiplied the strength of the Tang army many times over. Your merits are far-reaching. Your contributions are comparable to the stabilizing pillar of the nation. I hereby elevate you to Duke who guards the realm, Zhenghua Ho, first-rank marquis, equivalent in stature to prince of a commandery. At this, all officials were astonished. Duke who guards the realm? What a supreme honor, a marquis elevated to national duke status, even sooner, to prince rank. Li Er, not giving a moment's rest, continued, Lord Qing provided the one-day troop training method, dramatically shortening training time, and the heavenly gang phalanx to counter cavalry. Both merits are hereby jointly rewarded. Regarding Xiangqing Gong, who remained unmarried, virtuous and diligent, new Lord Qing had repeatedly accomplished great deeds, so I have decided to formally match Xiangqing Gong with Duke guarding the realm. Choose an auspicious date before mid-autumn for marriage. Though Qingxiu had done all this not for reward but for an easier life, the prospect of a beautiful wife was welcome. If anyone seemed least pleased here, it was Xiao Yu, the son of Xiao Rue, who had unsuccessfully sought to marry Xiangqing Gong several times. Xiao Yu's face looked a bit unpleasant. When he thought about how he was still able to remain in the position of left chancellor, it was entirely because Li Er was preserving the face of his father, Li Yuan, and didn't replace him. At this moment, he could only swallow his anger. Next, Qingxiu explained to Li Er the level of danger and precautions of the gunpowder. Li Er personally took notes. Li Er placed the jade brush on the dragon desk, smiling broadly. Today is destined to be a day that rewrites the history of our great Tang. Not only must I remember it, but all of you must remember it too. If none of you have anything to report, then I will end the court session. Li Er glanced around, and seeing no one speak, gave Wang De a signal. Just as Wang De was about to announce the end of the session, Qingxiu said, Your Majesty, I still have something to report. Oh? Li Er asked with a smile, what else does Duke Shen have to report? Qingxiu saluted and said, a few days ago, my auction house held a sale at Baiwei Ju, and a set of wine vessels engraved with poetry was auctioned off. The Turkic Princess Ashina Yu won the bid with a price of 90,000 strings of cash. My auction house has a rule, the item must be paid for and collected within 3 days. Now it's been more than 6 days, and the Turkic princess still hasn't sent the money to collect the item. The officials were in an uproar. What? Baiwei Ju is actually run by Duke Qing. No wonder the food at Baiwei Ju is so delicious, it's from Duke Qing's hand. I heard Baiwei Ju held 2 auctions and made hundreds of thousands of strings of silver. That place is a real moneymaker. TSK, selling alcohol, tea, and now even hosting auctions and selling meals. He's making a fortune. I'd estimate Duke Qing's wealth is at least several 100,000 strings. I think it's more than that. I believe he has at least 1 million in silver at home. 1 million in silver? That's as rich as a nation. Oh? Li Er ignored the whispers, and asked with interest, is that the set of wine vessels engraved with "Heaven gave me talent, it must be used, spend thousands of gold, they will return, let's feast on sheep and beef, and drink 300 cups in one go"? Qingxiu nodded, exactly that set. The Turkic princess bought something without paying, so I hope your majesty can uphold justice for me. Li Er's expression turned strange. Ashinayu is a Turkic princess. It might not be proper for me to handle this matter for you. Qingxiu asked, does your majesty mean to let me handle this on my own? Li Er blinked, puzzled, do you expect me to collect the money for you? Or, pay it for her? Qingxiu looked at Li Er and suddenly smiled, nodding slightly. Li Er's expression changed subtly, he seemed to have an idea. Li Er shook his head and said, the royal treasury doesn't have that much money. The state funds are meant to benefit the people. As emperor, how can I divert those funds to pay someone's debt? However, I can support you and help demand the debt from the Turkic princess. Qingxiu smiled and shook his head, your majesty misunderstood me. The auction terms clearly stated that if payment isn't made within 3 days, the winning bidder will be detained. Once the payment is made, the person will be released. So this is a private debt between me and the Turkic princess. I ask your majesty to allow me to detain her until her family sends the 90,000 strings of silver. I see. Li Er had a strange look and fell into silence, considering the pros and cons. Suddenly, censor Wang Chunan, who came from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, looked alarmed and said, your majesty must not allow this. How can this be considered a personal dispute? Li Er raised his eyelids and asked, what is censor Wang's opinion? Wang Chunan looked at Qingxiu and frowned. As an envoy to Tang, the Turkic princess should be treated with the proper diplomatic respect. As the saying goes, messengers should not be harmed, especially since we are not at war with the Turks. Guaranteeing their safety is basic etiquette. Your majesty has no grounds to allow Dukshan to detain the Turkic princess. If this happens, it would be a national disgrace. The Khagan Sheli might immediately lead the Turkic cavalry to invade us, an unworthy risk. Censor-in-Chief Lu Sholin also saluted and said, Censor Wang is right. We ask your majesty to consider this carefully. Your majesty must not agree to Dukshan's request. The Turkic princess is an envoy. If she's detained, what foreign envoy would dare come to the Tang again? Qingxiu said angrily, it's easy for you all to talk, since it's not your money. This is 90,000 strings of cash. Of course you defend her. Are you going to pay for her? Wang Chunan sneered, Dukshan made huge profits from 2 auctions, at least hundreds of thousands of strings. Why would you care about 90,000? Your majesty won't risk our diplomatic reputation over this. Your majesty, doing this would damage our national prestige. Please reconsider. I agree. So do I. Qingxiu sneered, detaining the Turkic princess is an insult to them? Have you forgotten the disgrace at Bema last year? Have you forgotten how the princess threatened the entire Tang court in the Taiji Hall recently? The Turks threatened to send 200,000 cavalry to invade if we refused their demands. Since you censors aren't going to war, of course you don't care. Qingxiu suddenly said to Li Er, Your Majesty, I no longer want the 90,000 strings. You can let the Turkic princess leave whenever you wish, and let the Turks invade with 200,000 cavalry, slaughtering our people as they like. But I suggest that Censor Wei Zheng lead the army to defend us, and all censors go to war first to show their patriotic spirit. Wei Zheng twitched his lips, dumbfounded. He was just here watching. All the censors' faces changed dramatically. Lu Sholin said angrily, What are you saying? We censors are civil officials. Are there no generals in Tang? Sending civil officials to fight would make us a laughingstock. Letting us fight? Why don't you go, since you're so brave? The military officers were already itching to move. General Cheng Yaojin grinned and said, Your Majesty, my vanguard camp is short 1 officer. I think Censor Lu looks strong and built, perfect for the front line. I propose he serve as my vanguard officer. Hearing this, both civil and military officials were stunned. Even the military officers' mouths twitched. Lu Sholin, skinny as a chicken, was dumbfounded. Strong and built? Are you kidding me? The military officers all looked bewildered. This censor wasn't even enough to make soup. Lu Sholin's face turned red. He patted his chest, which was as wide as a door, and angrily said, Duke of Lu, you call this a tall and strong build? I'm afraid my body isn't even as sturdy as Dukshan's. Your Majesty, he said indignantly, I accuse Duke of Lu Cheng Yaojin of deceiving the emperor. I am clearly thin and weak, yet he insists on calling me tall and burly. Isn't this deceiving the ruler? Li Er rubbed his temples, frowned, and scolded, All of you shut up. Let's get back to discussing the matter of the Turkic princess not paying for the goods. Only then did Cheng Yaojin grunt twice and retreat to the military officials group. Lu Shoulin also gave a cold snort and returned to the same group. Li Er stroked his chin and pondered, Duke Qing's suggestion isn't bad. I also don't want to make things hard for the Turkic princess. But once she returns to the Turks, Xieli will definitely lead 200,000 troops to invade. Do any generals here want to take the initiative to face 200,000 cavalry? Li Er looked at Cheng Yaojin and blinked quickly. Cheng Yaojin understood, immediately held his forehead, and collapsed on the hall floor groaning, "Oh, my head hurts. Your Majesty, I've developed a terrible headache. My whole body is weak, and my head feels like it's about to split open. I need to rest in bed, probably for 10 or 20 years. Li Er's mouth twitched, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. 10 or 20 years. A few months would have been enough. Qingxiu was already stunned. Good grief, no wonder Cheng Yaojin was nicknamed the Demon King. He really lived up to the name. Li Er looked at Li Jing, his face full of sorrow. Duke of Wei, Cheng has a serious illness and will be bedridden for 10 or 20 years. It looks like the responsibility of fighting the Turkic invasion falls on you. Ah? Li Jing screamed, clutching his leg, and fell to the ground, sitting down. He glared at Li Ji and yelled, Li Ji. Just because I owe you 2 meat pies worth 6 coins, you kicked and broke my leg? Your Majesty. Li Jing said in pain, last time I ate meat pies with Li Ji, I didn't bring money and asked him to cover it. It's been less than 20 days, and he held a grudge and broke my leg. My leg's broken in 8 places. Without 3 to 5 years, I won't recover. I can't lead the fight against the Turks and feel deeply ashamed. Please choose another worthy man. Qingxiu's jaw dropped. Good grief, even the great general of Tang is pulling stunts now? Li Er was also stunned. Owe someone 6 coins for 20 days and get your leg broken? No wonder Li Ji kicked you, I'd want to kick you too. The military officials were all dumbfounded. Just then, Li Ji suddenly started hopping on one leg, clutching his foot and screaming, You old fossil Li Jing. Is your leg made of iron? It's so hard it shattered my foot. Your Majesty, my foot is ruined, I can't go to the battlefield. With Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and Li Ji taking the lead, the military officers seemed to open a door to a new world. Yu Qigong claimed he hadn't pooped for half a month, had a belly full of old waste, and was in terrible pain. It might take until next spring to finally relieve himself. Li Xiaogong insisted he was infected by Qingxiu's blindness and had gone blind himself. He even asked Qingxiu for a black cloth to cover his eyes and was grinning ear to ear. But Li Xiaogong soon stopped laughing. Since he pretended to be blind, the previously submissive Yu Qigong left 7 giant footprints on his but with his size 52 shoes. Anyway, the military officials' excuses became more and more absurd. Some said they sleepwalked into another man's wife's bed and were beaten half to death, others claimed to have strange, incurable diseases. Even though Qingxiu had seen many jokes in his past life, he was blushing slightly now. He started to admire Li Er's patience. Only Li Er looked calm, his face showing a hint of suppressed sorrow. Among the civil officials, some were already laughing uncontrollably. Li Er said sorrowfully, All my dear subjects are unwell. Truly, the heavens are unfair. Since none of my beloved generals can go to war, I must choose a commander from the civil officials. Li Er's gaze fell on Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng immediately clenched, hurriedly saluted, and said, Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. I didn't speak for the Turkic princess, nor did I write in support of Duke Qing's debt issue. Please see clearly. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and said to Zhang Sun Wuji, Right Chancellor Zhang Sun Wuji, when the Turkic cavalry invades, I'll appoint you as supreme commander. As for which generals to use, you decide. But I'll remind you, choose quickly, to avoid complications. Zhang Sun Wuji wiped away tears of laughter, turned, and looked at Lu Shoulin, Wang Qunan, Zheng Yuanbao, and several other censors. Your Majesty, I'd like Lu Shoulin to lead the central vanguard and take the first strike against the Turks. I'd like Wang Qunan as left-wing vanguard. And Zheng Yuanbao as right-wing vanguard. Please approve. Li Er waved his hand, but before he could speak, Lu Shoulin knelt to the floor with a thud, his face lifeless. Your Majesty, let's talk about the debt between the Turkic princess and Duke Qing. I believe it's only right that the princess repays her debt. Duke Qing already stated the item must be paid for and collected within 3 days. It's been 56 days. Clearly, the princess is trying to skip payment. Yes, yes. Wang Qunan added fearfully, she's trying to swindle Duke Qing's Nightglow wine vessels. Outrageous. I propose we let Duke Qing detain her until her father brings ransom. A joke, these censors are great at arguing, but asking them to fight? They might not even know who's the enemy or ally. Zheng Yuanbao from the Zheng clan of Xingyang quickly added, Your Majesty, the cannons and grenades offered by Duke Qing are extremely powerful. He made these large weapons in just a few days, so they can likely be mass-produced quickly. I believe if Duke Qing detains the Turkic princess to collect the owed 90,000, Xieli won't risk national shame by invading. Even if he does, it'll take 2 or 3 months before he acts. In that time, we can build more cannons and grenades, train troops in anti-cavalry formations, and when the Turks come, we could wipe them out. Qing Xiu's expression changed. He truly admired Zheng Yuanbao. His idea was exactly what Qing Xiu had been thinking. Li Er smiled lightly, Censor Zheng, I thought of that long ago. He scanned the room and said sternly, last year, I had just taken the throne. While the court was unstable, Xieli led 200,000 cavalry to plunder Chang'an. When did he ever care about our dignity? So I need not care about theirs. I now declare, with Duke Qing's cannons and grenades, the balance of power between Tang and the Turks has changed. A debt must be repaid. The princess owes Duke Qing silver. He has the right to detain her. If Xieli dares to invade, let him taste our firepower. Minister Tang Jian, go personally and hand the princess to Duke Qing for detention. As for the Turkic mission, let them stay a month before returning home to send word. Court dismissed. After speaking, Li Er flicked his sleeves and left. Inside the Lixing Hall, Empress Zhangsun frowned slightly after hearing the series of events that happened in court today and said, Your Majesty, letting Duke Qing detain the Turkic princess, I believe this is inappropriate. Li Er asked in confusion, why does Guanyin maid think this is inappropriate? When Duke Qing was mentioned, Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but recall those extremely seductive silk stockings and lingerie she had tried on a few days ago. Her pretty face flushed slightly, but she quickly concealed her emotions. She frowned and said, Your Majesty granted a marriage between Xiangqing and him. I have no objections to that. However, once Xiangqing marries Duke Qing, he will have 5 wives and concubines. I think Duke Qing is rather lustful. Cough, cough. After speaking, Zhangsun Wugo showed a hint of embarrassment. Li Er frowned and said, Duke Qing is blind and can't distinguish beauty from ugliness. You say he's lustful? On what basis? Empress Zhangsun hesitated. She couldn't possibly come clean to her husband and admit she tried on the lingerie gifted by Duke Qing, could she? Li Er suddenly smiled and asked, Does the Empress think the Turkic princess is extraordinarily beautiful, and Duke Qing detaining her will eventually lead to him taking her into his bed? Empress Zhangsun lightly nodded and said, That's exactly what I think. The Turkic princess is indeed beautiful, but she has foreign features. If Your Majesty allows Duke Qing to behave so recklessly, it might invite much ridicule. Li Er's expression turned serious as he said, That's not quite right, Empress. Today, Duke Qing provided me with cannons and grenades of immense power, truly awe-inspiring. He also has a military formation that restrains cavalry. With these things, I can guarantee that within just a few months, the Great Tang will no longer fear any enemy. With cannons and grenades, of course I want the Turkic cavalry to taste their might. But a campaign needs a justified reason. If I detain the Turkic envoy in the name of the royal court, it would spark war, yes, but if this is heard by other countries, what envoy would still dare to come to Tang? Hee hee. Li Er laughed, the Turkic princess owes Duke Qing 90,000 strings of cash. It's only right to repay debts. Duke Qing detaining the princess and letting her father Xieli repay the debt before releasing her, that is perfectly legitimate, isn't it? Xieli is proud and arrogant. If someone detains his daughter and demands repayment, he will surely be humiliated and angry and will definitely assemble an army to invade. By then, I will have every reason to campaign against the Turks. Zhangsun Wugo was surprised at first, then suddenly understood and said, So that's what Your Majesty meant. I was short-sighted. Li Er sighed and said, I know. Letting Duke Qing detain the Turkic princess, this guy might end up messing around and dragging Ashina you into his bed. That's unfair to our daughter Xiangqing. But I have no choice. Only he can do it. Zhangsun Wugo gave a bitter smile and said, Your Majesty is right. Right now, only Duke Qing has a legitimate reason to detain the Turkic princess. No one else could do it. But, Your Majesty, can we really defeat the 200,000 Turkic cavalry? Li Er's expression became solemn, we must defeat them. Even if we can't, we still have to. Go talk to Xiangqing about the marriage. I'm going to the Ministry of Works to have them start producing a batch of gunpowder and grenades immediately. After saying that, Li Er stood up and left. At the same time, Duke Qing, this is the station where the Turkic princess is staying. Tang Jian led Qingxiu to an inner courtyard behind high walls within the office of reception. Outside the door stood imperial guards in bright armor, as well as several Turkic guards wielding curved sabers. The office of reception was an official office within the imperial city, responsible for receiving foreign guests. Just as they were about to follow Tang Jian inside, they were blocked by 5 or 6 Turkic guards. The leading Turkic guard, expressionless, said in broken Chinese, "Tang official, you don't know that entering the station requires the princess's permission?" On the way there, Tang Jian had already guessed from recent events that the reason Li Er wanted Duke Qing to detain the Turkic princess was to find an excuse for war. If the Tang detained her officially, it would be unjustified. But Duke Qing was different, who told the Turkic princess to default on payment. Understanding the truth of the situation, Tang Jian's tone also hardened. He coldly said, "This is the office of reception, under my jurisdiction. I go wherever I want, no permission needed. You lot, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." The Turkic guard leader was shocked and looked Tang Jian up and down. During the past few days that the envoy stayed here, this Tang official had always been polite, always waiting for approval before entering. Why was he now so rude and domineering? The other Turkic guards muttered in their language. Some looked mocking, others sneering. Suddenly, Tang Jian's face darkened. He turned and angrily shouted at the guards, "All guards of the office of reception, arrest these damn Turkic barbarians." The guards stationed nearby clattered in their armor, and in moments, over 20 of them surrounded the 5 or 6 Turkic guards. The guard leader glared, "Lord Tang, what do you mean by this? We are the Turkic mission. Are all Tang officials this unreasonable? You treat the warriors of Turk like this, aren't you afraid our great Khagan Sheli will send troops to destroy your Tang?" Tang Jian ignored him and waved his hand, face cold, "Arrest them. If they resist, kill without mercy." This made the leader panic. His face showed fear. He urgently muttered to the others, who reluctantly stopped resisting. Qingxiu leaned close and asked, "Duke of Zhu, what did those Turkic brutes say that made you so angry?" Tang Jian's face twitched and darkened. "They said Tang women are shared by thousands, Tang men are cowards. The more rude you are to Tang people, the more they fear and respect you. In the eyes of these Turks, we're worse than pigs and dogs." Qingxiu's face turned cold. The household guards behind him were enraged. "Damn Turkic dogs! They dare insult us Tang people? Lord Tang, may we kill these barbarian dogs?" a brightly armored guard asked through gritted teeth. "My lord, just say the word, we'll make sure these bastards wish they were dead," the household guards echoed. Qingxiu patted Xuanzai on the shoulder and said, "Don't let them die too easily. Go." "Got it." Xuanzai grinned wickedly and, with a dozen equally grim guards, charged at the Turkic guards. The Turkic guard leader understood Chinese. After hearing Qingxiu's words, his head buzzed, eyes blacked out, and he was filled with despair. "No! You can't just kill us. I'm an envoy. We're the Turkic mission." The leader screamed in fear, "You dare kill foreign envoys? Aren't you afraid the great Khagan Sheli will destroy the Tang? No. Don't. I want to see your emperor. Princess. Save me." As he was dragged to the corner, he cried for help, his pants soaked in urine. In the glory of Han and Tang, one represents Han, one Tang. If not for the Tang dynasty, later generations of China might be called Tang people. The Turkic barbarians' insults enraged not only Tang Jian but Qingxiu too. Of all people to provoke, they provoked a blind man? Inside the post station, Ashina Yu wore only a bra and a thin underskirt on her lower body, fanning herself hard with a hand fan. Beside her, a personal maid who was also fanning herself complained, "Princess, Chang'an is just too hot. It's nothing like the coolness of the grasslands. This Tang emperor is really lacking in etiquette. When you went to the palace to meet him, the huge hall was cooled with ice, but he can't even spare a bit of ice to help us cool down here." Ashina Yu said, "The Tang emperor hates us Turks to the core. He's probably wishing we'd leave Chang'an and go back to Turkic lands as soon as possible. I'm sure just thinking about us suffering in this heat brings him joy. How would he ever send us ice to cool off?" The maid said with disdain, "The Tang emperor is really stingy. Princess, how about we go to Baiwei-ju to cool off? There's ice everywhere in Baiwei-ju, and they have cold and tasty sour plum soup. We could also buy some ice to bring back. Otherwise, with this heat, it'll be hard to sleep at night." Ashina Yu hesitated, "But if we go to Baiwei-ju, what if the shopkeeper demands the auction payment? I still owe 90,000 strings of cash for that wine set I bought. If that becomes a big deal, the Turkic envoy's face will be completely lost." The maid asked, "Didn't you say you were going to ask the Tang emperor to help you pay? Why not go now?" Ashina Yu gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "I was planning to bring it up today, but the discussion in court didn't go well. The Tang emperor clearly isn't happy with me. If he refuses to help me pay, I'll be mocked by Tang officials. Better to forget it." The maid asked, "Didn't you really like that wine set? Are you going to give it up?" Ashina Yu shook her head, "I didn't like the wine set itself, but the poems engraved on it. Although the Marquis of Lantian shows obvious disdain for foreign tribes like us, I can't deny his poetic talent is unmatched. I admire his brilliance. But for the sake of the Turkic royal court's dignity, it's better not to take the wine set. Let someone else have it. The maid said, Princess, since the Marquis of Lantian won't marry into Turkic lands, and the Tang Emperor won't allow it either, let's just return to Turkic territory. No need to suffer here. Ashinayu nodded, that's fine. Tomorrow morning I'll go see the Tang Emperor, and then we'll head back to Turkic lands. The maid looked delighted and nodded repeatedly. But before they could rejoice, a scream suddenly came from the inner courtyard, followed by several more screams. Ashinayu asked in confusion, Hamuyan, why do I hear someone screaming outside? Hamuyan listened closely and her face instantly changed, shouting, Princess, it's a cry for help, it's your guards calling for help. Ashinayu's face also changed, and she immediately tried to go outside, but Hamuyan grabbed her arm. Princess, you can't go out dressed like that. Ashinayu froze, looked down, and saw that she was only wearing a silk bra tied with a ribbon at the back. Just walking made it sway all over. Below, it wasn't much better, just a short skirt, revealing her smooth, long, snow-white legs. As a Turkic princess, she still had to care about her appearance. After changing clothes, Ashinayu and Hamuyan rushed out. Before they could reach the inner courtyard, a group of people entered from the outer courtyard. Seeing who it was, Ashinayu froze and said in disbelief, Marquis of Lantian? Why are you here? Qingxiu replied expressionlessly, Of course I came to collect a debt. Ashinayu looked confused. Ashinayu has no dealings with the Marquis of Lantian. What debt are you referring to? Tang Jian beside her corrected, Princess Ashinayu, he's no longer Marquis of Lantian. Today His Majesty has conferred upon him the title of Dukshan. Ashinayu was shocked. Dukshan? She looked closely at Qingxiu, same clothes as when she saw him that morning. How did his status rise so quickly? Although puzzled, it wasn't the time to focus on that. Ashinayu nodded, all right, may I ask, Dukshan, Ashinayu has no interaction with you. Why are you here to collect a debt? Qingxiu said mockingly, no dealings? I'm afraid Princess Yu doesn't know, Baiwei Ju is my personal property. What? Baiwei Ju is yours? Ashinayu was completely stunned. Then her snow-white face flushed red, the embarrassment clearly visible. She ultimately couldn't avoid it, someone really came to demand the money. If this got out, the Turkic royal court would lose all face. No, she couldn't let that happen. She absolutely couldn't let the Khagan be shamed. She didn't want to keep on this topic and instead urgently pointed outside, asking, what's going on outside? Why are my guards crying for help? What did you do to them? Qingxiu shamelessly replied, your guards insulted the Duke of Ju and even tried to attack him. As a duke, how could he tolerate being humiliated by Turkic barbarians? So the duke had them taught a lesson, to make them remember it well. Tang Jian's mouth twitched, cursing in his heart, damn, you really know how to throw someone under the bus. But then Tang Jian thought, if he made me take the blame, there must be a reason, and surely some reward. Can't take the blame for free. With that thought, Tang Jian's eyes lit up. He suddenly stepped forward, chest out, and said, indeed. Your guards insulted me and tried to kill me. I fought back to protect myself. That left Qingxiu speechless. Someone who was thrown under the bus, still voluntarily stepping forward to admit it? Well then, Qingxiu was truly moved by Tang Jian. What? Ashinayu's expression changed. You want to kill my guards? How dare you? Her beautiful face darkened, full of rage. You're the Tang official in charge of receiving envoys. No matter the reason, you must not harm foreign envoys. Aren't you afraid the Tang Emperor will punish you? Stop. Tell them to stop. The screams grew more pitiful, and Ashinayu became increasingly anxious. Tang Jian sneered, your guards can try to kill me, but I can't kill them? What kind of logic is that? You Turkic princesses are really overbearing and unreasonable. Ashinayu glared, Tang Jian, aren't you afraid that your personal actions will bring disaster to the Tang? If you really kill my guards, I'll have the Khagan send troops, and the Tang Emperor will have to hand you over to me. Tang Jian sneered coldly, such arrogance from the Turkic princess. First, think about how you'll return to Turkic lands before making threats. What do you mean? Ashinayu asked with suspicion. Are you going to imprison the Turkic princess? Her tone was full of doubt. Tang Jian smiled and said to Qingxiu, Dukshan, I think we should first settle the debt between you two. Qingxiu nodded, tapped his blind cane, turned his face slightly, and said to Ashinayu, Baiwei Ju is my personal business. The auction I hosted had a clear rule, payment must be made within 3 days, or face the consequences. Princess Yu won a wine set worth 90,000 strings of cash. Before leaving, you promised to send the money and pick it up in 2 days. But it's been 5 days now. I have no choice but to come collect what you owe. If I don't see the money today, I have the right to detain you until your family brings 90,000 strings of cash to redeem you. Qingxiu spoke logically and clearly, leaving Ashina speechless. Her stunning face was already as red as the evening glow. She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. The hot weather, combined with the awkward situation, made Ashina break out in fragrant sweat. However, she was someone who had seen the world and quickly calmed herself down. But her personal maid Hamuyan was furious after hearing Qingxiu's words. She glared and shouted, "Just 90,000 strings of cash? My princess is a noble Turkic royal, do you really think she'd skip payment?" Qingxiu replied coldly, "If that's the case, why have so many days passed without sending the money to Baiwei Ju?" "Fine." Ashina bit her lip, displeased, and said, "Duke Qing, before nightfall, I will send you the 90,000 strings. I swear by the spirit of the grasslands, if I don't send the money today, you can do whatever you want with me." Tang Jian's expression suddenly turned ambiguous, giving Qingxiu a sly look. Do whatever he wants? The Turkic princess is bold indeed, saying such things in front of this man, this blind man, no less. Although Tang Jian hadn't dealt much with Qingxiu, he had seen him in court, daring to draw a sword in front of the emperor, a fearless man who didn't care about any official, let alone a Turkic princess. A smug expression appeared on Tang Jian's face. "But," Ashina said unhappily, "on one condition, you can't spread this debt around. If it becomes public and I'm humiliated, I won't give you a single coin." Qingxiu shook his head, "Sorry. I'm busy. I can't wait until nightfall, not even an hour. I want to see the 90,000 strings right now." Hamuyan fumed, "You're being unreasonable. The Turkic princess is of such high status, how could she possibly default?" "Not necessarily," Qingxiu replied playfully. "I don't know your princess, and I don't trust her. I just want my money back. Is that wrong?" Hamuyan wanted to say more, but Ashina raised her hand and said, "I'll give you the money. Just give me half an hour. I'll bring the 90,000 strings here. Please step aside and let me go fetch the money." Qingxiu smiled and shook his head, "I can't." "What if you run away?" Ashina was so angry her breathing quickened. She shouted, "I would run away? Impossible. I would never run over such a small amount." By now, the sounds of screams from outside had gradually stopped. Ashina and Hamuyan both looked uneasy and deeply worried. Ashina turned to Tang Jian, angrily saying, "Lord Tang, release my guards immediately. Otherwise, I will have the Khagan send troops against Tang. You don't want to cause a war because of a moment's impulse, do you?" Tang Jian calmly replied, "Princess, haven't you realized? They're already dead, you don't hear anything anymore." "What? You killed all my guards?" Ashina's face turned pale, her body slightly trembling. She couldn't understand why this Tang official would go that far. Wasn't he afraid of causing war? Qingxiu said impatiently, "It's already been half a stick of incense's time. Half an hour will be up soon. When will Princess Yu bring me my money?" Ashina looked aggrieved and shouted hysterically, "You won't let me go, how can I bring you the money?" Qingxiu smiled and pointed at Hamuyan, "Your maid can go get it. But you must stay here as collateral. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." "Fine." Ashina gritted her teeth, "Have it your way. Hamuyan, go find the Tang Emperor and borrow 90,000 strings. If he agrees, we'll waive next year's tribute." "Yes, Princess. I'll go find the Tang Emperor now." Hamuyan ran out filled with anger. Ashina turned and entered her room. Qingxiu found a shady spot and sat down on the ground. Tang Jian also sat down beside him, grinning and whispering, "Duke Qing, I took the blame for you, how do you plan to thank me?" Qingxiu froze, then suddenly realized. Tang Jian had taken the blame in hopes of receiving a favor. Qingxiu played dumb, "What blame? Duke Ju, is there a misunderstanding?" Tang Jian was confused, "Duke Qing, didn't you want me to take the blame? You didn't want the princess to know you killed her guards, so you said I gave the order, wasn't that the plan?" Qingxiu said with a strange look, "Duke Ju, you've misunderstood. I had my men kill the guards because I didn't want you, as the Minister of Reception, to bear the guilt of personally killing Turkic envoys." Tang Jian's mouth twitched, face dark, "Then why did you tell the princess that I gave the order?" Qingxiu laughed, "Because I just wanted to throw the blame." Tang Jian felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "How can you be like this? I helped you out of goodwill and ended up the fool?" Qingxiu chuckled, "It's just a joke, Duke Ju. No need to be angry. So tell me, how would you like me to thank you?" Tang Jian sat back down with a grunt, muttering, "If I ask for thanks, it sounds like I'm taking a bribe. I'm an honest official. I would never ask Duke Qing for a reward. What kind of man would I be?" Qingxiu twitched, He never thought the famous Tang Jian would be like this. Hee hee. Tang Jian laughed and winked. I heard Duke Qing sold a lot of glass pearls at the auction. My wife's been begging for one recently. Sigh. Tang Jian sighed, looking helpless. But I'm too poor to afford one. Duke Qing, could you give me one at a discount? Doesn't have to be perfect, just not defective. Qingxiu sneered, looking disgusted. Never seen someone use honesty as a catchphrase like this. Just so happens I've got one on me. Qingxiu pulled a clear glass pearl from his bag and handed it over. We're colleagues, no need to talk about selling. That would make me seem petty. Here, I'm gifting you this pearl. Tang Jian looked at the sparkling pearl and trembled, voice shaky. You really want to give this to me? Of course. Qingxiu nodded. A gentleman never goes back on his word. But one condition, this pearl must only be given to your wife or daughter. Don't give it to anyone else or sell it. Otherwise, I'll take it back. Tang Jian nodded quickly, of course. I swear, if I sell it, may I die a horrible death. Take it then. Qingxiu tossed the pearl to Tang Jian, who held it like a treasure. Anyway, Qingxiu had plenty of them. Before long, they'd be everywhere. Eventually, the glass pearls wouldn't even be worth a bowl of cold noodles. Hamuyan came back, her face pale and unpleasant. Qingxiu asked with a smile, where are the 90,000 strings of cash for this marquis? Hamuyan hesitated to speak, but forced herself to respond stubbornly. I told you, you'll get every coin. Not a single copper will be missing. After speaking, Hamuyan entered the room. Ashinayu, seeing Hamuyan return, quickly got up and went over, asking, well? Did you get the money? Hamuyan's eyes turned red, her face twisted with anger. She sat down heavily on a chair, aggrieved. Princess, he did it on purpose. The Tang Emperor definitely did it on purpose. I went to ask him for money, and he said it was all spent on disaster relief. He claimed the treasury doesn't even have 9,000 strings left, let alone 90,000. Ashinayu said weakly, so, you came back empty-handed? Hamuyan nodded, crying, Princess, I'm sorry. I'm useless, I couldn't borrow the 90,000. Ashinayu comforted her, Yen, it's not your fault. I understand now. This is a conspiracy. I should have realized earlier, it's all a setup. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Hamuyan looked confused. Ashinayu grew angry and agitated, can't you see it? It's all a plot. Last time when we went to Sanha village, we heard rumors about the Marquis of Lan Tian. He's said to be gentle and generous, beloved by the people. They say his wealth piles up like mountains, at least 1,000,000 strings of silver. How could such a man be so relentless over 90,000? Also, today the Tang Emperor said in court that the national treasury is flush, with nearly 10 million strings in reserve. How could he not spare 90,000? It's deliberate, they're intentionally making things hard for us. Ashinayu began smashing things in anger, and after a bout of destruction, sat down in despair. Princess. Hamuyan asked in confusion, but why would they do that? What's the benefit for them? Don't they fear that the Kaghan will invade if they push us this far? Yeah, what do they gain from this? Ashinayu was completely puzzled, her face full of confusion. At that moment, Qingxiu's voice came unpleasantly from outside the door. Say, how long do you want this marquis to wait? It's scorching outside. I've already waited half an hour. If you can't pay, just say it, don't act all high and mighty. Ashinayu's face turned bright red from shame. Hamuyan shouted angrily, nag, nag, nag. Are all you Tang people as petty as you? Then she leaned in and asked in a low voice, Princess, he's pressing for the debt. What should we do? Where can we get 90,000 strings of silver? Ashinayu said bitterly, besides the Tang Emperor, we know no one here. If he won't lend us money, who else can we turn to? Who else? Her eyes turned cold and determined. She gritted her teeth and said, Hamuyan, I want to see what this Marquis of Lan Tian and their emperor really want. Let's confront him head on. We have no money, if he wants it, let the Turkic cavalry bring it to him and see what he'll do. Let's go. Ashinayu quickly walked out. She looked at Qingxiu in the shade, lifted her chin proudly, and said, this princess doesn't have the money right now. If you want it, let me go, I'll return to Turkic lands and send it back as fast as possible. What do you think? Qingxiu sneered, I don't think so. If you leave, who will be my hostage? Your maid? I'm not that stupid. If someone's going back to get the money, it'll be her, not you. Ashinayu said coldly, Humph, Hamuyan can return to Turkic lands, but if she does, she won't just bring back 90,000 strings, she'll bring 200,000 cavalry too. Then she looked even more arrogant and disdainful, if you let both of us return, I'll give you triple the money. You have 1 incense stick's time to consider and answer me. Tang Jian watched them with a schadenfreude-laden look, full of sympathy in his eyes. What a pair of bold foreign girls. The last person who dared speak to the Marquis of Lantian like that probably still hasn't recovered from the knife wound on their chest. Qingxiu shook his head coldly. I refuse to consider it. Ashina you, even if your maid brings back 2 million cavalry, today I will detain you. Threaten me? Qingxiu sneered. Anyone who threatens me doesn't end well. Ashina you was stunned. He actually wasn't afraid of Turkic 200,000 cavalry invading Tang? How dare he? Why was he so brave? Hamuyan was also shocked. Could he really be unafraid of 200,000 cavalry riding into Chang'an? Xuanzi, come in. Xuanzi rushed in with a dozen guards. Qingxiu raised his blind cane, pointed at Ashina Yu, and coldly said, tie up this 90,000 of mine. All right. Xuanzi rolled up his sleeves and told Penghu, get the rope from the cart. Ashina Yu's face changed. Seeing Qingxiu was serious, she panicked. She quickly said, no. No need to tie me up, I'll go with you. Princess, no. Absolutely not. Hamuyan panicked. Ashina Yu went over, pulled Hamuyan inside, and choked out through tears, Hamuyan, go to the post station and lead our envoy back to Turkic lands. Tell the Khagan exactly what happened here. They've gone too far. They've gone too far. Ashina Yu began to cry into her hands. This is the worst humiliation of my life. Make sure the Khagan leads the army, I want him to feel this same humiliation. Hamuyan shook her head, no, princess, I won't leave you alone in Tang. I'll notify the envoy to return home, then I'll come back for you. After speaking, Hamuyan ran out. Ashina Yu shouted, no. You must return to Turkic lands and tell the Khagan personally. Hamuyan stopped, looked back at Ashina Yu at the door, and suddenly cried out, Princess, take care of yourself. I'll return to Turkic lands as fast as I can, and I'll come back even faster to take you home to the grasslands. With that, she ran off in tears. Ashina Yu composed herself, then coldly said, Dukshan, for humiliating a Turkic princess like this, the Turkic cavalry will make you pay the price, no, 10 times the price. Qingxiu replied coldly, take care of yourself first. He turned to Tang Jian and asked, Duke Ju, how many people came with the Turkic envoy this time? Tang Jian said, including those few just killed, there were 40 total. Now only 34 are left. Why do you ask, Duke Qing? Qingxiu smiled harmlessly, then turned to Xuanzi and ordered, Xuanzi, arrange for a bandit raid on the Turkic envoy. Lock them all up in the bandit stronghold. Release them in a month. Xuanzi grinned, got it. Tang Jian was dumbfounded, and Ashina Yu froze. After a moment, Ashina Yu snapped back and shouted, what are you doing? Don't you dare, these are foreign envoys. Are you trying to disgrace your nation? Revoke that order immediately. Qingxiu said with annoyance, Princess Yu, don't slander me. It's the bandits attacking the envoy, what's that got to do with me? Besides, it brings honor to the country, not shame. Heh, go. Ashina Yu. The last time she was speechless, was never. She had never felt so helpless in her life. In the carriage, Ashina Yu stared at Qingxiu and said sternly, Duke Qing, what you're doing will bring disaster to your country. Aren't you really afraid that my father, the Khagan, will lead 200,000 cavalry to approach Chang'an again? Qingxiu asked with a half-smile, does Princess Yu think I really have the authority to detain you? Ashina Yu was startled, her expression changed. It was the Emperor of Tang who allowed you to do this? Why? Why would he allow this? Isn't he afraid of the Turkic cavalry? Has he forgotten the humiliation of Bema back then? Qingxiu chuckled, at this point, there's no use hiding it from you. If I don't detain you, your father, Khagan Xieli, wouldn't lead the cavalry to invade. And if he doesn't invade, how could the Tang dynasty annihilate the main Turkic cavalry forces in one strike? Ashina Yu was stunned at first, then suddenly burst into a clear and pleasant laugh. She giggled at first, and after a moment laughed heartily, Duke Qing, you must be joking, right? Let alone comparing the combat strength of Tang and Turkic cavalry, the numbers alone are vastly different. Thinking of annihilating the Turkic cavalry in one go is pure fantasy. Qingxiu only smiled and said no more. Seeing his confident face, Ashina Yu put away her smile and asked in confusion, Duke Qing, are you serious? You're right, I'm just dreaming. Everything I just said was a joke. But the more Qingxiu said that, the heavier Ashina Yu's heart felt. She fell into deep thought, analyzing from all angles the possibilities of a battle between the two armies, and whether the Turkic cavalry could be completely wiped out. But after long calculations, she came to no conclusion. Her expression became more serious. She shook her head and said, I've played out many scenarios. No matter how I analyze it, Turkic forces wouldn't lose the battle, let alone be annihilated in one blow. Qingxiu said dismissively, Turkics are barbarians, not invincible. Nothing to be afraid of. Ashina Yu felt a growing unease. The more indifferent he acted, the more uneasy she became. That unease made her anxious. Duke Qing, where does your confidence come from? Do you really have a way to wipe out the Turkic cavalry in one blow? She asked with a serious expression. Qingxiu waved his hand, yawned, and said, you wouldn't understand even if I told you, it'd just be a waste of breath. Just remember, the day your father comes to Chang'an is the day the Turks begin to fall. I'm sleepy now. I'm going to take a nap. Don't disturb me. Qingxiu stretched his legs, leaned back, and closed his eyes, unclear whether he was really asleep or pretending. Ashinayu raised her brows slightly and began to carefully observe this Tang man. After the time of burning one stick of incense, she was still staring at him. Listening to his steady breathing, Ashinayu narrowed her eyes and slowly reached toward her boot, where she retrieved a small golden knife inlaid with colorful gems. She waved it in front of Qingxiu's face. He didn't react, as if truly asleep. Ashinayu looked pleased. Sleeping so deeply in front of me? Then die. She raised the knife to stab, but stopped midway, full of hesitation. Would it be a pity to kill him just like this? If she did kill him, she might not make it out of Tang alive. His guards might chop her into meat paste and feed her to dogs. The best plan now was to take him hostage. Yes, take him hostage. Her eyes lit up, and she slowly crept forward. But before she could get close, she suddenly felt pain in her chest. She looked down. There was a thick stick wedged between her breasts. It was his blind cane. Ashinayu froze. Qingxiu raised the cane with his left hand, the tip pressed against her chest. His right hand gripped the handle of the blade hidden inside, and he slowly drew it out, placing the blade on her shoulder. Expressionless, he said, you clearly just tried to stab me, why the sudden change of heart? Ashinayu, humiliated and angry, said, despicable. You tricked a woman by pretending to sleep. Shameless scoundrel. Qingxiu smirked, I guess you realized killing me wouldn't help, so you decided to take me hostage instead, right? Ashinayu lifted her chin proudly, so what if I did? You still found out, didn't you? Qingxiu suddenly smiled and said, from now on, I'll give you a chance every day to either kill or kidnap me. If you succeed, I'll let you return to Turkic lands and cancel your 90,000 string debt. Ashinayu sneered, how generous of you. Qingxiu's smile deepened, or, I can add a condition, if you succeed, I'll return with you to Turkic lands and help develop Turkic like I did with Tang, to make your people stronger. How about that? Ashinayu immediately brightened and asked eagerly, do you mean it? I do. You're not lying? Qingxiu raised 3 fingers, I swear to the heavens, if I lie, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die horribly. But it's only valid for 1 month, if you fail in that time, you'll obediently remain in my custody. Ashinayu sneered confidently, fine. You said 30 days, so 30 chances to kill or capture you. But, she looked puzzled, what kind of chances will you give me? Will you just stand still and let me attack? If so, that's too naive. I don't believe you're that foolish. Smart. Qingxiu snapped his fingers and grinned, of course I won't just stand there. Then what? Qingxiu said, it's simple. For the next month, we'll eat and sleep together, on the same table, in the same bed. You can use your little golden knife on me anytime. If you hold the blade to my neck, you win. Ashinayu was dumbfounded by this absurd proposal. She leaned forward, pointing at her beautiful face, and said, so I sacrifice my body in exchange for 30 chances to capture you? You want to sleep with me 30 times? Qingxiu chuckled, how about it? Worth it, isn't it? 30 chances, you'll be pampered by a handsome man like me, and maybe even fall for me, bring me back to Turkic. Aren't you tempted? Ashinayu was completely stunned. In her whole life, she had never met anyone so shameless. Hee hee. Ashinayu sneered coldly, do you really think I, Ashinayu, am that kind of brainless woman? What if after sleeping with me tonight, you turn around and run away? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Qi Xiusu said angrily, you may insult me physically, but please do not question my character. A gentleman's word once given is hard to take back, am I such an untrustworthy petty person? If I say 30 days, it's 30 days, with no deceit. Ashinayu shook her head with contempt, I refuse. You Tang people are sly, unlike our Turks, each one with simple thoughts and pure souls. I will not fall for your trick. Qi Xiu's lips twitched, cursing, this is the first time I've seen such a shameless woman. Bragging about your own ethnicity should have limits, hear this and it makes me want to vomit. Since you refuse, then fine. Ashinayu's heart stirred. She took a deep breath, let me think it over. Qi Xiu would never trust that, let me think. This was just Ashinayu's expedient tactic, if she refused outright now, she would truly lose any chance of being sent back to the Turks. My Lord Marquis, we've arrived at the Marquis mansion. A stable hand's voice came from outside. Great, get off the carriage. After speaking, Chi Xiu was the first to jump down from the carriage. Ashina Yu closely followed. After she disembarked, she stared in amazement at the large mansion. Chi Xiu instructed the stable hand, send a household guard back to Sanha village to have Lu Yunyan select 20 female disciples with good skills and send them over. The stable hand looked puzzled. My lord Marquis, why is that? Chi Xiu nodded toward Ashina Yu. Can't let her run away, right? I need people watching her so closely she can't take a step away. Ashina Yu's heart dropped again into the abyss. Her flame of escape was instantly extinguished. As a Turk princess, she grew up on horseback, trained with blade and sword. Her skills were naturally good, she could easily deal with 4 ordinary young men. But the female disciples mentioned seemed clearly to be disciples trained in martial arts, skilled fighters. Maybe manageable alone or in pairs, but 20 of them? That seemed impossible. Oh, right. Chi Xiu continued, also inform the household, I'll be staying in Chang'an for the next few days. Yes, my lord Marquis. I will arrange it immediately. After the stable hand left, Chi Xiu found a few maidservants and gave instructions, mainly to arrange a room for Ashina Yu in the rear courtyard and provide 3 meals a day, just enough food to not starve. Ashina Yu had thought being detained meant being locked in a filthy thatched hut, no food or clean rest, but unexpectedly, they arranged a room and included meals. Humph, she snorted, don't think that makes me grateful. Keep dreaming. Oh. Chi Xiu responded, then to the cook, the so-called queen's meals are to change to 1 meal a day, just 1 flatbread and a bowl of water. Nothing else. And no tidying her room, just arrange a firewood storage room. Also don't burn mosquito incense, let the mosquitoes bite her to death. Ashina Yu panicked inside, quickly lowered her head, and in a small voice unwillingly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. TSK, too quiet, I didn't hear. Angrily gritting her teeth, Ashina Yu hissed, Marquis Chi, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Hee, attitude not good, not sincere. Ashina Yu's blood pressure rose, tears of humiliation welled at her eyes, full of grievance. Marquis Chi, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I can eat 1 meal only, just please don't let the mosquitoes bite me. The mosquitoes in the grasslands were ferocious, numerous and painful, especially itchy. The mosquitoes of the Tang Empire were gentler, mostly just itchy, without much pain. Having grown up on the steppe, Ashina Yu suffered. Every summer she hated and feared mosquitoes the most. Without hanging up dry cow dung to repel insects in her tent, she might become a dried corpse from mosquito bites. Chi Xiu nodded in satisfaction, that's more like it. From now on, when you see father, you must know this attitude? The more humble you are in front of me, the better your living conditions. Until the people assigned to you arrive here, follow me temporarily. From now on, don't call me Marquis Chi, call me father. If that makes me feel good, I'll add ice cubes to your room at night. Hearing ice cubes in the room, Ashina Yu's eyes brightened, her eyes slanted like crescent moons. Her voice became sweet, father, you are so handsome. Father is the most handsome and beautiful man in all of the Tang. Though her words praised Chi Xiu, inside Ashina Yu wanted to vomit. Not because he wasn't handsome, but because she actually said such flattering words. This was utter humiliation, she despised herself from her heart. Chi Xiu grew more absorbed in her sweet father and couldn't extricate himself. When he walked, it carried wind, and his face bloomed with a smile. Elder Wei heard that Chi Xiu had returned to the mansion and immediately crawled out of the boiler room. After finding Chi Xiu, Wei handed him a wooden box and said with a smile, My lord Marquis, these are the small ornaments made in the past few days based on the drawings you gave. Every shape on the drawing has been made. Please have a look, see if it works. When Wei looked at Ashina Yu, curiosity couldn't be hidden on his face. This, my lord Marquis, this little woman is Turk. Chi Xiu took the wooden box, nodded, yes, she is Turk Princess Ashina Yu. From now on, she lives in the mansion. Have your people pay attention, she can move around freely in the mansion, but don't let her escape. Wei's mouth twitched in shock. What? A Turk princess? Don't act so surprised. A Turk princess, so what? A Turk princess is human too, right? When she drinks too much she'll vomit, eats too much she'll defecate, right? Wei's lips twitched. Ashina Yu's face reddened, and she spat out angrily, vulgar, disgusting. Wei took a deep breath. My lord Marquis, why bring a Turk princess here? Could it be to conceal a beauty in a golden chamber? Ha! Not even close, she owes me money and hasn't paid back. So I'm detaining her for now. When her father sends the money, she gets released. Oh my heavens! Wei could barely speak coherently. My lord Marquis, isn't his majesty watching? Isn't he worried you are detaining a Turk princess, risking Shibi Khan's forces invading? Qi Xiu sneered, His Majesty allowed it. If the Turk cavalry dares to come, they'll have nowhere to return to. All right, don't ask what you shouldn't, just do your proper duty. Yes, my Lord Marquis. Wei stopped asking. Ashina felt itchy in her heart. This man casually allowed Turk cavalry to come and go. What exactly was he relying on? This made her utterly speechless. Qi Xiu then opened the wooden box. It contained various small ornaments made from kiln-fired glass, exquisite. Some in teardrop shapes, some crescent shapes, 5-pointed stars, small animals, and many later fashion popular styles. When Ashina saw the items in the wooden box, her delicate body trembled. Covering her mouth, she looked stunned. Her heart surged with overwhelming emotions. She could not believe there were such exquisitely crafted glass-water jade products in the world. Qi Xiu examined them a moment, then closed the box and nodded, not bad, almost flawless. If auctioned, they would fetch a good price. Oh right, Ninth Elder Wei, what about the Xiaoyu Tianlang? Wei looked uncomfortable. My Lord Marquis, the Xiaoyu Tianlang is too large. We burned for days but couldn't fire a perfect large piece of glass. The fluorescent powder is almost used up. Are there any imperfect pieces? Qi Xiu asked. Yes, there are many defective pieces. I was about to break them into scraps and bury them. I'll get them for you. Wei turned back into the boiler room and came out holding 2 colorful glass pieces. Upon close inspection, they were hollow, shaped like a wolf howling at the sky, filled with water, with fluorescent powder added. When shaken, the fluorescent powder moves. After one night, it would glow like luminous beads in the dark. When Ashina saw these items, she felt dizzy. My heavens, this isn't a totem from our grassland? Qi Xiu held the defective Xiaoyu Tianlang before her eyes and waved it, smiling. If your father leads a great army invading the Tang, and we send this item to the Xuanchuo or other tribes of the 18 grassland departments, suppose they use it to launch a surprise attack on your father's army from behind, what would happen? Ashina body went weak, she nearly collapsed. Suddenly her face went pale and she began trembling. The northern desert is home to many ethnic tribes, among which the Eastern Turks are the strongest. This is the tribe ruled by Ashina father, the Kagan Sheli. Below them are the Western Turks. The Western Turks are formed from the Xuanchuo and the Huiha tribes. Actually, Xuanchuo is not a single tribe, but a combination of the Shui and Yantua tribes, merged by a man named Inan. Originally, there was no division into Eastern and Western Turks. After Sheli unified the steppe, the territory became too large to govern alone, so he sent his subordinate Inan to inform over 70,000 households of the Xuanchuo. Letting Inan govern Xuanchuo was arguably Sheli's least wise decision. Of all people to send, why send a traitor? That's right, Inan is considered the biggest traitor among the Turks. He dreams of overthrowing Sheli and becoming Kagan himself. Currently, due to the limited military strength of Xuanchuo, with only 50 to 60,000 troops, they have no choice but to submit to Eastern Turkic command under Sheli. At the same time, among the Eastern and Western Turks, many Tiela tribes are also affiliated with the two states. There are 9 major Tiela clans: Sijia, Pugu, Tongluo, Hun, Sijia, again, Baegu, Qi, Abusi, and Galuogusi. Besides the Tiela 9 clans, there are also the 9 surnames of Zhaowu, annexed by the Turks: Kong, En, Chao, Shur, Mi, He, Shur, Huishuan, and Wudi, etc. All these tribes, big and small, worship the deities of the steppe. They believe wolves are incarnations of steppe gods and revere them as totems. They've fought many wars over who holds the legitimate wolf totem, and conflicts continue to this day. The glass-howling wolf in Qi Xiu's hand is designed exactly after their totem. Ashina stared in despair at the glass wolf in his hand. Her hair stood on end. Such exquisitely made glass could be seen as heavenly craftsmanship. If it spread to the steppe, along with a rumor that whoever possesses the howling wolf can rule the steppe, then the various steppe tribes might slaughter each other before the Tang even moves. Thinking of this, Ashina felt hopeless. This is what you rely on? Her voice trembled. No wonder you aren't afraid of our Turkic cavalry. But so what? Ashina stubbornly said, Xuanchuo is our Turkic vassal. Even combined with the Huiha, they have fewer than 100,000 troops. Why would they rebel over a glass wolf? Perhaps Marquis Qi doesn't know. Inan, who governs Xuanchuo, used to be my father's subordinate. They were like brothers. He wouldn't turn just because of a totem. He doesn't have the courage to oppose my father. Moreover, Xuanchuo and Huiha are a joint alliance tribe. They have 2 co-leaders. If you send this wolf to Xuanchuo, the Huiha might fight Inan over it. So don't dream. Inan would never betray the Turks. Though she spoke firmly, Ashina actually wasn't sure. People's hearts are hidden. She didn't really know what Inan was like. If her father's army invades and Inan truly attacks from behind, he might end up in power. That earlier outburst was because she'd thought of that possibility. Really? Qi Xiu smiled and said to Wei Laojiu, "Old Wei, bring out the other wolf totems." "Alrighty." Wei Laojiu ran off to the boiler room. Ashina Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "That, you have more?" Qi Xiu chuckled. "Who said I only have one wolf totem? I've got tons. As many as I want." Ashina Yu's face was full of shock. "You made these?" "Of course." Qi Xiu opened a wooden box, took out a crescent-shaped glass ornament, and handed it to her with a smile. "Consider this your welcome gift. Have fun with it." Ashina Yu stared blankly at the crescent-shaped ornament in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could this glass jade really be made by humans? Soon, Wei Laojiu came out carrying a bamboo basket, which he placed on the ground. Ashina Yu looked down and saw more than a dozen glass wolves inside, all the same size and shape. Every single one was exquisitely made. Ashina Yu was stunned. Qi Xiu smiled. "Give one to Inan, and the Hueha chief might fight him. But what if we also give one to the Hueha chief? What do you think? Will the two tribal leaders unite for a surprise attack?" Ashina Yu, who had just calmed down, suddenly couldn't stay calm anymore. Her lips trembled. "All these, you made them?" "Yep." "Heavens." Ashina Yu cried out in despair. "These things look heaven-made, and yet people can make them? You can produce glass jade? This is unbelievable. Is heaven going to destroy the Turks?" As she looked to the sky with grief, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wei Laojiu said doubtfully, "Just some junk made by melting sand, won't cause the fall of your country, right?" What? Ashina Yu stared blankly. "Junk made by melting sand? Her eyes widened again. "You said it's made from sand?" Wei Laojiu pointed at the boiler room. "See for yourself if you don't believe." "I can really look?" Ashina Yu couldn't believe they'd let her see how glass jade was made. Wei Laojiu chuckled. "Of course. You're our marquis's captive, he won't let you go until Shelley sends money. That might take months. By then, this stuff will be everywhere. Besides, whether you'll be able to leave at all is uncertain." "Our marquis, heh." Wei Laojiu raised an eyebrow and laughed. Ashina Yu couldn't care anymore. She rushed into the boiler room. About half an hour later, she came out drenched in sweat, walking like a ghost, exhausted. She had seen clearly. People in the boiler room selected fine grains from sand, placed them in a pan, and put them into a furnace. When taken out, it became a red molten mass. After shaping and cooling in water, it turned into colorful glass jade. As she walked out, Ashina Yu's eyes began to shine. "No, I must leave this place and bring the method of making glass jade back to the Turks. I must also tell father not to invade Tang, at least not before the Turks can make these glass wolves." But, how to escape? Ashina Yu frowned, thinking of Qi Xiu's suggestion. Must she really let that blind man take advantage of her body? Ashina Yu gritted her teeth, her gaze firm. For the strength of the Turks, what's a little sacrifice? In the evening, dark clouds gathered, the weather turned cool, and the air outside became exceptionally refreshing. Qing Xiu did not hesitate to personally prepare a large iron pot of spicy crayfish and a large iron pot of chilled crayfish, and had the servants in the mansion bring out over 100 bottles of beer from Sanha village. He had taught a few of the cooking women in Sanha village the method of making beer. These cooking women spent every day either cooking or brewing beer. For this reason, Qing Xiu even dug an ice cellar in the backyard to store beer. A few chefs of the Qing mansion sat on small stools roasting skewers of lamb. Qing Xiu found eating alone unappetizing, so he gathered Wei Laojiu and the 5 or 6 household guards who also worked on glassmaking. They ate crayfish and barbecue, drank beer, and it was very pleasant. When night fell and mosquitoes became numerous, everyone, full of food and wine, dispersed. Qing Xiu also returned to his room intending to sleep comfortably. But before falling asleep, he used his God's eye view and noticed outside a fiery, beautiful figure wandering. It was Ashina Yu. Tsk tisk, Qing Xiu clicked his tongue. Could it be that this girl has changed her mind? She actually came. Talking to himself, in the view Ashina Yu bit her lip, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and resolutely came to the door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door several times. Qing Xiu did not rush to respond, but watched Ashina Yu with interest. She might have just taken a bath, her hair was still slightly wet. Her exotic refined features, inexplicable beauty and allure. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows were slender and dense, her large eyes a deep blue, her nasal wings delicate and high, her lips thin and sensual. Most striking was her skin, as fair as frost or snow, both white and delicate. Exotic charm, somewhat reminiscent of a Xinjiang beauty. Actually, she looked somewhat like Gulnezer. Seeing no one respond, Ashina Yu knocked again. This time Qing Xiu did not hesitate. In a lazy voice he said, "Come in." Ashina Yu gently pushed the door open and closed it behind her. Looking at the dark room she muttered, "Why didn't you light a lamp?" Qing Xiu's tone was disdainful, "I'm blind. Why light the lamp?" Ashina Yu's face turned red. Pretending calm she said, "It's too dark. I can't see. Light a candle." Qing Xiu took a fire steel from the bedside table, blew on it a few times, and lit the candle on the table. Only then did Ashina Yu see the layout of the room clearly. In addition to some necessary furniture, there were many ice buckets around, which lowered the temperature of the room to a cool degree. Her gaze fell on Qing Xiu. She involuntarily turned her face away and snorted, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" "Odd, why did I turn my face away? Isn't he blind?" "Who says so?" Qing Xiu patted his thigh and laughed, "I'm still wearing a pair of shorts." Although Ashina Yu didn't know what shorts were, she noticed he was still wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Thinking that the other is blind, Ashina Yu no longer felt shy, but shamelessly appraised Qing Xiu's body, slim and upright, with 8-pack abs, somewhat muscular, not a big guy, but with strong masculine beauty and charm. What a physique! Ashina Yu muttered in her heart, and her face also reddened. Qing Xiu pretended ignorance. "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why did you come to my room?" Ashina Yu sneered, "Don't pretend ignorance. What are you playing at?" Qing Xiu smiled faintly, "So you have already thought it through?" "Yes." Ashina Yu nodded, "I have thought it through. I agree to your suggestion, give me 30 chances to hold you hostage. But let me say this clearly, you cannot cheat. As soon as I put the golden ring around your neck, you lose." Qing Xiu pursed his lips and smiled, "Of course. A gentleman's word is like a chariot, it cannot be retracted." Ashina Yu nodded again, bit her lip, quickly walked forward, took off her shoes, climbed into bed and lay down. Her voice trembled slightly, "All right, let's sleep." Qing Xiu snorted, "You haven't offered anything, coming here just to sleep? What nonsense are you thinking? So you mean I should offer my body to you first?" "Of course. Give your body once, and earn one chance to hold me." Ashina Yu snorted, "Humph, you didn't say at the start that I needed to give my body to get the chance. Now you're clearly cheating." Qing Xiu displeased, "I think you're the one cheating. Do you think pies fall from the sky? Even if they do, they're not for you. If you're not ready to offer your body, get out. Come back when you are ready." Ashina Yu began gnashing her teeth. After calming herself, she spoke softly, I really don't trust you. I don't particularly believe you. If I offer my body and then you go back on your word, who can I complain to? I think," she shifted her eyes and said, "I think you should give me one chance first, so I feel the hope of holding you hostage, that way I will safely offer my body. Otherwise with just your word, I will never believe you." "Hee hee." Qing Xiu laughed and nodded, "That's fair. Then I'll give you one chance. Tonight we'll just sleep." Ashina Yu's expression brightened. Her face was full of excitement and anticipation. She tightly gripped the golden ring in her hand. Qing Xiu blew out the candle and sincerely began to sleep. He really slept, no pretending. Of course, he also would not put himself in danger. Because recently he discovered that his God's Eye ability had unlocked a hidden feature. Once he sensed any danger, it would forcibly activate. He had tested it many times, whether with Yunyang or with Changsun Pingting after poker playing before sleeping. As soon as they let him fall asleep and held a ring to gesture, he would be forcibly activated immediately. The God's Eye view not only gained this function, but its range expanded to about 100 Chinese miles. Within this range nothing could escape its gaze, it truly overlooked the world. And the expansion of range was thanks to Lu Xuani's help. Because after killing some of Lu Xuani's guards and Lu Xuani himself, the view range suddenly expanded more than double. Although relying on supernatural ability for one's own safety isn't wise, Qing Xiu was absolutely confident that Ashina Yu would not dare act against him. Otherwise, she could not possibly leave Chang'an alive. To survive and leave Chang'an, she wouldn't make such an unwise choice, even sacrificing her body. After a long while, Qing Xiu gradually fell into dreamland, and began emitting light snoring. Originally very sleepy Ashina Yu, upon hearing the snoring, suddenly became full of energy. Her excitement overflowed. She stayed excited for half an hour, noticing the snoring had not stopped. He could pretend to sleep, but he couldn't pretend to snore loudly all night, right? Although she found it unlikely, Ashina Yu decided to wait a bit longer. Another hour passed. Until her eyelids began to droop, she gently pinched her thigh and suddenly fully awakened. She tightened her grip on the golden ring and lightly sat up. Her body trembled from tension, and using the faint moonlight, she slowly inched toward the direction of the snoring. It's getting closer, even closer. As she drew nearer, Ashina Yu's nerves were highly excited and her body tensed. Qing Xiu's snoring paused for a moment, but quickly returned to its steady rhythm. Ashinayu, her nerves taut, didn't notice that slight change. Instead, with a face full of excitement, she knelt beside Qingxiu and slowly extended the dagger toward his neck. "Ha, I'm going to succeed." Ashinayu wanted to cheer and insult this man as a fool at the same time. But in the next moment, a great hand abruptly grabbed her wrist. Ashinayu shuddered and exclaimed, when did you wake up?" Qingxiu replied, slightly startled, "Damn, when did you creep over here? You scared the hell out of me, almost succeeded. Fortunately, I was woken up by a full bladder, otherwise you really might have kidnapped me." Ashinayu bit her lip, full of resentment. "In the end, you still discovered me?" She felt regret, such a good opportunity wasted because of her own misstep. It was all because of his bladder. Why wake him up by needing to pee? If I had come earlier by even a tea break's time, I surely would have succeeded. Failing at the last step left Ashinayu feeling discouraged. Qingxiu said coldly, "Now, I gave you one chance, but you didn't succeed. Don't blame me. Now, go back to your room and sleep immediately." Angrily, Ashinayu got out of bed. She wasn't angry with Qingxiu, but angry she didn't seize her chance. He didn't even know when she had crept over. "Next time I will definitely succeed. But after this, he'll be more vigilant, right? Even if he is, so what? As long as he sleeps, I still have the opportunity." After getting out of bed, Ashinayu stared at Qingxiu and huffed, "This time you got lucky, you probably won't be that lucky tomorrow." With that, she turned and left the room without looking back. The next morning, Ashinayu felt sluggish, not having slept well all night. By contrast, Qingxiu was full of energy. That day was overcast and unusually cool. Ashinayu took a second sleep, restored her strength, and after lunch spent her time going in and out of the glasswork boiler room. Qingxiu didn't interfere. After all, before they let her leave, glass like that would already be everywhere. She could learn as much as she wanted. In the afternoon, Qingxiu took Wei Laojiu to the gold and silverware shop to commission custom gold and silver necklaces. Gold and silver are soft metals. As early as the spring and autumn Warring States period, people learned to make chains. With craftsmen's skills improving, the artistry was comparable to later times. They made the gold and silver chains to match the glass ornaments. Making necklaces or bracelets with those small ornaments would certainly be very popular, right? Pairing gold-silver with glass ornaments might seem like insulting gold-silver, but contemporary people didn't think that way. They generally believed that using gold to accent glass would insult the glass jade. Just as they left the gold-silver shop, two women came toward them. "Mr. Qing?" One of them, scholarly and graceful, smiled in surprise and said softly, "What a coincidence to meet you here, Mr. Qing." Qingxiu smiled. "No wonder I found that sweet voice familiar, it turns out to be Miss Shuryan." Yes, those two were Yan Yushur, using the alias Yushuryan, and her maid Xiao Chui. Yan Yushur blushed when hearing the compliment, appearing shy. Her maid Xiao Chui giggled, "I barely recognized you, turns out it really is Mr. Qing. Chang'an is so big, and my lady just casually walking meets you. Seems you're destined." Yan Yushur slightly pushed Xiao Chui and whispered, "Xiao Chui, don't talk nonsense." Qingxiu chuckled, "Miss Xiao Chui is right, fate is magical. Meeting among millions is no small chance. Saying we have deep fate isn't an exaggeration." Yan Yushur blushed and hesitated, nodding, "What Mr. Qing says is correct." Qingxiu asked, "Miss Shuryan, what brings you here?" Yan Yushur spoke softly, smiling, "A few days ago I ordered a headpiece here. I came to pick it up today, not knowing Mr. Qing was also here." Qingxiu smiled, "I'm also here to customize some ornaments to send to my wife." Yan Yushur expressed admiration, "Mr. Qing's affection for his wife is truly strong. I envy her, she's very lucky." Qingxiu laughed, "Haha, they're just small trinkets. If Miss Shuryan doesn't mind, I can give you one." He then took a thumb-sized glass ornament from his pocket and tossed it to Yan Yushur. An unexpectedly awkward moment happened. He habitually threw things, but Tang maidens didn't catch thrown items. The ornament landed precisely in Yan Yushur's neckline, slid along a fold and into it. Yan Yushur's body twitched as if shocked by electricity, and her face turned scarlet as if roasted by fire. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, but he didn't show embarrassment. He smiled calmly and said, "Miss Shuryan, we may meet again." With a tap-tap-tap, he walked away tapping his blind cane. Yan Yushur's face was completely flushed. Xiao Chui's mouth hung open staring at her mistress's chest. She swallowed hard. Yan Yushur restlessly adjusted her clothing. She couldn't help it, that little thing was caught in the fold, cold and clearly felt. "Aisha, he's so shameless, truly a lecher." Xiao Chui muttered helplessly. Yan Yushur stomped her foot in embarrassment, then smiled bitterly and said to Xiao Chui, "Xiao Chui, Mr. Qing is blind, this was unintentional." How could we call him a shameless lecher? Xiao Chui paused, staring after Qing Xiu tapping away. She felt embarrassed herself and said, Miss is right, Mr. Qing can't even see your beauty. How could he be a shameless lecher? Yen Yusher whispered, let's find an empty alley and take it out quietly. Miss, go to that alley. They walked a short way into a narrow alley. After making sure no one was around, Yen Yusher reached into the fold and retrieved the ornament. From a distance, Qing Xiu suddenly paused, observing with interest through his god's eye perspective. In his mind he marveled, daughters of rich families eat well, and even at a young age they grow so tall. In the alley, Yen Yusher rearranged her clothes and looked at the ornament in her hand. Her body trembled, and she suddenly covered her mouth in amazement. Xiao Chui exclaimed, wow, miss, this little peach is so beautiful. The ornament in Yen Yusher's hand wasn't a peach, it was a heart-shaped pink glass piece, thumb-sized, round, transparent, and flawless. It's not a peach, Xiao Chui. What is it then? Yen Yusher looked at it with love. It looks like a peach, but isn't. It's so exquisitely beautiful. Xiao Chui giggled, Mr. Qin gave Miss such a precious glass jade ornament, he must fancy you. Hearing that, Yen Yusher immediately looked shy. Her heart raced with excitement. Late at night, Ashina Yu was very conflicted at this moment. Although she spent last night in the same room and on the same bed with the blind man, they slept back to back on one bed, yet if she had silently crept over, some distance would still be needed. I was so foolish, so foolish. Ashina Yu wrapped her legs, extremely regretful. There was such a good opportunity last night, yet I slept apart from him and let a great chance slip away. But thinking that if she wanted another chance to seize the blind man tonight, she would have to give her body, this made Ashina Yu very torn. If she approached the blind man now, her chastity would certainly be gone. If she didn't, she couldn't pass on news about the glass totem meant to sway Xuyanchuo into ambushing the Turks to her father. But what if she offered her body and failed again tonight? Would she sleep with him again tomorrow night? Ashina Yu thought, and decided she could not miss another chance. At worst she could sleep in the same bed with him tonight. If she could seize him, she could bring the blind man back to the Turks. Ashina Yu's eyes lit up with relief. She murmured to herself, if so, what's the difference from my mission? If he agrees to go to the Turks, wouldn't I become his wife? At that thought she was no longer confused. After dressing neatly, she pushed open the door and went toward Qing Xiu's room. As soon as Ashina Yu walked out, Qing Xiu had already locked in on her through his god-eye perspective. Seeing her approach his room, his heart beat faster for no reason. It seemed tonight physical labor was inevitable. He was most skilled in that kind of combined male-female labor. Ashina Yu no longer hesitated as she did last night. She knocked directly on the door as she arrived. Come in. Qing Xiu's voice came from inside. Ashina Yu pushed the door open and closed it. The room was brightly lit. She was surprised. You lit the candle, did you know I would come? Qing Xiu shook his head. I wasn't certain, if you'd come later I might have put out the light. Ashina Yu stood for a moment, calming herself, then took a deep breath and approached. Her cheeks were flushed as she said, I've decided to gamble tonight. Saying that, she walked over and lay down, closing her eyes as if showing she was fully prepared. Her eyelashes trembled, her body was tense and trembling slightly. This showed how nervous she now was. Not yet. Qing Xiu smiled mysteriously and threw over a dark-colored garment. Change into this first. In this situation, how could a dark war garment be missing? This, what is this? Ashina Yu sat up, lifting the sash straps with a puzzled expression. But after Qing Xiu's explanation, Ashina Yu's face turned bright red. With a look of disdain she said, truly shameless. You're blind, and you expect me to wear this? How can you even see me? Qing Xiu shook his head and urged, don't care whether I can see. If you want a chance to seize me, then stop dithering. Ashina Yu hesitated a moment, then turned away and, following Qing Xiu's instructions, silently changed into the dark war garment. Afterwards she regretted it, because the straps were simply too sexy. Qing Xiu did not rush. He carefully examined her. Exotic beauty akin to a national treasure, skin pale as snow, visible abs, and key was her perfect proportions, over-shoulder width in just the right balance. Truly, broad-minded makes greatness, would not be an exaggeration to describe Ashina Yu. Women with looks who also embody magnanimity are rare. After the brief setup, they moved to the main event. Like watching a movie, time flew. But this movie was long, running for 2 hours with 4 pauses in between. After 2 hours, deep into the night now. Ashina Yu frowned, feeble and said, this time, you must be satisfied, right? Aren't you even a little tired? Are you a bull? Qing Xiu looked content, aren't you the same? Ashina Yu instantly blushed. She tried to push herself up with her arms but was too exhausted to speak. She failed, she had no strength. She began to worry that tonight's plan to seize him would fail because she had no energy. Qingxiu said, "Take a rest, then continue." Is it ever going to end? Another half-hour passed. Ashina felt like she had moved bricks at a worksite all day, sore and powerless. She was too tired even to move. Qingxiu sighed, "What a waste. And this is not even 3 hours yet." Ashina felt she had endured the greatest humiliation in the world. Because she was too exhausted, her eyelids grew heavier and within a few breaths she fell into a deep sleep. Only then did Qingxiu nod in satisfaction. He had relieved Ashina to utter exhaustion. This was his goal. Sure enough, Ashina slept very thoroughly and even lightly snored. This woman actually snored? The next morning, Ashina lifted her heavy eyelids and heavily turned over. Although she meant to get up, she had no strength left. She intended to take a second sleep. But after turning, she saw a handsome smiling face close by. Ashina flushed and immediately closed her eyes, weakly and helplessly saying, "Last night was too exhausting. I slept until now again, and missed another good chance." Qingxiu suggested, "It's okay. You rest a full day. Tonight there will be another opportunity." Ashina trembled all over, hurriedly opened her eyes, and said fearfully, "No? I plan to rest tonight and then come find you tomorrow." "Hee hee." Qingxiu laughed softly, "All right then. Then you keep sleeping. Looks like tonight I'll go home to deliver taxes." Although Ashina didn't know what taxes were, she didn't bother asking. Moments later, she closed her eyes and slept again. She not only had to endure exhaustion and weakness, but pain too. Ashina felt life was hard. The alcohol prohibition order issued by Li Er had strong aftereffects. Distillers across the Tang lost their income and complained everywhere. But the alcohol brewed in Sanha village became the most popular drink. The reputation of Xinghu village liquor gradually spread across the Tang. Merchants from Longxi, Longnan, Shandong, Luoyang, Taiyuan, and Jiangnan flocked to Chang'an to inquire about the liquor of Xinghu village. Recently, Sanha village had many visitors, especially alcohol merchants, unceasingly. Qingxiu originally thought he'd return home and rest a day, but he ended up hosting alcohol merchants all day, arranged dozens of sales deals, and accidentally earned several 100,000 strings of silver. Though the alcohol business was entirely handled by Su Xiaochun and the steward she trained, it was overwhelming. Qingxiu would not let pregnant Su Xiaochun be overworked. After staying one night in Sanha village, Qingxiu returned to Chang'an in the evening the next day. At night, without Qingxiu inviting her, a rested Ashina came to his room voluntarily. Now Ashina had fully recovered, her energy was abundant. Seeing her enter, Qingxiu joked, "Recovered so fast?" Ashina's pale cheeks reddened. She looked complicated and said, "Tonight I can serve you comfortably, including satisfying your request from the night before, only once at most. Sometimes we must read words carefully." Qingxiu decisively shook his head, "Only once? How is that enough?" Ashina dejectedly said, "I beg you, just once. I'm too tired. After 5 times I'll have no strength to seize you. Otherwise if I shamelessly come for you with no hope, I might as well sleep alone." Qingxiu thought a moment, smiled faintly, and nodded, "All right. Once it is. Then come over and fulfill the proposal I asked last time." Ashina first breathed a sigh of relief, then blushed and nervously said, "But I don't know how." "It's okay, I'll teach you. After all, it's just letting you take a bite, what's so hard?" Ashina, men. After a moment. Ashina was like a lone boat on a stormy sea, rising and falling in the waves. Truly, broad-minded makes greatness, she perfectly embodied that. Though a single hand can't clap, Qingxiu helped. Soon 2 hours passed. Ashina was utterly despairing. My heavens, 2 whole hours? Is he even human? Feeling completely hollowed out, she was utterly speechless. Qingxiu this time truly maximized Ashina's one time. Ashina was so exhausted she had no strength. Finally, with endless grievance, she fell into deep sleep. As before, waking up still left her too weak to move. "You're awake." Qingxiu smiled from nearby. Ashina saw the face that filled her with hatred, shut her eyes tight, grit her teeth, and said, "You truly are shameless. Was that your one time? You did it on purpose, you rogue." Qingxiu looked innocent. "This seems unrelated to me, clearly you said, only once. I followed your request. You still have a chance tonight, what are you afraid of?" Ashina's face flashed fear for a moment. She hurriedly shook her head, "No. I think I'll rest tonight. Tomorrow I'll come see you. Haha, rest well. I'll wait here for you tomorrow night." Qingxiu laughed and left the room. Tomorrow night came quickly. Ashina, as usual, arrived on time. But this time, walking in, she said with a cold face, Let's be clear first, at most once, and not more than half an hour. Li Er's issued ban on alcohol deliveries proved to be very powerful. Across all of the Tang Empire, the wine merchants lost their sources of income and complaints rose everywhere. However, the alcohol brewed in Sanha village quickly became the most popular drink, and the fame of Xingdu village's alcohol gradually spread throughout the Tang. Wine merchants from Longxi and Longnan, Shandong and Luoyang, Taiyuan and Jiangnan all hurried to Chang'an to learn more details about Xingdu village's alcohol. Recently, Sanha village has had especially many outsiders, especially wine merchants. One could say they came without stopping. Qing Xiu originally thought coming home would give him some rest for a day, but instead he spent a whole day receiving wine merchants from many places, and while talking business he sold dozens of batches of alcohol contracts. Unintentionally, he made hundreds of thousands of strings of silver. Although the contracts for the alcohol were entirely managed by Su Xiaochun and the steward she trained, Qing Xiu was still somewhat overwhelmed. He would not let Su Xiaochun, who was heavily pregnant, run around busily. They stayed overnight in Sanha village. Only in the early evening of the next day did Qing Xiu return to Chang'an. That very night, he didn't have to say a word. Ashinayu, who had rested for 2 days and 1 night, came to his room by herself. By now Ashinayu had completely shed her fatigue and was clearly full of energy. Seeing Ashinayu enter, Qing Xiu smiled teasingly. "You rested so fast?" Ashinayu's fair cheeks turned red. With a complex look in her eyes she said, "Tonight I can serve you comfortably, including fulfilling your night before last suggestion to bite. However, you are at most allowed once tonight. Sometimes we must learn to split characters apart when reading them." Qing Xiu immediately shook his head and rejected. "Only once? Then how can that be enough?" Ashinayu said helplessly, "I beg you, just once. I'm too tired. After 5 times I simply won't have strength to hold you down anymore. Otherwise it would be shameless of me to come find you again. What for? There's not a bit of hope. I might as well sleep alone quietly." Qing Xiu thought a moment, then lightly smiled and nodded. "Fine, once then, just once. Now come over and fulfill my last suggestion." Ashinayu first exhaled in relief, then blushed and nervously said, "But I don't know how." "It's okay, I'll teach you. After all, it's just letting you take a bite. How hard could that be?" Ashinayu, men. A moment later. Ashinayu was like a lonely boat on the sea, rocking up and down in great waves. As the saying goes, magnanimity makes great, and she perfectly embodied it. Although one person alone was too weak, fortunately Qing Xiu helped. Soon, 2 hours passed. Ashinayu was completely in despair. God, it was actually 2 whole hours? Was he even human? Feeling completely drained, she was utterly speechless. This time Qing Xiu truly took Ashinayu's once to the absolute limit. Ashinayu was so tired she could not muster a bit of strength and finally sank into a deep sleep filled with endless grievance. Just like last time, when she awoke she still felt exhausted and too lazy to move. "Yo, awake!" Qing Xiu nearby said with a smiling squint. Seeing that face she hated so much, Ashinayu closed her eyes tight, grit her teeth and said, "You really are too shameless. This is what you call once? You did it on purpose, you rogue." Qing Xiu looked innocent and said, "That doesn't seem to be my fault? Clearly you said only once. I acted according to your requirement. Anyway, you still have a chance tomorrow night. What are you afraid of?" Ashinayu showed a moment of fear on her face, but she shook her head quickly. No. I rest tonight, and tomorrow I'll come to find you." "Haha, then rest well. Tomorrow night I'll still be right here waiting for you." Qing Xiu laughed heartily and left the room. Tomorrow night came quickly. Ashinayu came exactly on time as usual. But this time, after she entered she said with a cold face, "Let me make it clear in advance, at most once, and 1 time cannot exceed half an hour." Qing Xiu thought a moment, lightly smiled and nodded. "Fine, as you say." Ashinayu saw the smile on Qing Xiu's face and felt inexplicably anxious and worried. Truly a blind man's smile. Your fate is uncertain. What trick would he come up with today? Strangely, today Qing Xiu did not play any tricks. He simply lay down and shamelessly said, "This time, you do all of it yourself." Ashinayu was already speechless. But doing it herself was still better than being forced to do 5 hours of work. So she accepted it. Qing Xiu had underestimated her ability. Within half an hour she used all her strength and finally completed this grand mission. Clouds cleared, rain stopped. Ashinayu was faintly excited, not because of anything else, but because she preserved a lot of strength. This time, though still tiring, compared to the previous 2 times it was much more. Silently she crawled to the table, picked up her golden dagger and placed it by the pillow, softly saying, "Tonight we sleep together. This time, I won't give you any more chances." Qing Xiu involuntarily smiled a little, smiling eye to eye he said, "A word for you, villains who die talking too much." Ashina Yu first had no words, but then thinking it through she felt this was very wise. So she obediently closed her mouth and said no more. Meanwhile Qing Xiu hummed a little tune, and this hum lasted 2 hours straight with no indication of stopping. Ashina Yu, exhausted from the past 2 days, eyelids already started fighting each other, they were drooping. Until she heard a rooster crow outside, and the sky beginning to lighten, yet he still hummed that song. Ashina Yu suddenly sat up angrily, "Blind man, will you ever stop? Is this the chance you gave me? Either you torture me until I have no strength or you sing songs until midnight, you are too much." "Boo-hoo!" Ashina Yu cried. She held her knees, crying like a baby not yet 1 moon old, tears flowing. What a grievance. Such burden on her, never seen someone bully someone so much. She had been slept with so many times, yet saw no hope at all. This made Ashina Yu a bit desperate. Qing Xiu offered a sheepish smile, "I really didn't single you out. I just plain wasn't sleepy. You stayed up your night, I sang my song. There was no conflict between the two. Moonlight don't sleep, confused people get drunk, people who are missed are no longer around, life is nothing but piles of recollection." Ashina Yu at this moment truly wanted to strangle this blind man, but this song still sounded somewhat nice. After crying a bit longer, Ashina Yu got tired of crying. She wiped away her tears and fiercely said, "You better not let me find the chance. If I get a hold of you, I'll kill you with one knife." She lay down, turned over, but could not sleep at all. Only at dawn did she finally sleep heavily. Before sleeping she still had one thought, "Next time I will definitely kill this blind man." For the next 5 days, Ashina Yu came every night to accompany him and try to find a chance. But without a doubt, each time she failed. Qing Xiu always found ways to prevent her from taking action. Even if she got a chance, she was always countered before she could act. Ashina Yu fell into despair and for a time considered giving up on these chances. Once two people spend enough time together, it's inevitable that feelings develop. This is what is called feelings growing over time. Perhaps that is the reason recently, whether writing or giving oral, Ashina Yu has seemed very natural. After enduring so many continuous nights, even body-altered Qing Xiu was a bit worn out. When he got up early, he vaguely felt some pain in his waist. It seems in the coming days he must restrain himself, at least not exhaust himself playing until dawn as he had the previous days. At daybreak, Qing Xiu supported his sore waist and walked out of his room. In the front courtyard, Wei Laojiu, who was leading several household guards in morning exercise, saw Qing Xiu come and proactively greeted him. Wei Laojiu's gaze held concern. A bit awkwardly he said, "My lord, though you are still young, you must know moderation. I speak as someone who has gone through it. The first 2 years after marriage I was like you, tasting the marrow and never rested even one night. But as time goes on, the body inevitably can't take it. Now I am very restrained about marital matters. You are still young, you should protect your body. You know old Wang from Sanha village, right?" At just over 30 he could not go on. His wife insulted him every day as a worthless man, even threatened to go out and steal guys, ahem. Qing Xiu's expression turned displeased and he said, "What do you know? Commander Ho does this for the nation. Conquering the Turkic princess as soon as possible will bring peace to the frontier sooner." Wei Laojiu's eyes lit up. He chuckled, "My lord plans to have a child with the Turkic princess, and when the young marquis grows up, he will govern the Turks. In this way, subtly influenced from within, one can thoroughly resolve the calamity of the Turkic barbarians." Qing Xiu laughed softly and nodded, "Well said, that is my intention." Wei Laojiu smiled, "My lord is truly selfless, striving to make the Princess Ashina Yu's belly grow is also bringing honor to the state." Speaking of bringing honor to the state, just now the innkeeper Miss Yuchan from Baiwei Inn arrived. She said that people from the prominent 5 surnames and 7 lineages delivered many books. After checking to confirm there was no mistake, she gave them the glass-made pen. "My lord, these days have been overly fatigued, and in future Miss Yuchan will also serve as your wife. It would be improper if she saw you sleeping in the same bed with the Turkic princess, so she took the initiative and said that you left early this morning." Qing Xiu nodded satisfactorily, "You handled that well." Wei Laojiu continued, "Miss Yuchan has already left. She asked me to relay this to you when you returned." Qing Xiu responded with a hum, "Send someone to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. After eating, we depart to Baiwei Inn." "Right away." Wei Laojiu walked toward the kitchen. Soon Qing Xiu drank a bowl of millet porridge and ate 2 buns, then left with several guards. After arriving at Baiwei Inn, Ling Yuchan stepped forward to greet him. Today Ling Yuchan looked ethereal. Wearing an emerald embroidered dress, she exuded celestial grace and noble elegance. Especially on her brow, she had deliberately applied a touch of red rouge, instantly elevating her aura. Qing Xiu immediately was reminded of Chang'e Immortal in the Moon Palace. Indeed, her appearance today, her fresh and cool beauty, gave a real sense of a celestial being. After the Lu Xianyi incident became known throughout Chang'an, diners coming to Baiwei Inn, whether wealthy merchants or noble young men, no longer dared to have improper thoughts about the people there. Moreover, in recent days it had been widely reported that Qing Xiu was ennobled as a first-rank marquis stabilizing the nation. Even behavior that previously risked provocation had rarely occurred. As the esteemed concubine of the stabilizing nation marquis, Ling Yuchan was shown courtesy and respect by nearly everyone who came here. As a result, her feelings of gratitude and affection toward Qing Xiu deepened. During the time staying in Sanha village, Ling Yuchan had been trained by Su Xiaochun to be obedient. Although she had not yet been formally taken as a wife, nor had conjugal relations, she had already changed the way she addressed Qing Xiu, calling him husband. "Husband, you've come." Ling Yuchan smiled attractively, slipped her arm through his and led him toward the rear courtyard of Baiwei Inn, excitedly saying as they walked, "The Lu, Zheng, and Wang families sent 9 full carriages of books. I personally arranged scholars early this morning to review them. They totaled 2,100 volumes. The contents were previously unheard of." With Ling Yuchan's fragrant, gentle body holding his arm and faint maiden scent, he couldn't help but feel distracted. After battling intensely with the Turkic princess for nearly half a month, his fatigued body suddenly felt energized. Arriving in the back courtyard, 9 carriages stood parked, each laden with books with blue covers. He did not look through them himself. Instead he said to Wei Laojiu, "Old 9, send someone to the palace to notify His Majesty to arrange people to transport all these books away for careful printing. Remember, have them moved in secret by royal transport, do not publicize." Wei Laojiu immediately set to arrange it. Ling Yuchan looked at him with awe and marveled, "Husband, your lofty integrity truly sets a model for all officials." Qing Xiu laughed, pinched her tender face gently and shook his head, "I am a nobleman, not an official. I will never be an official in this lifetime, no point in being worn out, and if I do something wrong I'd face impeachment from the censorate. Better for me to be a carefree marquis with a few beautiful wives accompanying me." Ling Yuchan's face reddened. She studied his expression and said softly, "Husband, your complexion yesterday looked a bit haggard. Surely these past days you've overworked. Why not let me attend to you in my quarters? I will help relieve your fatigue." An awkward expression flickered across Qing Xiu's face, and inwardly he decided to restrain himself soon, at most one night with the princess, to restore his increasingly depleted body. At the same time, in the residence of the censor-in-chief Lu Shoulin, several elders gathered together, each expression overwhelmingly thrilled. The clan leaders Lu Yuxing, Wang Shutai, Jing Yu, and clan elders Lu Guangyuan, Wang Boqing, Zheng Taiming sat around a table. Inside a wooden box lay the divine pen that Ling just had. Lu Yuxing picked up the divine pen and examined it carefully. Frowning, he said, "This divine pen, besides its exquisite appearance, really doesn't have anything especially remarkable. It did not give me a sudden enlightenment feeling." Wang Shutai took the divine pen next, also studied it carefully and nodded, "Indeed, it holds no extraordinary quality. Let me see." Zheng Yu also took the pen and looked it over, then suddenly laughed, "We just got this divine pen, in less than half an hour. It's strange if it gives us a flash of insight." Ling Gang's grandson Ling Enren also spent day after day with the divine pen before gaining insight. "You two are somewhat too impatient." Lu Yuxing and Wang Shutai both nodded in agreement. Beside them, Wang Boqing laughed. Regardless, the matter of the Wang, Lu, and Zheng families obtaining the divine pen of the literary star Immortal has already spread across Guangzhong in this half-month. The reputation of our 3 families in the Guangzhong region now far surpasses the Cui and Ling families. "Right." Zheng Taiming nodded, "For our 3 families, this is a truly great blessing." Lu Guangyuan smiled, "Clan leaders, yesterday we received news from our hometown. Because of the divine pen's fame, scholars have come seeking learning in great numbers, several times more than before. 700 rare volumes exchanged for our reputation, worth more than what we paid. Anyway, the books we delivered were all hand-copied. The real rare originals remain in our family libraries at home, so it does not affect us much." Lu Yuxing smiled and proposed, "Guangyuan spoke well. The prestige of our 3 families has reached an unprecedented height. In time, our family members in office will rise significantly in status in the court and gain more voice." If Lingen were here, he would probably burst out laughing. Zheng Yu glanced at Lu Yuxi, smiled calmly and said, Brother Lu, we all come from clans, and while having power of speech is important, I still think that preserving the benefits of our own families should be fundamental. Wang Shutai nodded and said, Brother Zheng is right. The urgent matter now is that we must not allow the trend of free teaching to run rampant. That trend is undoubtedly digging graves for our clans. Wang Wuqing's gaze turned cold. Touching the wound on his chest, he said in a low voice, that damned blind man, remember how he, in front of senior officials at court, slashed me with a sword? That wound still aches. Such humiliation cannot be let go easily. Zheng Taiming sighed, Brother Wuqing, what can we do? Now this man has already been ennobled as a first-rank national marquis, becoming a duke. We cannot find any hook on him in court, it is impossible to make him pay a heavy price. Elder Zheng speaks truly. Standing beside, Lu Shoulin sighed, perhaps all of you uncles have heard already, some days ago that blind man gave his majesty a cannon and hand grenades, their power was said to be destructive. Even the emperor declared that Marquis Qing is the pillar of the nation. His Majesty not only granted him the rank of national marquis but also married his own eldest daughter of lesser status to him. That shows the emperor's favor. Even if we had some hook on him, as long as it is not the crime of rebellion, His Majesty will not make things difficult for him. And to make matters worse, our censorate's recent performance in court has already aroused the emperor's displeasure. Because of the Turkic princess incident, a junior member was nearly accused of treason and executed at the market to make an example. His Majesty now loathes the censorate's remonstrators. Just yesterday in court, he dismissed 2 censors. Lu Shoulin's words weighed heavily on everyone's mood. Lu Yushi sneered coldly, that blind man's meritorious service is nothing but merit to the public. Though he strengthens the army, he cannot pacify the people. When it comes to governance, it still rests with scholar bureaucracy from our clans. Wang Wuqing's eyes turned dark, he smiled ominously, although we cannot remove him in court, he must travel outside sometimes, right? Each of our families keeps loyal death agents, if we do not send them to act, what use is maintaining them? Wang Shutai gasped, assassinating a marquis is treason and conspiracy. If we fail, the death penalty would not fall only on a few death agents. If the matter is exposed, all our families will suffer. Wang Wuqing cupped hands and said, Clan leader, death agents are called so because they are used in critical moments. Their will is to die for achieving their goal, how would they betray those behind them? Moreover, most of these death agents have been brainwashed, their only will is to die for their clan. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, the current situation does not yet call for using death agents. We should first discuss the divine pen. He glanced around at the others. Lu Yushi said, the divine pen belongs to our 3 families jointly. We earlier agreed to take turns in managing it. But who should take it first? Zheng Yu smiled and said, I presume I am overconfident, but I am the eldest here and the most experienced, so I should manage it first. What do you 2 think? Wang Shutai frowned, Brother Zheng, your point is reasonable. But you cannot demand we yield just because you are the eldest brother. I am the youngest here, logically, the 2 elder brothers should yield to me. Lu Yushi's mouth twitched, rolling his eyes he said, you 2 are arguing about elder and younger, but expect me to be stuck in the middle? If you bicker over age order, maybe I should be the first to manage the divine pen. All looked at each other. Wang Wuqing smiled, what is so difficult? Why don't the 3 elder brothers draw lots to decide? They thought a moment and nodded in agreement. They began drawing lots. The first drawn was Lu Yushi, Zheng Yu second, Wang Shutai third. Lu Yushi immediately grinned broadly. He cupped his hands toward the others and laughed, Sirs, I humbly refuse, for the next 4 months, I will manage the divine pen. Do not be disheartened, you shall definitely have your turn. Zheng Yu and Wang Shutai smiled very awkwardly. Wang Shutai's smile looked even worse than crying. Zheng Yu sighed, if heaven wills it so, we should not resist. I hope, Brother Lu, that in the next 4 months you can gain insight from the divine pen. Wang Shutai nodded, since heaven wills it so, we won't fuss further. Brothers, when shall we go to Sanha village to inspect the field? Wang Wuqing replied with a faint smile, in recent days I've contacted some highly respected scholars in Guangzhou, many of whom were once beneficiaries of the Wang family in Taiyuan. Among them are many who founded academies. It shouldn't be delayed. In this cool weather in the coming days, I suggest we go to Sanha village first thing tomorrow morning. How about it? Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Wuqing cupped hands, then I will notify the other scholars now, gather tomorrow morning outside the East City Gate. Lu Yushi coldly sneered, they dare claim to speak up for cold door scholars, boasting that everyone should have access to books, all due to their few drops of ink? Do they truly think our clans are decorations? How utterly ridiculous! Wang Shutai disdainfully said, we have the divine pen's legacy. It is the literary orthodoxy recognized even by heaven. On this trip, we must thoroughly eliminate the trouble of free teaching. Zheng Yu nodded. In that case, then tomorrow morning at East City Gate. They parted ways and left Lu Sholin's residence. At this time in Baiwei Inn. In Li Yuchan's office, Qing Xiu sat in the boss chair with eyes closed, resting. Li Yuchan's soft jade-like fingers lightly kneaded his shoulders. While massaging, Li Yuchan smilingly asked, "Husband, the Zheng, Lu, and Wang families have delivered the rare manuscripts. Now that they have the divine pen, they must be full of vigor. I predict that within 3 days they are bound to come looking for trouble. Husband, how do you plan to respond? Let come what comes, meet the soldiers when they come, or dam the water when it rises." Qing Xiu said firmly, then pulled Li Yuchan's jade-smooth little hand and drew her onto his lap. Li Yuchan's face blushed, her eyes full of coy shyness. "By the way, husband, this little box of yours, this box's, what is inside?" Li Yuchan tightly held his hand inside her skirt. Her eyes showed not only curiosity but also a hint of intoxicating affection. Her body began to tremble slightly. "Why not open it and see?" Li Yuchan innocently blinked her eyes, her pink face pleading, "Husband, don't bully Yuchan anymore. If Chao Wei arrives later she will tease me. I don't want to be unable to lift my head in front of her." Qing Xiu withdrew his hand and wiped his fingers on a handkerchief, then said earnestly, "If she dares to tease you, just tell me, I'll tease her a bit so you can tease her back." Li Yuchan pursed her lips. Husband is not that kind of person. She opened the wooden box and glanced inside. Immediately she was stunned by the brightly colored glass ornaments inside, glittering so much that she felt slightly dizzy and entranced. These glass ornaments, red, pink, green, yellow, also transparent, colorful, even gradient colored, are all different shapes, none are identical, and they dazzled Li Yuchan. Girls always like necklaces, pendants, bracelets, ancient women especially loved hairpins too. Li Yuchan's breathing became rapid, her excited little face turned bright red. She trembled as she said, "Oh my, such beautiful little things, did my husband make all these?" Qing Xiu responded. "You are truly amazing." Li Yuchan looked at him with admiration and forgot to remove his hand from her chest. Qing Xiu closed his fingers calmly and said, "This is just the beginning. The good stuff is still coming. All these ornaments have holes. I told craftsmen to make gold and silver chains. Once strung and worn around the neck, they become exquisite pendants." Li Yuchan began imagining how these ornaments would look around her neck. They must be stunning. Qing Xiu continued, "Not only pendants, but glass-beaded bracelets too. This afternoon I'll have someone bring back the chains from the craftsman's shop and turn everything into finished products. The packaging boxes should also be delivered to Baiwei Inn. You'll have Zhou Kaiwei spread the word. Starting tomorrow, Baiwei Inn will hold an auction every noon. Each day will feature over 10 unique ornaments for sale." Li Yuchan was thrilled. Such delicate ornaments are worth much more than jade beads. These will surely become a craze among Chang'an's noble women. "Husband, making money will be inevitable. What starting bid do you plan?" she asked. Qing Xiu answered, 10,000 strings to start, with bids increasing by at least 1,000 strings each time. "Oh, and about this." He took several pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to Li Yuchan. "These are descriptions of the ornaments. You can embellish them and create a slogan for the glass jewelry. Call it, 'Water and Eternity, one jewel flows forever.'" Li Yuchan couldn't wait to open the product descriptions. After reading, she was stunned by the content. "You are truly incredible." She cheered joyfully. "Following your idea, if these ornaments represent the symbol of love, imagine how many noble ladies will scramble to bid." Women in later ages cannot resist love symbol jewelry slogans, even knowing they often boost sales, many still chase them wildly. Ancient Tang women all the more so. "Husband." Li Yuchan showed hesitation, her face flushed. "Can I keep one for myself to wear?" "Don't worry, I'll auction it after wearing it a while." Qing Xiu chuckled softly. How could such common things suit the little mistress of a national marquis household? "You deserve something better. I specially had craftsmen make a unique single set just for you. Here." He produced a delicate wooden box from his sleeve. Li Yuchan trembled with anticipation and watched him open it. Inside lay a full set of glass ornaments. Seeing them, she couldn't help but cry softly, "Husband, are all these for me?" Qing Xiu picked up a hairpin and placed it in her hair, smiling, "Of course for you, though it's not only for you. The main wife and the second wife will also have their sets, but I haven't given them theirs yet." Li Yuchan took a small mirror to inspect the hairpin in her hair. It was a pure gold hairpin topped with a colorful flying cicada, exquisite craftsmanship, truly stunning. Besides the hairpin, there was a gold necklace with a teardrop-shaped pendant partly edged in gold, and earrings, gold studs with glass teardrop ornaments hanging. Tears of emotion filled Li Yuchan's eyes. Suddenly she turned and pressed her lips to Qing Xiu's, choking up, "Besides my father, husband, you are the best person in the world to me. Thank you for this set of jewelry. Yuchan loves it." Qing Xiu smiled and asked, "Since you like it, how will you thank me?" Li Yuchan froze briefly, then after blinking, her face turned bright red, and she trembled. "Husband, wait just a moment, Yuchan will thank you shortly." She turned and moved toward the door. Qing Xiu wasn't sure what she intended. But when he saw Li Yuchan lock the door behind her, his heart skipped a beat. Was she planning something in the office? Even though he had often wanted to try office fun, it was lunchtime and crowded. Was she about to broadcast it live? But soon Qing Xiu realized his worry was needless. After locking the door, Li Yuchan came before him, nodded, and then slowly knelt and began attending to something. Qing Xiu gasped, resting his palm on her head. After a moment he asked, "You're a virgin with no experience, how do you already know so much?" Li Yuchan made a small sound and switched hands, looking up trembling. "It's Sister Yunyang who taught me these days. She said that no matter how beautiful a woman's face is, a man will eventually get tired of it. But skill and oral technique never fade." Qing Xiu's lip twitched. "Yunyang, you truly are a wonderful daughter-in-law." Though it was Li Yuchan's first time, she inherited Yunyang's skills deeply. Her talent in this was extraordinary, surpassing even Yunyang. In less than half an hour, Qing Xiu was completely defeated, truly a crushing loss. He took a deep breath, feeling strange guilt, and rubbed Li Yuchan's head. "Go wash your face now." From that point, the distance between them significantly closed. After Li Yuchan freshened up, she escaped with an excuse to prepare his lunch. It was her first time experiencing such things. It was no surprise she fled. But soon she returned to the office. Seeing Qing Xiu, her pretty face reddened and she dared not look at him. She quietly said, "Husband, His Majesty has arrived. I arranged for him in private room number 1 on the first floor. His Majesty asked me to inform you." Qing Xiu was surprised. Why did Li Yi come to Baiwei in at this moment? "Is he alone or with family?" he asked. Li Yuchan softly replied, "His Majesty only brought a few guards. He said he already went to the Marquis's residence but could not meet you. He asked servants and found out you were at Baiwei Inn, so he came here. He said His Majesty requested you come quickly, there is an important matter to discuss." Understood. Prepare some wine and dishes to send over." After giving instructions, Qing Xiu went to the first floor. Inside room number 1 sat only Li Yi, his guards waiting at the door. "Your Majesty," Qing Xiu first bowed. Li Yi smiled. "No need for formality, Marquis Qing. You sent those manuscripts to the palace this morning. I reviewed some, they are rich in content, many I've never seen before. Your generosity in delivering over 2,000 volumes to the palace speaks for struggling scholars everywhere. I thank you on behalf of them." Li Yi spoke sincerely and bowed. Qing Xiu promptly supported him up and wryly said, "Your Majesty, please don't flatter me too much." Li Yi wasn't being pretentious. He quietly whispered in Qing Xiu's ear, "My informants from the 5 surnames and 3 clans reported today that the Wang family of Taiyuan, Zheng of Xingyang, and Lu of Fanyang began contacting scholars in Guangzhou over half a month ago. They seem to be allying together against you. Today these 3 families have new moves. They've decided to make a move against you in Sanha village tomorrow morning. I came personally to inform you, and to ask if Marquis Qing can handle it." Qing Xiu's expression turned slightly animated. Finally, it was coming. Li Yi, who had originally been very worried for him, was truly bewildered by his excited look. Once Qing Xiu showed that flash of excitement and anticipation, Ling Yi at first didn't understand why. But then he realized that the Wang, Lu, and Zheng families picked this particular time carefully. There must be a reason. That reason was that they got the divine pen given by the immortal to Ling Gang, and now by suppressing Qing Xiu, they wanted to expand their own influence, boost their clan's prestige, and squelch the rising trend of free teaching. At that thought, Ling Yi smiled, and even showed excitement and expectation himself. Ling Yi asked with a smile, "Marquis Qing, you must already have a plan. Can you tell me how you intend to deal with tomorrow's situation?" After all, the divine pen had been made by Qing Xiu to deceive the 5 surnames and 7 prominent clans, and it had already achieved huge success. He probably already had a plan in motion. Qing Xiu gave a faint smile. "The plan is simple. Allow me to keep it a mystery. Tomorrow, Your Majesty will know exactly what I intend." Ling Yi was a bit displeased. "What you say really makes me itch with curiosity. If you won't reveal it now, fine, I'll go incognito to Sanha village tomorrow to see what medicine you are selling." Qing Xiu nodded. "Then I humbly await Your Majesty's arrival. By the way," Ling Yi suddenly said seriously, "Marquis Qing, Those 1 million pamphlets of short stories you had printed, I've reviewed them. The content is truly infuriating. What do you intend to do with those? Qing Xiu smiled and explained, Your Majesty, those printed materials have two names, one is a leaflet, the other is an advertisement. Oh, Ling Yi said with sudden understanding and asked, How do you intend to use these leaflets and advertisements? Qing Xiu answered, Leaflets deliver simple messages, advertisements spread them widely. Didn't Your Majesty always dislike the Dou clan but lacked a good reason to eliminate them? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, I see your meaning. When you said spread widely, were you wanting me to distribute those leaflets and ruin the Dou clan's reputation? Qing Xiu shook his head, that would be too simple. Ling Yi hesitated, I still feel that this might be too cruel. My biological mother, Empress Taimu, came from the Dou clan. If the Dou family is forced to bear such an eternal infamy unjustly, it could greatly affect my mother's reputation. Qing Xiu hesitated briefly, then said, Your Majesty, let me explain my full plan. I actually have a method to fly to the sky. In 1 or 2 hours, we can distribute all the pamphlets across every corner of Guangzhou. Ling Yi suddenly trembled and gasped, A flying method? He looked at Qing Xiu in shock, imagining him soaring through clouds. Qing Xiu nodded, Yes, people will fly into the sky and scatter the leaflets from above, in places where crowds gather, with agents staged ahead. These agents must be very persuasive speakers, those who can stir emotions with just a few words. The stories on the leaflets may be false, but no one knows that. With the right instigators, the public will believe them. Just a few initiators shouting, Let us eliminate the Dou clan. Your Majesty, imagine what that scene would look like. Ling Yi kept gasping, his scalp tingling. If that happens, some righteous citizens might rashly storm the Dou clan's mansions in Chang'an and destroy property, and many in the Dou family might suffer fatal harm. Qing Xiu chuckled, Your Majesty, don't imagine the common people as bandits. The people of Tang are honest, they wouldn't do that. If unlawful chaos occurs, it would be seen as Your Majesty causing it. Ling Yi's lip twitched, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom. Your Majesty should understand my intent clearly. The cruelty of the act is for you to decide, not to follow public opinion blindly. He coughed twice and nodded, I understand. But I am very curious, did Marquis Qing really master a flying technique? Ling Yi's eager gaze stared at him, could you also teach me this flying method? I'd like to ascend to the clouds, embrace the moon, gaze over all of Chang'an. Qing Xiu laughed, I do indeed have the method, but cannot grant it to Your Majesty yet. When I build a device that can allow flight, then Your Majesty can ascend whenever you choose. Disappointment flickered in Ling Yi's eyes, I thought, it was the power of that device. I assumed Marquis Qing himself could fly. If Qing Xiu weren't blindfolded, he would have rolled his eyes. Did Ling Yi seriously think he was dreaming? Ling Yi quickly recovered. Clapping his hands with a smile, very well, then I await Marquis Qing to bring me skyward. Qing Xiu nodded, once I've solved tomorrow's problems, I will begin crafting the flying device. Ha, it's a promise. Soon after, Ling Yi shamelessly had a meal and returned to the palace. That afternoon, Qing Xiu instructed a household guard to retrieve gold and silver necklace chains and bracelets from the jeweler, and he personally taught several attendants how to make glass U pendants. The work went on until evening. Li Yuchan was tidying necklaces and bracelets that attendants had strung, smiling softly, Husband, in an hour the curfew begins. You still have important matters tomorrow. Now it's time to return to Sanha village. Qing Xiu said seriously, You and I are going together. Li Yuchan was startled, Why? Could you have forgotten about tomorrow afternoon's auction? Qing Xiu grabbed her pert backside and smiled, If you arrive early in the morning, you'll still make it. Li Yuchan's face blushed. Something in her heart told her yes. Her pulse quickened, cheeks shyly nodded, All as you say, husband. Not long after, they boarded a carriage and left the city before curfew. As for Ashinayu in the Marquis's mansion, let her stay guarding an empty room. At that moment, a guard arrived and told Ashinayu that the Marquis was returning to Sanha village. After the guard left, Ashinayu scrunched her nose and pouted, Humph, going to Sanha village without warning, what a waste of my efforts. She locked the door, stripped off her clothes, and also removed that black bra and the suspenders of black silk. She lay down on the bed, a tear slipping from her eye, her mood muddled, I'm not clean anymore. Ashinayu felt that expecting to find an opportunity to seize him was basically impossible. He surely wouldn't let her go easily, and sneaking away was out of the question. Now the only thing she could do was serve him well. Once his feelings for her grew over time, she would ask him to let her return home. Otherwise, the Turkic people could face complete destruction. On the carriage, Li Yuchan's cheeks bloomed like rosy clouds, her eyelashes cast down shyly. She didn't know exactly why her husband brought her back, but in her heart she felt both nervousness and anticipation. After returning to Sanha village, Qingxiu first made a brief greeting at home, then brought a box of items to the village school teacher's office. The teachers here are all poor scholars from nearby villages, ambitious but struggling. They hoped education could change their fate. They grew up poor and simple, with narrow horizons and only memorized dead texts. They weren't talented for officialdom or business, so they remained impoverished scholars. These scholars once thought their lives would be fixed and unchanging. But the school in Sanha village gave them a chance. They not only learned much from the materials Qingxiu provided, they also earned several strings of silver each month for teaching. They couldn't even dream of this before. For teaching in a poor village previously, they could barely earn a few copper coins a month. In Sanha village they both gained knowledge and earned decent money. They treasured the opportunity and deeply appreciated Qingxiu. The academy director, Zhang Shuekue, was a scholar teaching for over 30 years. When Zhang saw Qingxiu enter with a wooden box, he stood quickly and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Mr. Qing." Qingxiu set the box on the desk and waved. "No need for formality, Director Zhang." Curiously, Zhang asked, "You seldom come to our school, and classes have ended already. May I ask why you're here at this time? Is there a task?" Qingxiu tapped the box and smiled. "I came to deliver something." Then he opened the box. When Zhang saw the contents, his eyes widened and his body trembled. My heavens, how could there be so many glass and jade brushes? Indeed, the box was filled with nothing but glass jade writing brushes. Zhang gasped, "Mr. Qing, these must be the divine brushes that were gifted by the immortal to Master Li Gang in his dreams?" Qingxiu smiled and confirmed, "Yes, exactly that." Zhang froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I understand now. The divine brushes came from this. Mr. Qing, please instruct, I will cooperate and help you put on a good show." Zhang wasn't foolish but sharp. In his youth he had been on track to become an official, but offended a powerful figure. Even after ranking high in exams, he was not selected. He thus became a teacher. From these glass jade brushes, he deduced the scheme's nature, and Qingxiu was pleasantly surprised. Qingxiu said, "Very simple. There are over 50 brushes here. Early tomorrow during morning class, distribute them to the children studying here. But after a few days, collect all the brushes back." Zhang placed his chest with a solemn vow. "Don't worry, Mr. Qing, I guarantee not a single brush will be missing." "Good, then it's entrusted to you. Safe journey, Mr. Qing." Qingxiu planned to retrieve the brushes later because glass-made brushes are poorly practical, slippery with sweat, fragile when dropped, far worse than wooden brushes. Another reason, over 50 brushes, selling at 1 string of silver each, it amounts to a several 10,000 string income. Leaving the school and walking on the street, many villagers greeted him. Some street vendors finishing up also enthusiastically offered food. Qingxiu politely declined, but could not resist the local folks' warmth. They insisted, stuffing snacks into his arms. He emerged finally from the crowd, only to find 3 rich-looking stunning women standing in front. At his arrival, Lu Yunyan blushed slightly and bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Qing." "Greetings, Mr. Qing," added Xiao Shuixian and Shan Xiao behind her. Qingxiu nodded and calmly asked, "How is the recent training going?" Lu Yunyan softly replied, "From these children I selected 80 with talent. I personally lead their training. The others are assigned to Shuixian and Xiao. Good job. Here, take these. You can rest once we leave." He gave them the food villagers gifted, and couldn't resist grabbing Lu Yunyan's firm chest. She trembled, her legs weakened, face reddened down to the neck. After Qingxiu departed, Shan Xiao stared at Lu Yunyan in shock. "Sister, I just saw Mr. Qing touch your chest. Why didn't you avoid him? Even if we can't resist, couldn't you at least move away?" That embarrassed Lu Yunyan further. She looked away awkwardly, pretending indifference. "How was I to know he'd touch my chest? I thought he was only delivering food. I didn't expect that." Shan Xiao angrily said, "That rogue, daring to lewdly grope our teacher, ugh." Her eyes teared. She helplessly said, "Who can resist when we're beneath his roof? At this point, we just have to accept it." Xiao Shuixian secretly understood everything. Regret touched her delicate face. Teacher's fall was one thing, would even miss fall? She knew teacher had gone missing one night, that must mean she went to his room. Xiao Shuixian recalled teacher's earlier advice, "If he wants you, don't refuse, just serve him." Something like that. But why didn't teacher choose me? She couldn't understand. Did he think I'm ugly? No way, my beauty is rare. Because of embarrassment, Lu Yunyan put down the food and excused herself to take a bath, locking herself in. At night, Su Xiaochun hadn't seen Qingxiu and asked, Yunyang, where is Mr. Qing? He's still not here and it's time for bed. Where'd he go? Yunyang covered her lips, smiled and softly said, Sir is in Yuchan's room. Su Xiaochun laughed and teased, that lecher, he's been holding back so long. Finally can't resist Yuchan. Yunyang giggled, true enough. He should have taken her in long ago, don't know what he's waiting for. Beside them, Changsun Pingting frowned, worried, two sisters, I heard a major thing happened at court recently. It said His Majesty wants a final battle with the Turks, but lacks a reason. It said the Turkic Khan from the northern desert owes our husband a lot of silver. His Majesty allowed him to detain the Khan. Don't know if it's true. Su Xiaochun's face changed, Turkic Khan? Pingting, who told you this? Pingting replied, many in court know. I also heard it a few days ago visiting my family, my brother said. Su Xiaochun, somewhat angry, how could Mr. Qing do that? He already has several wives, we don't interfere. But targeting a foreign Khan? The Turks are our enemies. No way should our husband entangle with a barbarian woman. I heard Turks bathe only 3 times in their lives, at birth, marriage, before death. How filthy is that Khan? At that she looked utterly disgusted. When Su Xiaochun said that, Zhang Sun Pingting looked surprised, sister, do you have some misunderstanding about the Turks? Su Xiaochun asked doubtfully, what misunderstanding? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Sun Pingting shook her head and chuckled, actually, Turks don't bathe only 3 times in their lives. It's just that most of them don't have the conditions to bathe. The Turks live in the northern deserts. They are nomads and mainly live off animal husbandry. Besides the grasslands, most of the northern desert is mountainous, and water resources are very scarce. Only a few tribes live near water sources. Most people rely on drinking sheep's and cow's milk, so most of them carry a strong and pungent smell of sheep. If they don't even have water to drink, how could they have extra water to bathe? Most Turks can only wait for rainy days to wash their bodies. Bathing a few times a year is still possible. As for bathing 3 times in a lifetime, that's a complete rumor spread by folks in the Shuafang area. As for the Turkic princess, she completely has the means to bathe every day. Our husband is such a clean person, how could he be interested in a barbarian woman who doesn't bathe? After hearing this, Su Xiaochun suddenly understood and rolled her eyes, even if that Turkic princess bathes daily and smells fragrant, our husband still shouldn't get involved with her. He's a noble Tang man, how could he get entangled with a barbarian woman? If word got out, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Zhang Sun Pingting nodded, sister is right, I think the same. Yunyang asked, so what are you planning to do? You can't just go to master and talk about it, right? He might get angry. Su Xiaochun thought for a moment and said, how about this, Pingting, when the master goes to Sanha village, find an excuse to return to your maternal home, go to our house in Chang'an, and see if that Turkic princess is there. If you see Wei Laojiu, ask him clearly what's going on. Zhang Sun Pingting nodded and agreed happily to the suggestion. Back courtyard. Li Yuchan helped Qingxiu take off his outer robe, her voice slightly trembling, husband, it's getting late. We should rest. The candlelight made her flawless face blush delicately. Qingxiu had no hesitation and leaned in to kiss her, his hands wandering. Li Yuchan quickly couldn't resist. After a while, she was gasping for breath, her eyes becoming hazy. Qingxiu whispered in her ear, show me everything you learned from Yunyang. I want to see if you were slacking off during your training. Li Yuchan, bashful and shy, nodded repeatedly after a moment. Soon, Qingxiu pressed forward, and Li Yuchan's soft voice like light rain whispered, husband, please be gentle. I will, my dear. The room was soon filled with the sounds of spring and melodious whispers. The next morning, Qingxiu was fully dressed. Today, instead of his usual black robe, he wore a white scholar's robe. He looked like a noble young gentleman in a troubled world. At the dining table, Zhang Sun Pingting held a bowl of porridge, squinting and smiling at Li Yuchan, putting seasonal greens into her bowl teasingly. Here, Sister Yuchan, as a newlywed, you should eat more to regain your strength. Li Yuchan blushed and almost buried her face in the bowl. Su Xiaochun said unhappily, what do you mean, Sister Yuchan? It's Sister Yuchan, she's 4 years older than you. Zhang Sun Pingting giggled, so what if she's 4 years older? She married into the family later. No one can call me the youngest wife anymore. Everyone should start calling me the 3rd wife now. Li Yuchan, blushing, shyly said, Sister Pingting is right. I married later, so I should be ranked last. Qingxiu joked with a smile, do you like being the youngest? Li Yuchan was stunned, then said shyly, as long as I can be with husband, ranking doesn't matter to me. See? Su Xiaochun tapped Zhang Sun Pingting's head and said sternly, look at Yuchan's sense. Much better than yours. You cheeky little girl only know how to tease others. When you married in, did Yunyang and I ever make fun of you? Zhang Sun Pingting stuck out her tongue and laughed. Okay, I won't tease Sister Yuchan anymore. Even though you rank last, you're older than me, so I should call you sister. Qingxiu suddenly put down his bowl and said, rubbing his chin, if you all want higher ranks, that's easy, I just need to marry a few more. Su Xiaochun glared at him angrily. Marry, that's all you know. Just think about it, how many women are you already entangled with outside of us? At least 3 or 4, I'd say. Ah? Qingxiu looked innocent. Really? I don't think so. Wife, you've misunderstood me. Su Xiaochun scoffed. You know very well whether it's true or not. Do I have to name them one by one? Qingxiu pulled a straight face to cover his embarrassment and said seriously, mind your tone. Is that how you speak to the master of the house? Su Xiaochun snorted and ignored him, while also warning Yunyang, Zhang Sun Pingting, and Li Yuchan not to talk to him either. Finally, Su Xiaochun said fiercely, don't leave the door open for him tonight. Let him spend the night with his wild women. Just then, a graceful figure walked in from outside. It was Lin Feifei. Ever since her textile workshop opened, she had been running around major fabric markets to do business. When it got late, she'd stay the night at Qing Mansion in Qinglong Ward. If she returned early, she'd supervise the textile workshop until late at night. Sometimes, she was so busy she just slept with the staff at the factory. Last night, she had been too busy and didn't come home. After entering the room, Lin Feifei poured herself a bowl of plain water and gulped it down. Then she looked at the happy family eating breakfast. She said with envy, I really envy your good fortune, not having to run around and work like I do. Hee. Zhang Sun Pingting teased, isn't that easy? Put on a pretty dress and seduce our husband, let him take you in, and then we'll be one family. You can join us at the table too. Lin Feifei blushed and looked away. Su Xiaochun flicked Zhang Sun Pingting's forehead and scolded, say nonsense again and I won't feed you. Zhang Sun Pingting looked aggrieved. Qingxiu frowned and said sternly, Pingting, stop talking nonsense. How can we let her join us at the table? We haven't accepted that. The originally ambiguous topic was completely twisted by Qingxiu's joke, making all the women burst into laughter, even the graceful Yunyang started giggling. On the official road outside Chang'an City, a group of people was gathered together, about 20 or so. Each of them wore scholar robes and were cupping their hands to greet one another. Mr. Li, long time no see. How is your health lately? Brother Jiang, thanks to you, this old man is quite healthy. Master Zhou, I heard one of your students entered the secretariat. That's an important position. You'll be enjoying some good fortune soon. Haha, not at all. Brother Buqing, is everyone here? When shall we set off? Wang Buqing looked around with a smile, cupped his hands to the crowd, and said, thank you all for coming to support me. I truly appreciate your effort. Master Zhou laughed, Brother Buqing, what are you saying? Back when I studied at the Wang household, I benefited greatly from your help. If we succeed today, may I spend a few days in your family's library again? Wang Buqing looked toward the Wang family patriarch, Wang Shutai. Wang Shutai nodded with a smile. Wang Buqing then said with a smile, of course. Zheng Yu urged, no time to waste, let's depart now. The group boarded their carriages one by one and headed mightily toward Sanha village. Li Er had come early to the school in Sanha village, even Li Yuan, who hadn't been seen in a while, showed up. Li Yuan looked rosy and cheerful, always smiling. Inside the dean's office, Zhang Xuekue was busy boiling water to make tea. Qingxiu laughed and chatted with Li Yuan, old Li, why are you so happy today? Since Li Er had come incognito and didn't want to reveal his identity, Qingxiu addressed him as Mr. Li, and still called Li Yuan old Li. Li Yuan had lived in Sanha village for half a year and had blended in well with the locals. Except for a few, no one knew his identity. As for Li Er, even fewer people recognized him. Upon hearing Qingxiu ask, Li Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. This old man thought of something joyful. Qingxiu smirked and joked, what? Your wife gave birth? Li Er's eyes widened, looking utterly shocked. Li Yuan was even more stunned. He stood up abruptly and exclaimed, how did you know my concubine gave birth to a son? Qingxiu staggered and nearly fell from his chair, his face twisted in disbelief. Dean Zhang almost dropped the kettle in his hand and looked at Li Yuan with admiration. Dean Zhang quickly poured several cups of tea, handed one to Li Yuan with both hands, and said admiringly, brother, you're really not old yet. To have a child at your age, you're a role model for all of us. Brother Li, to be honest, I had a son, but he died of illness a few years ago. My wife took a concubine for me to continue the family line, but it's been over 5 years and there's been no movement. My wife has a bad temper and often hits the concubine over this. I fear my wife and dare not speak. but I can't stand her beating the concubine anymore. Brother Li, can you teach me how to have a child at this age? Li Yuan took the tea and set it aside, pulling Zhang Xuekui aside. I'll explain it later. I don't have time now to teach you how to have children. He stood up and leaned close to Qingxiu, asking in shock, Qing boy, how did you know my concubine gave birth to a son? No one knows this. It's really shocking you found out. Qingxiu's mouth twitched constantly. Old Li, aren't I the one who should be shocked? Tell me, how did you know? Li Yuan pressed. Qingxiu smiled bitterly. I was just joking. Who knew it'd turn out true? Old man, you're really something. At your age, you became a dad? Li Yuan glared and shouted, you were joking with me? You, never mind. Since you know, so be it. Li Yuan sat back down, looking at Li Er with a guilty expression. Li Er rubbed his temples helplessly. Qingxiu smirked, you became a father, this is big news. The neighbors should all know so they can share the joy. Why hide it? Cough, cough. Li Er coughed and said darkly, Qingxiu, mind your words. Qingxiu stopped smiling, he felt bad for Li Er. Truly an unlucky family matter. Li Yuan awkwardly said, Qing boy, don't ask anymore. And don't spread it. It's nothing to be proud of. Din Zhang thought about it and also found it a bit shameful. He looked at Li Er with pity. A grown son now has a newborn baby brother. Who could take that? But still, he asked, Brother Li, please teach me. I really want a son. Li Yuan had a headache. Qingxiu said helplessly, Din Zhang, stop thinking about children. Old Li has good family conditions. He ate rich, nutritious foods when young, so his body functions well. Having a child at his age isn't surprising. But you're different. You come from a poor background. You barely had enough to eat growing up. Even now, you're not getting enough nutrients. Being able to perform in bed once is already impressive, having kids? Basically impossible. Zhang Xuekui's expression darkened, then he smiled bitterly and nodded, Mr. Qing is right. I've been too obsessed. At that moment, Qingxiu raised an eyebrow and showed a teasing expression. Because the large group coming to cause trouble had entered his god's eye view range. As time passed, the carriage convoy finally reached the east side of Sanha village. More than 20 elderly scholars, around 50 years old, stepped down from the carriages, looking imposing. Passers-by all looked curiously. Though strangers came through the village every day, and out-of-towners were common, such a large group was rare. Street vendors began to chatter. Wang Buqing, familiar with the way, led them to Qingxiu's home. The gatekeeper on duty today was Xuanzi. Qingxiu had warned him in the morning that troublemakers might come. So Xuanzi had a bad attitude. He cursed, coming here early in the morning to see our Lord Ho? What, did he rape your daughter? Why are there so many of you? Wang Buqing's eyes widened in anger and shouted, how dare you? You're just a servant, how can you speak so rudely? Your Lord Ho really doesn't know how to manage his people if he lets a crude man like you be gatekeeper. Xuanzi's face darkened and said coldly, you damn dog. You called me a gate dog? Wang Buqing snorted angrily, so what if I did? Not just a gate dog, a mad dog with no manners. Mad dog? Xuanzi's face twitched, then showed a wicked smile. He barked, woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Everyone was stunned. But after barking, Xuanzi really pounced on Wang Buqing like a mad dog, opened his mouth, and bit him. Wang Buqing screamed. His face turned pale with fear, and the others stood in shock. Even Qingxiu, watching from God's eye view, was dumbfounded and his mouth twitched hard. My ear, let go of me. Wang Buqing struggled and howled, his face full of fear. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Wang Buqing clutched his bleeding ear and crawled and rolled away as fast as he could. Xuanzi did not chase him. He casually spat out the ear he had bitten off, then spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a row of big white teeth. He grinned and said, woof. I'm a mad dog. I bite whoever I want. Which one of you isn't convinced? The people who had come with Wang Buqing were horrified by this bloody scene and fell into brief silence, their scalps tingling. Wang Buqing looked at the ear on the ground and his face changed drastically, a mix of shock and anger. You madman. You actually bit off my ear? Mad dog. You really are a mad dog. Xuanzi took a few big steps forward, sneering, old freak, call me a mad dog again and I'll bite off your other ear too, believe it or not. Everyone took a few steps back in fear, afraid of being pounced on and bitten. The Wang family patriarch, Wang Shutai, looked furious and said, you brat, how dare you? Do you know who you just bit? Xuanzi glared, baring his teeth, I don't care who he is. Even if he's the Jade Emperor, I'll still bite him. Who told that old freak to call me a mad dog? What, you old codger want to stick up for him? As he spoke, Xuanzi placed his hand on the handle of his tang saber, and his expression turned colder. Wang Shutai's heart skipped a beat, and his tone weakened, but he still coldly snorted, "Humph, I'm a scholar. I wouldn't stoop to your level. After I meet with Marquis of Lantian, I'll deal with you." Xuanzi sneered, "What Marquis of Lantian? He's clearly the Marquis of Zhenghua. Why are you here to see my lord? Spit it out if you have something to say." Wang Shutai didn't want to argue with a gatekeeper. He said with a dark face, "We've long admired the Marquis of Zhenggua's reputation. Today, we came specially to meet him. Go report it." Xuanzi shook his head, "My lord isn't home. Come another day." "Not home?" Wang Shutai froze. He exchanged glances with Zheng Yu and Lu Yusheng. Did they come all this way for nothing? Then where did your lord go? When will he be back? Zheng Yu stepped forward and asked. Xuanzi pointed to a cluster of buildings not far away and said seriously, "My lord is at the school. He'll probably be back at night. When he returns, I'll naturally inform him someone came looking for him." Zheng Yu's mouth twitched, face dark. "Are you messing with me?" Xuanzi crossed his arms and grinned. "Who's messing with you? I told the truth. What, should I lie and say he's home?" "You, humph." Zheng Yu snorted coldly and turned around. "Everyone, let's go to the Sanha village school." Wang Buqing, clutching his bleeding ear, looked pale and trembled as he said, "Patriarchs, colleagues, I need to see a doctor. I probably can't join you today." Wang Shutai asked with concern, "Buqing, how do you feel?" Wang Buqing forced a smile, "I need to stop the bleeding, or I might die from blood loss." Wang Shutai quickly said, "Then go see the doctor immediately. Don't delay a moment." Lu Yusheng added, "Doesn't Sanha village have a clinic? How did we forget that? I heard Dr. Sun Simiao practices there. Let him bandage you up. Guangyuan, take brother Buqing to the village clinic and find Dr. Sunday." Lu Guangyuan hesitated, "Patriarch, last time we clashed with Dr. Sun at court. He might not help." Lu Yusheng shook his head, "A doctor has a compassionate heart. I heard Dr. Sun has great medical ethics and won't lower himself to your level." Wang Buqing also said urgently, "Then let's go to the clinic. Brother Guangyuan, please also retrieve my ear and see if Dr. Sun can reattach it." Lu Guangyuan looked stunned, but didn't say anything to avoid discouraging him. "Can the ear be reattached?" The answer is yes, but only with advanced surgical skill. Lu Guangyuan picked up the ear and helped Wang Buqing walk toward the village clinic. The others went to the school. After everyone left, Xuanzi's eyes lit up. He rushed back to the kitchen, grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers, and returned to the gatehouse. He grinned and said to a family guard, "Old Yang, go give this to Dr. Sunday, tell him to grind it and add it to the medicine powder. Be sure to go around quietly. Hurry." Old Yang had witnessed the whole scene. Though tempted, he frowned, "Captain, Dr. Sun is a kind doctor. He might not do this." "That's easy." Xuanzi grumbled, "Just exaggerate what happened. Tell Taoist Sun that these people want to ruin Lord Ho. Their goal is to stop the free school and clinic. What do you think will happen?" Old Yang's eyes lit up, stroking his chin. "I guess he might add not only chili powder but also a handful of sand, or even gunpowder." "Haha, go! On it." Old Yang ran out and took a shortcut to the clinic. By the time Wang Buqing arrived, Old Yang was already back. After examining the injury, Sun Simiao shook his head, "Forget about reattaching the ear. I'll stop the bleeding for you." He took out a bowl of pitch-black powder, just freshly mixed, full of gunpowder, and pulled out a pestle, throwing the chilies in for grinding. Wang Buqing asked confusedly, "Taoist Sun, what's that bright red stuff?" Sun Simiao said expressionlessly, "Wild herbs from the mountain. Great for bleeding and wound recovery. But it'll hurt, bear with it." Wang Buqing nodded and forced a smile, "That brat bit off my ear and I didn't scream. How bad can some medicine be? Just add more so I heal faster." Sun Simiao's mouth twitched slightly, face turning red as he ground faster. Soon, the medicine powder was ready. Wang Buqing was baffled, "Taoist Sun, why is your powder black and red?" Sun Simiao snapped, "Why so many questions? Annoying. This is my secret formula. No one's ever complained about it. If you don't want it, leave now and stop wasting other patients' time. Apply it, apply it." Wang Buqing quickly nodded and leaned his head over. "Hold still. I'm starting." Soon, screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed from the clinic, spreading throughout Sanha village. The shrill screams made the clan leaders of the 5 surnames and 3 clans, along with the accompanying scholars, all tremble with unease. Wang Shutai's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the clinic. He was very familiar with that scream, it was Wang Buqing's. Lu Guangyuan asked nervously, "Old Wang, could something have happened to your Buqing?" Wang Shutai also spoke with concern, "Wasn't Guangyuan with him? Why does Buqing sound so miserable?" "No, I must go see." "I'll go with you." I'm going too, Zheng Yu added. Wang Shutai cupped his hands toward the others. Please wait a moment, we'll be right back. Soon, the 3 clan leaders entered the clinic. The screams inside continued. Ah, it hurts. Taoist son, what kind of medicine are you applying? Don't move. This is my own secret recipe. It works wonders on external injuries. Normally, I wouldn't waste such valuable medicine on just anyone. If you can't stand a bit of pain, then go to Chang'an and find some quack. Sun Simiao sounded extremely impatient, with a hint of irritation. Wang Wuqing's face twisted in pain, and he said through gritted teeth, I think you're getting back at me for what happened at court. You must have mixed something else into the powder. Sun Simiao shouted angrily, Wang, you can question my medical skill, but you may not insult my ethics. I won't treat you anymore. Get out of my clinic right now. Guang Yuan, we're leaving. Wang Wuqing grabbed Lu Guang Yuan and tried to leave. At that moment, Wang Shutai, Lu Yuxing, and Zheng Yu all walked into the clinic. Wang Shutai frowned and scolded, Wuqing, what treatment isn't painful? Just endure it. Taoist Sun is a divine doctor. His medicine is worth its weight in gold. Don't you understand that good medicine tastes bitter? But, Wang Wuqing's lips trembled. It hurts too much. Like my flesh is being scraped off. Lu Yuxing frowned and said, it's just applying medicine, how painful can it be? You're over 40 years old, haven't you endured hardships before? Only by enduring bitter suffering can one reach the top. Wang Shutai quickly cupped his hands to Sun Simiao, please forgive him, Taoist Sunday Wuqing didn't mean any offense. He's just terribly afraid of pain. I hope you won't take it to heart. Sun Simiao snorted and waved his hand, no matter. There are still spots that haven't been treated. If you want me to continue, sit still. If it hurts too much, then find someone else. Wang Shutai glared at Wang Wuqing and shouted, Wuqing, sit down this instant. Show some respect to Taoist Sun. Wang Wuqing gritted his teeth and sat down again, a forced smile on his face. Taoist Sun, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. Please continue applying the medicine. Sun Simiao truly disliked these people. With a cold face, he grabbed a handful of medicine powder and sprinkled it on. The screaming started again, louder than before. Wang Wuqing was drenched in sweat. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Wang Shutai rushed forward to catch him. Lu Guang Yuan checked his breath and let out a sigh of relief. Patriarch Wang Wuqing just passed out. Wang Shutai looked disappointed. As an elder of the Wang clan, he's completely useless. Fainting just from having medicine applied. Guang Yuan, please take him back to Chang'an. All right. Without delay, Lu Guang Yuan carried Wang Wuqing and left the clinic. Wang Shutai and the others thanked Sun Simiao and also left. Sun Simiao looked at the bowl of red and black powder, then chuckled and muttered, was it really that painful? He sniffed the secret medicine, which gave off a strong chilly smell, making him sneeze. Clicking his tongue, he said, TSK, probably in 2 days, the area around that ear will start rotting. Though he didn't feel entirely proud of what he did, Sun Simiao had no regrets. Who told those old guys to stir up trouble? Sanha village was doing just fine, and they just had to come and make a mess. Suddenly, over 20 people poured into Sanha village's school. Having known the background in advance, Zhang Xuekue came out of the office upon hearing the commotion and asked, Who are you? What are you doing at our school? Wang Shutai sized up Zhang Xuekue, then asked arrogantly with hands behind his back, Who's in charge of this school? Zhang Xuekue smiled, I'm the dean of Sanha Village School. May I ask what you need, elder? Wang Shutai said, I'm the patriarch of the Taiyuan Wang clan. I heard that Sanha Village offers free education, so I came to observe. Lu Yuxing added, I'm the patriarch of the Fanyang Lu clan. I'm the patriarch of the Xingyang Zheng clan, Zheng Yu also declared. In the past, seeing so many prestigious Confucian elders at once would have made Zhang Xuekue nervous. But with Qingxiu backing him, and already annoyed at these people, he appeared calm. Zhang Xuekue smiled steadily, so it's the patriarchs of the Wang, Lu, and Zheng clans, renowned families in the Tang dynasty. Your libraries must be vast. How can our small village school compare? There's nothing worth observing here. Wang Shutai said coldly, if there's nothing worth observing, why keep this school open and mislead the youth? You should shut it down. Zhang Xuekue laughed, to be honest, I was invited by Lord Qing to manage this school. I have no authority to shut it down. Besides, what to learn is a student's choice. As long as there are people willing to learn, then it has value. How can that be called misleading? Lu Yuxing said coldly, you said earlier that our 3 clans hold most of the nation's books. How can your little village school compare to our academies? Isn't that misleading the youth? Just then, the office door opened. Qingxiu walked out with his cane, smiling. Even if Sanha Village School is misleading, what does that have to do with you? From the crowd, Zhang Taiming stepped forward and whispered, Patriarchs, this is Lord Qingxiu, the Marquis of Zhenghua. Lu Yusheng, holding his divine pen, stepped forward, pointed to the group behind him, and said, Since ancient times, teaching is no trivial matter. In the Tang Empire, all schools charge tuition. You shamelessly promote free education, disrupting the system. Your school has only a few books, while our families hold hundreds or thousands more. Who here doesn't have hundreds of volumes at home? You promote free education. If all students come here and learn only your few books, the loss of tradition is one thing, but if they all turn out mediocre and the emperor has no talents to use, can you bear that responsibility? Inside the office, Li Yuan frowned at Li Er, who smirked and said quietly, These clans are really good at throwing accusations. Li Yuan chuckled, Let's see how Qing Boy responds. The two teachers leaned on the window, watching with great interest. Right from the start, a big hat was thrown on his head. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you meddling too much? Scholars across the land have the freedom to choose what they want to study. Besides, what I'm doing doesn't really count as free education. The tuition fees of these students are all paid in advance by me. Hearing this, Lu Yusheng sneered coldly, Marquis Qing is really rich. Since you're so eager to cover tuition, why don't we send you tens of thousands of students and let you cover their fees too? Sure. Qingxiu nodded with a smile, of course. Just a few tens of thousands of students? I can handle that. The tuition here is just 1 copper coin per year. For tens of thousands of students, that's just tens of thousands of coins. That's nothing for me. Lu Yusheng's expression froze. Wang Shutai said coldly, Old Lu, why waste words with him? He took a step forward and sneered, Marquis Qing, have you heard the story of Li Gang receiving the divine brush in his dream? Qingxiu feigned surprise, of course I have. Such a big event, I've definitely heard of it. Wang Shutai laughed, Master Li Gang was granted a divine brush in a dream, engraved with the words, Orthodox Confucian literature. This is a sign of divine recognition. Who do you think is the true Orthodox Confucian, Master Li Gang or you? Qingxiu nodded, Master Li Gang has the divine brush granted by the heavens. Naturally, he represents Orthodox Confucianism. Wang Shutai laughed, then can I assume you're saying, whoever possesses the divine brush is the true Confucian orthodoxy? Qingxiu nodded with a smile, absolutely. I not only think so, I also believe that whoever holds the divine brush has the right to decide who can or cannot teach. Wang Shutai's smile widened. Lu Yusheng muttered, isn't he digging a hole for himself? Zheng Yu chuckled and whispered, Brother Lu, we've long heard Marquis Qing is extremely clever. Seems like his reputation doesn't match the reality. Lu Yusheng nodded, perhaps. Wang Shutai raised his voice, since you admit it, then you should follow the will of heaven. Educating talent for the emperor is the mission of the orthodox. You have no lineage and are not orthodox. Isn't this misleading, students? And again, Sanha Village's school has only a few books. It doesn't meet the qualifications for a proper school. I think you should close it as soon as possible. Qingxiu asked doubtfully, Elder, who told you that Sanha Village School has only a few books? Wang Shutai sneered, I've sent people here at least 10 times. Each time they checked, the entire curriculum consisted of only 4 thin books, each only a few thousand words long. Isn't that so? Qingxiu shook his head and smiled, not true. We have more than 2,000 books in our curriculum. Wang Shutai froze, then burst into laughter, Marquis Qing really loves to joke. Do you take us all for fools? My Taiyuan Wang family has nearly 1,000 years of history, and even we have only about 1,000 volumes. You've been in office for barely half a year, how could you have 2,000 volumes? Those behind him murmured mockingly. Is this Marquis here to joke? He sure talks big. I've spent half a lifetime collecting books and only have 200 or 300 volumes. Him with 2,000? What a joke. Qingxiu smiled, what? You don't believe me? Wang Shutai curled his lip, of course not. If you really have 2,000 books, show us. If you can really do that, no one will care if you open a school, or even dozens of schools. Qingxiu said, what a coincidence. My 2,000 volumes have been sent to the Imperial Palace for printing. They can't be delivered back anytime soon. Lu Yusheng frowned, you clearly don't have them. A young man like you, why boast like that? At that point, he didn't bother hiding anymore. He pulled out a transparent crystal brush from his robe and held it high, declaring loudly, this is the divine brush granted to Master Li Gang in his dream, a symbol of the true literary orthodoxy. Since you said it yourself, whoever holds the divine brush holds Confucian authority, don't go back on your word now. Then he sneered at Qingxiu. Nearby, Zhang Xuekue felt it was his cue to step in. He looked in awe at the divine brush and said in surprise, "Is this the divine brush from the heavens?" Lu Yuxing replied proudly, "Exactly." His expression was disdainful, as if saying, "Never seen anything this fancy, have you? Bumpkin." Suddenly, Zhang Xuekue scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, if that's the divine brush, then I have one too." "You too?" Lu Yuxing was stunned and looked at him strangely. Wang Shutai sneered, "It's a divine item granted by immortals, there's only one in the world. You having one? Ridiculous." Zhang Xuekue blinked and smiled, "Believe it or not, I really have one that looks exactly the same. If you don't believe me, I'll go get it right now." He turned and walked into the office. When he returned, he was holding a crystal brush. He stepped into the crowd, raised it high, and said, "Take a look, everyone, doesn't this look exactly the same as that gentleman's divine brush?" Everyone looked, and were stunned. Whoa, it really was identical. Lu Yuxing was dumbfounded. How is this possible? It's exactly the same. Wang Shutai was in disbelief. "No, that's impossible. How could his brush be the same as ours?" Zheng Yu was frozen, then rushed forward to inspect it. When he saw the engraving, his face changed dramatically. It's not just the appearance, even the inscription is the same, Orthodox Confucian literature. This is. Wang Shutai felt a sinking feeling. Lu Yuxing felt a sinking feeling. Zheng Yu felt a sinking feeling. All three suddenly had a very bad feeling. When they saw Qingxiu standing not far away, smiling, the bad feeling intensified. Zhang Xuekue said dismissively, "It's just a crystal brush. Our Sanha village school has plenty of them. Maybe not 1,000, but at least 800 or 900. Impossible." Lu Yuxing shouted, shaking his head, "This is a divine gift, how could there be hundreds or thousands?" Zhang Xuekue smiled, "I knew you wouldn't believe me. I'll show you right now. Then you'll know I'm not lying. Please follow me." He quickly walked toward the school. The three clan leaders and the scholars looked at each other, all confused. Lu Yuxing gritted his teeth, "Let's go check it out." Everyone followed Zhang Xuekue into a classroom. When they entered, they were all dumbfounded. Inside were 30 to 40 students, all 7 or 8 years old. Each held a divine brush in their hands. The patriarchs of the three major clans suddenly felt their blood pressure spike. There were about 30 to 40 students in the classroom, and each of them held a crystal jade brush. The scene was extremely impressive. The three clan patriarchs and the gathered great scholars were stunned on the spot. The crystal jade brushes in their hands are exactly the same as the one Elder Lu is holding? Heavens, how can there be so many divine brushes? That divine brush was bestowed to Master Li Gang by an immortal in a dream. Could all of these be bestowed by immortals too? This is impossible, absolutely impossible, this is just too many. The great scholars whispered among themselves, some in disbelief, others showing greed in their eyes. Wang Shutai, Lu Yuxing, and Zheng Yu were frozen in place. Among them, the most shocked were the three old patriarchs. Zhang Xuekue smiled and said, "I didn't deceive you, did I? Look, all the students at the school are using divine brushes." The oldest, Zheng Yu, suddenly felt dizzy and his body swayed. His face turned pale like wax. Wang Shutai, as if mad, rushed up to a student and grabbed the brush from his hand to examine it closely. On the crystal brush were 4 tiny characters, "Thoughts spring forth." Trembling all over, he grabbed another student's brush, this one read, "Master of the Forum." Then the next? "Sudden enlightenment." And then? "True Confucian orthodoxy," the exact same inscription as the one on Li Gang's divine brush. Heavens! Wang Shutai cried to the sky and spat a mouthful of blood, falling stiffly backward. If not for 2 elderly scholars who reacted quickly, he might have been injured for life. Lu Yuxing turned deathly pale, trembling all over, with one thought flashing in his mind, "We've been tricked." Zheng Yu, his face ashen, said with a shaking voice, "Old Lu, we've been duped." At this moment, Qingxiu walked in from outside, smirking slightly. "According to what the Marquis just said, whoever possesses a divine brush represents the Confucian orthodoxy and has the right to decide who can teach and who can't. And all of you agreed with that. Why don't you look again? Every student at Sanha Village's school has a divine brush. They are all true Confucian orthodoxy. If we're being strict, these students are more qualified to teach than any of you." Everyone's faces turned very unpleasant. Lu Yuxing suddenly turned to glare and grit his teeth. "It was you, wasn't it?" Qingxiu frowned. "What are you barking about? Marquis doesn't understand." "It was you." Lu Yuxing pointed at Qingxiu, furious. "You set us up. Didn't you?" Qingxiu laughed. "You can eat anything, but don't speak nonsense. The ink flavor pavilion is the Marquis business. These crystal brushes were made by the Marquis. The Marquis sells them, you buy them. How is that a trap?" Zheng Yu roared, The story about Li Gang being granted a divine brush in a dream must have been your invention. Why? We have no grudge with you. Why set us up? Qingxiu sneered, you old men really have no shame. No grudge? Look clearly, whose territory is this? Who came uninvited? Who barged in demanding the marquis shut down the school and stop offering free education? Ha, classic case of the villain acting first. Zheng Yu trembled with anger. Then, eyes rolled back, he too fainted. Heavens! Lu Yuxing slumped to the ground, crying, my priceless books, over 70 volumes, all gone just like that. Qingxiu leaned forward, face mocking, old Master Lu, the marquis told you Sanha village has over 2,000 books. Do you believe it now? My books, those books were mine. Lu Yuxing got up, eyes red, and lunged, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you scoundrel. You liar. Qingxiu's face changed, and he shouted, assassin. Protect me. There's an assassin. Everyone froze. Lu Yuxing, already driven mad with rage, ignored the words and charged forward. Qingxiu's lips curled coldly. He raised his leg and kicked straight at Lu Yuxing's chest. With a muffled boom, Lu Yuxing flew backward, crashed through the door, and landed outside. In that moment, Lu Yuxing regained clarity, but it was too late. His eyes bulged, he struggled to get up, but failed. After a few spasms, he stopped breathing altogether. The elderly scholars gasped and didn't dare breathe. Qingxiu put on a flustered face and said, you all saw it. This old guy dared to assassinate a marquis of the current dynasty. Thankfully I reacted quickly or he would have succeeded. All of you can testify. The scholars gulped hard, Qingxiu's tone clearly held threat. Even Li Er, who was peeking from outside, was startled. He glanced at Li Yuan and smiled bitterly, this brat is getting more and more out of hand. Li Yuan grinned, haha. Good kick. Erlang, it's your cue. Li Er paused, then understood. He straightened his attire and strode into the classroom. Even before entering, he shouted in anger, who dares be so bold as to assassinate a marquis? Do you not know this is a crime that implicates your whole family? He marched in with authority. Qingxiu quickly cupped his hands, your servant greets your majesty. Forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. The scholars were all stunned and turned their eyes to the imposing man. That's the emperor? He's the emperor? Someone quickly realized and bowed. Commoner greets your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. Soon, everyone was bowing. Li Er casually waved, no need for formality. I just heard that someone attempted to assassinate Marquis Qing. This is outrageous. Until the matter is investigated, no one may leave. He turned to Qingxiu with concern, Marquis Zhenghua, are you hurt? Qingxiu replied with lingering fear, your majesty, I was not injured, just frightened. Li Er's mouth twitched. He really knows how to act. But he didn't show any of this on his face. He asked with a grim look, where is the assassin? Qingxiu pointed outside, in the panic, I kicked him. He's outside. Li Er scanned the room and asked, does anyone recognize the man outside? Everyone fell into silence, glancing around. Li Er shouted, I'm asking a question. If you know and don't report, you'll be punished as an accomplice. The scholars were terrified. We just came to watch, and now we're being charged as assassin accomplices? Preserving one's life comes first. At this critical moment, they didn't care about the status of the 5 surnames and 7 great clans. One by one, they rushed to identify the suspect. Your Majesty, the one who tried to assassinate the Marquis of Zhenghua was Lu Yuxing, patriarch of the Fanyang Lu clan. Yes, I saw it. Lu Yuxing tried to assassinate the Marquis and was kicked away by him. Your Majesty, this commoner can testify. It's all true. Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and nodded in satisfaction, you are all good and honest citizens of the Tang dynasty. I believe none of you would lie. Everyone here is a witness to this assassination attempt. You must be available to testify when called. Yes, I am a witness. I will tell everything I know. Your Majesty, this commoner is willing to testify. So am I. Li Er shouted outside, Wang De, come in. Wang De quickly entered with a few guards. Li Er pointed to the corpse outside and ordered, send the body to the Dali Temple. Also, take all of these people to the Dali Temple. Furthermore, send someone to Fanyang immediately and arrest all direct descendants of the Lu clan related to Lu Yuxing. Bring them to Chang'an. To dare assassinate a current marquis, this is outrageous. Marquis Qing, don't worry, I will definitely uphold justice for you. Qingxiu cupped his hands, thank you, your majesty. After Wang De had everyone taken away, Li Er looked at Qingxiu and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qingxiu said with a smile, congratulations, your majesty. Now that the Lu family is branded with the crime of assassinating a marquis, at the very least, they'll face execution of the entire clan. They can be removed from the 5 surnames and 7 great clans. Li Er beamed with joy. This is all thanks to Marquis Qing. Without you, I wouldn't have had such a great opportunity. Lu Yusheng could never have imagined that his impulsive action would bring disaster upon his entire clan. After chatting for a while, Li Er instructed, Marquis Qing, prepare the flying device as soon as possible. After the Lu family is sentenced, I will personally ascend to the skies and drop leaflets. Certainly. After sending off Li Er, Qingxiu, in great spirits, summoned Erguzi and Taizhu. He gave them a list, and they went to prepare the items. Actually, the items were simple, just some windproof cloth. Though there were no materials for real windproof fabric yet, pig bladders could be glued inside canvas to serve as a substitute. This was material for making a hot air balloon. In the following days, Qingxiu lived leisurely. He spent time in Sanha village with his wives and concubines, secretly had a tryst with Lu Yunyan, and occasionally teased the Turkic princess Ashina Yu at the Qing mansion. Life was both relaxing and pleasant. The crystal accessories auctioned at Ink Flavor Pavilion became wildly popular among Chang'an's noble women. A single small crystal pendant sold for several thousand, even over 10,000 copper coins. In just a month, Qingxiu earned over 1 million copper coins. The batch of crystal brushes also became highly sought after by scholars. In 1 month, over 2 million copper coins worth were sold. As more and more crystal products entered the market, they gradually shifted toward being common consumer goods. Although they were becoming common, they still weren't cheap. A crystal bead still cost several hundred to 1,000 coins. But the price was gradually decreasing, showing that people no longer found crystal as novel as before. The case of the Fanyang Lu clan attempting to assassinate the Marquis of Zhenghua caused a huge uproar across the scholarly world. Just a few days ago, over 300 direct descendants of the Lu family were beheaded. The vegetable market in West City ran red with blood. Li Er's actions were clearly meant to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. With the Lu family wiped out, Wang Shutai and Zheng Yu seemed to be scared out of their wits. They quietly returned to their hometowns in disgrace and no longer dared challenge imperial authority. Because most of their collections had been swindled away, the Taiyuan Wang and Xingyangzheng families could be removed from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. Once proud aristocratic families had been reduced to second-rate clans overnight, all because of a single jade brush. On the carriage back to Taiyuan, Wang Shutai held Wang Wuqing's hand sadly and asked, Wuqing, if you have any final wishes, tell me. If I can do it, I will fulfill them. Wang Wuqing, lying in the carriage, looked deathly pale. Half of his face had rotted away, looking terrifying. The carriage reeked of foul odor. Of course, this was the result of chili powder and black gunpowder. After Sun Simiao applied his medicine, Wang Wuqing's face started to rot within days. Though he sought other doctors, it was all in vain. Wang Wuqing weakly said, Cousin, the only thing I can't let go of is revenge. You must avenge me. Wang Shutai's expression stiffened. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Wuqing, don't make it hard on me. Have you forgotten that just days ago, the Lu family was executed to the last man? If it were just the Marquis of Zhenghua, the Wang family might still compete with him. But as you know, His Majesty supports him to a terrifying extent. Wang Wuqing's body trembled a few times. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he struggled to say, if I don't kill him, I won't die in peace. Then his neck tilted, and he died. Today was a good day, because old Zhang the knife had returned. The dark-skinned Zhang Laodao led a skinny old horse and stopped at Qingxiu's gate. Seeing him, Xuanzi happily went to notify Qingxiu. Qingxiu came out. Seeing the thin and dark Zhang Laodao, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Old knife, the journey must have been hard. Come in and rest. I'll have the cook prepare food and drink to welcome you. Although Zhang Laodao looked a bit rough, his spirit was high. He laughed heartily. It wasn't hard, just got tanned a bit. The scenery along the way was beautiful. This trip to Nanjiao was worth it. Qingxiu nodded and asked, there were no issues, right? Where's Li Yuqing? Zhang Laodao smiled and shook his head. What problems could there be? Miss Li went there and everything went smoothly. On the day she arrived, the old leader of the Wuzhu sect died, and she successfully took over as the new leader. A few opposed her, but I killed them all. He glanced around, especially into the courtyard, and after confirming none of Qingxiu's wives were present, he leaned in and said with a grin, My lord, Miss Li left the village in the hands of her trusted aides and came back with me. But, she's staying at the Red Sleeve Lodge for now. She said she's afraid your wives might see her and make things awkward for you. She told you to come find her when you're free. Qingxiu's heart stirred. He couldn't help but recall Li Yuqing's mature charm and curvaceous figure. He decided he'd find an excuse tonight to go see his long-lost lover.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.